Ladies and gentlemen, for the courtesy of those speaking and to those around you, please silence all audible and wireless communication devices. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is about to begin. Good morning and welcome to CPAC 2023, Protecting America Now. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Jane Brandt and remain standing for the national anthem performed by Natasha Owens.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome Matt Smith with today's invocation.
Let us join together in prayer. God, in whose image we are all made, we are called to build your kingdom here on earth. With love for the most vulnerable, lift up those who are ill or troubled. Honor those with the courage to place their trust in you. May those gathered here and with us in spirit unite in purpose. Provide us strength and wisdom. Give us hope. Sustain us by your grace. In your name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman will serve you now. Please welcome, from Ohio, Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan, and Chairman of CPAC, Matt Schlapp.
CPAC, everyone. What do you think? For the last 2 years, they said it was unsafe to have a CPAC here. Do you feel safe? I do too. There's a lot of chatter in the media about who's here and not here. I'm really proud to be standing alongside someone I think might just be the most powerful man in Washington, D.C. No. So let's get right into it. Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, who was your predecessor?
Mr. Nadler. Yeah.
Mr. Nadler. Was he the guy who ran too slow to the podium in the Senate impeachment hearing? I seem to remember that. He was a little slow on the go. As chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, how does this whole subpoena thing work?
Well, we can issue subpoenas. We've done several. I think maybe more than, not that we're trying to, set some record or anything, but more than I think the rest of the Congress combined. So yeah, there's certain folks we want to talk to get to the facts, because we actually think, unfortunately, way too much of the government has been targeting the very people it's supposed to serve. And so we're wanting to get to the bottom of that and then get all the facts on the table. That's how you stop it. But more importantly, pass legislation that would help remedy the situation. So that's what we're looking to do with the committee.
So we have a theme here: protecting America now. If you had to pick a theme as you start this important tenure at the House Judiciary Committee, what's that theme?
Protect the First Amendment. I mean, without a doubt. You think about, I would argue the most important thing we have is the liberties we enjoy under the First Amendment. Every single one of them, and we may have talked about this before, but every single one of them has been assaulted by the government in the last 2 years. You have 5 rights under the First Amendment: your right to practice your faith, your right to assemble, your right to petition the government, freedom of press, freedom of speech. Everyone's been attacked. You think about, there were places in America over the last few years where you couldn't go to church on Sunday because some Democrat governor, Democrat mayor said, no, you can't do it. I always tell this story. I spoke to the New Mexico Republican Party in Amarillo, Texas, a couple years ago, because their Democrat governor wouldn't let them get together, wouldn't let them assemble in their own darn state. They had to go to Texas to get freedom. And of course, Pelosi kept your capital that you pay for, where you get to go to petition your member of Congress to redress your grievances. She kept it closed. You talk about tackling the First Amendment, and on and on we can go. But the most important liberty you have, in my judgment, is your right to talk. Because if you can't speak, you can't practice your faith, you can't share your faith, you can't petition your government, you don't really have freedom of press. I mean, that's the most important one, and that's the one they go after.
So,
and we've all experienced that. The way the left operates, if you don't agree with them, they're gonna come after you. They're gonna call you a fascist or racist. They're not gonna let you. That's the cancel culture mob, and we've all had to live through some of the crazy things the left does. But that's the most important thing, and this committee, the Judiciary Committee, is supposed to be the committee that protects the Constitution and the liberties we enjoy under the Constitution and in the Bill of Rights. So that, to me, is the most important thing.
So I want to ask you a couple questions on the First Amendment. One very important one. The press loves to give itself awards, Pulitzer prizes, prizes at the correspondence dinner. Sometimes it comes with a statue and some prize money and a lot of acclaim by their peers. And by the way, good journalists should be rewarded because they're a rare thing. There were some people at the New York Times and the Washington Post and other places that got Pulitzer prizes for covering this lie called Russian collusion. Do you think they should give those awards back? Are they worthy of a subpoena?
Yeah, it's just the way it works today. Someone will, tell a lie, the press will report the lie, big tech will amplify the lie. When you try to tell the truth, they call you racist, they call you fascist. I mean, the President of the United States stood in front of Independence Hall and called half the country fascist. So that's how they operate, and they give themselves awards when they follow that template. But the facts have a way of coming out, and the truth has a way of getting public. You know, you talked about this. You talked about the Russia related to the attack on President Trump and the whole Mueller thing, but you think about this lie about the laptop being a Russian hack.
Are you talking about the laptop from hell?
Yeah, the hack and leak operation. I mean, the now famous line from that letter that 51 former Intel officials signed, famous line which says the Biden laptop story has all the earmarks of a Russian information operation. And what I've said is no, the information operation was run on us by our government, and it's frightening to understand what happened there, because that was true, and the FBI, I think, frankly, knew it at the time, and yet they allowed this and I think fostered and promoted this false narrative literally just days and weeks before the most important election we have, which is election of President of the United States. So, yeah, but they still give themselves awards for giving. That's
the kind of collusion we actually need to get to the bottom of, right? And I see KT McFarland here. KT, would you stand up? KT was a victim. KT was a victim of the weaponization from our government against people who honorably serve, and they try to destroy you, they try to bankrupt you. KT, you're a survivor. Thank you for surviving all that and serving your country. Anybody here believe in God? By the way, in America, you're allowed to believe in God or not believe in God, and this is the great thing about our freedoms. You talk about the weaponization of our government. It's ours. You pay for it. Do you realize that? You pay for all of it. You're the boss. They're not the boss of you. They shouldn't be spying on you. They shouldn't be undermining you. There was a memo leaked from one of the field offices of the FBI that is the smoking gun on trying to go after Catholics who are radical in their beliefs. Radical is the FBI's word, because they're zealously supporting the right to life of the unborn child. And they thought the overturning of Roe v. Wade was a wonderful moment, as you agree and I agree, that was a wonderful moment of the Supreme Court going back to constitutional order. Why is the FBI going after people of faith because they think going to church is radical?
Yeah, it's the Richmond field office, the memorandum on if you're a traditional Catholic that somehow you're a domestic extremist, which was just scary. How many watched? You made me think of this. How many watched the State of the Union a few weeks ago?
It was tough.
The best. I get it. I was there. I always say it's the closest thing to pageantry we have in America is the State of the Union address. So I always go. But I thought the best line wasn't from President Biden. The best line was from the response from Governor Huckabee Sanders when she said, the divide in America today is normal versus crazy, right? And there's so much, crazy is thinking that boys should compete against girls in sports. Crazy is thinking you defund the police. Crazy is thinking that you let non-citizens vote, which D.C. just passed. Crazy is this. You remember this moment in a hearing. My colleague and friend Dan Bishop from North Carolina, good lawyer on.
We like him, and he's going to be here.
Yeah, he's a good man. And he said in the hearing, the Democrat witness, he actually asked the Democrat witness, he said, "Can men get pregnant?" And the Democrat witness, she said, "Yes." And the best part of the video, if you watch it, was Dan's response. He kind of went, "Okay," That's crazy. Crazy is letting what is a Chinese spy balloon come clear across the country for a week and then shooting it down, versus the ones that we didn't know what they were, to shoot them down. So you could keep going on and on. And crazy is when you have an FBI that says people who practice their faith are somehow extremists, when we have the First Amendment, which is supposed to protect, and that is the first liberty mentioned in the very First Amendment. So yeah, this is frightening stuff, and it's why we have to, I think, get the facts on the table, as I said before, and then pass legislation. Here's one piece of legislation I think makes sense. I would bet every one of those 51 former Intel officials who signed that letter, that now famous letter, I would bet every one of them still has a security clearance. Why? I think it's for their personal benefit. I think that's something that has value, and frankly, they probably make money off the idea that they can get information, and many of them are contributors on various TV networks. So why should they have a security clearance? That's maybe one of the things we propose as legislation to help remedy some of the problems.
So I don't want to slur this powerful person, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, but you're considered a conspiracy theorist if you say there's no Russian collusion. Donald Trump didn't make billions of dollars in Russia. That's a lie. You get called a conspiracy theorist because all the head of the IC agencies come out and say, oh, no, there's truth here. Same thing on the laptop from hell. Oh, no, this is Russian disinformation. At what point do the left-leaning, leftist media, which is apt to attack each one of you every single day, but more important than that, they're feeding you lies. Where do you find the truth in all this? If you're called a conspiracy theorist, when you can see what's clearly true to be true, you turn on your television set, you read the New York Times or the Washington Post, and you're told that it's a lie, that it's a conspiracy theory. How can you have a democracy in this situation? Well, I see Sean Spicer. Sean, I know we can turn on to your show, okay? Yeah. I got that for sure, okay?
Good to see you.
5 o'clock, I got it, okay.
I think the truth has a way of always eventually getting out there. We've seen that this week. The Department of Energy just told us, oh, by the way, it wasn't a bat to a pangolin to a hippopotamus to Joe Rogan. It was actually started in a lab, right? So, and yet last night in the Senate, unanimous, I think the bill passed unanimously, Senator Hawley's bill, which said, we want to know all the information you have, government, on how the classified, we want to know that information, how this, what was going on, and how this thing actually started in a lab. Which, by the way, why did they lie to us about the origin of the virus? Why did they lie to us about gain-of-function research? And why did they lie to us about natural immunity? I mean, think about it. Like, I remember I asked Dr. Birx this question. I said...
you're supposed to stay 6 feet away from me. I don't know what you're doing there.
I said, this is like a year ago to hearing. Dr. Birx was in the, you remember her, she was the lady with the scarves, right? So I asked her a question in this hearing. I said, Dr. Birx, when the Biden administration told us that the vaccinated couldn't get the virus, were they guessing or lying? I mean, like, either one, our government's supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people. So tell we the people the truth. We're big boys and girls. We're Americans.
That's right.
Tell us the truth. Why so many lies, whether it's the Russia stuff and President Trump, whether it's you think about with the virus, almost every single thing they told us turned out not to be true.
That's right.
Said it wasn't our tax dollars used in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Yes, it was. They said it wasn't gain-of-function research. Sure looks like it was. They said it didn't start in the lab. Sure looks like it did. Even the Department of Energy and the FBI say that. Right? They said the vaccinated couldn't get it. The vaccinated couldn't transmit it. There was no such thing as natural immunity. There's 7 lies right there. Just tell us the truth. And then the same thing, again, but the truth in the end will win in spite of what the left and the mainstream press and big tech how they try to massage it and change it. The truth wins out in the end.
So I had a wise old man tell me one time he gets up every morning and he reads 2 things. He reads the Washington Post and he reads the Bible to get both sides of the story.
Yeah, exactly.
If you flip a coin, we all did. I didn't do very good. My daughter, by the way, is here from college, and it brings me back to taking statistics in college. By the way, I didn't do that well. But if you flip a coin, you got obviously 50% chance heads, 50% tails. So if they're always wrong about the big things, the media, the mainstream media, this leftist media, if they're wrong about all the big things all the time, you'd be better off flipping a coin. There has to be some intent to this. You can't just always get it wrong and then get an award.
Yeah, no, it's the template. The left tells the lie, as I said before. Big media reports it, big tech amplifies it. You try to tell the truth, they call you names. But in the end, if you persevere, the truth will come out. And the one thing I say all the time is that the only thing we get wrong about these, I remember with the whole Trump-Russia thing, and initially there was a handful of us in Congress and there were a handful of journalists who were saying this thing makes no sense. What they're accusing President Trump of, and the fact that the dossier and all this makes no sense. And the one thing that we learn always in these things is the only thing we get wrong is it's always worse than we thought. Yeah. And that's kind of even, I guess, more frightening in some ways. But if you just stick to it, keep presenting the facts. In the end, it prevails. And the American people we've got all these folks here, support the conservative principle, make our country the best. The American people figure it out. And I love the fact that our government it's about we the people. And we the people tend to get it right.
Okay, so a couple of really important topics to go through. We have the laptop from hell, which also leads to amazing corruption that's occurred around the president's son and his business practices. And then you have the fact that, we've told by our own government that there's nothing to see here. Then you have this, is this the most incompetent cabinet group that we've ever seen? I mean, whenever there's a problem, they don't rush to the problem. They run away from the problem. This impeachment word, which we all hate because it's always used, it seems like, against our side. The House has a lot of power. The Senate has power when it comes to these questions. How do you handle all the wrongdoing within this context of, for instance, Secretary of Department of Homeland Security and this open border and 5 million illegals? How do we make it stop?
Well, we were down there last week. In Yuma, Arizona, saw firsthand how serious this is. We've been to the border several times in Texas. So the biggest problem is, as I think, as everyone in this place knows, is what's happening to our border. What's happening. To the greatest country ever. So if you're coming, the person knows we won't have to wait in Mexico. There's no wall to get over. And oh, by the way, when we get in, we're not going to get deported. Well, Shazam, everyone's going to come, right? But he made that decision on day one. What we tried to do last week was show why it matters. We know how it happened. We know how to fix it. You got to enforce the law and put back in place those policies that were working in the previous administration. But why it matters is that's what we heard from last week. And maybe the best witness we had was the hospital administrator in Yuma, who said there are been multiple times where American families right there in the Yuma area couldn't go to the hospital, to the maternity ward to deliver children because there were so many migrants. And God bless you, we're going to help them. They're going to deliver kids. Obviously the hospital is going to help them, but they had to go to Phoenix or San Francisco or San Diego, excuse me. And that's all coming to the country, the rest of the country.
So is this idea, some of your colleagues are saying we should impeach Mayorkas?
Many are saying that. What I've said is, look, that's a decision that the entire conference has to make with Speaker McCarthy and the whole team. Does he warrant? Is it warranted? Certainly.
Can I ask you all, what do you think? Impeach Mayorkas?
Yeah. So we plan on passing legislation to in the next 4 or 5 weeks out of the committee that we think, if implemented, and again, that's the fundamental problem, if implemented would fix the situation, but I just don't think this administration is going to do it.
When we had this battle to see who the next speaker was going to be, one of the pleasant parts of that, despite the mainstream media getting it wrong, sometimes you have family squabbles, and sometimes something good comes out of it.
Yep.
All those images, by the way, I only watch C-SPAN. I try not to watch too much other stuff. But the images you could see coming out of the floor was some, pretty far on the left members working with some people pretty far on the conservative side in our conference, and they started coming together and talking because they had a shared commonality in the fact that anybody in leadership, Nancy Pelosi did amazingly things in leadership that no one's done to try to stop free speech in the House of Representatives. They had a commonality of, hey, what's so wrong about having amendments and people being able to offer things? Do you see that as an outgrowth of what happened with that?
I do. I think there's some positive there. There's in the history of our great country.
Come on, say something nice about Sheila Jackson Lee. There's got to be something.
Yeah, I always say in the history of our country, only about 12,000 individuals have had the opportunity to serve in the United States Congress. Yeah. And it is truly a privilege. And I think members take it that way. And when they're, as a member representing the folks back home, the approximately 800,000, they want to make sure they have an opportunity to offer amendments to be engaged in the debate and function the way the founders envisioned particularly our House of Representatives, how it was supposed to function. So some of the rule changes that we got in place through that struggle, I think are pretty positive.
Yeah, I feel actually very positive that the pain of the situation to get to Kevin McCarthy as Speaker has set us up to be much more successful as a conference. It's honest, and it's been public. But yet there's also responsibility. You talk about the thousands of people who have served in the House. Should you be allowed to use your chairmanship to just say and do anything and purport these lies? Adam Schiff said over and over again on national TV, on the floor of the House of Representatives, in different hearings, that he knew of proof of Russian collusion. And he continued with this effort to hobble Donald Trump's presidency and to make false claims. At what point is there a responsibility of a new House majority to make sure that kind of stuff never happens again?
Well, we're gonna focus on facts and truth. You're right. I think many of the things that the Democrats said about President Trump and they did say about
to say that you have proof of Russian collusion, you'd have to be lying.
Yeah, it was just not accurate. So we're gonna work hard to make sure we don't do that, and we have the facts to back it up. But again, I point this out. In spite of all that, think about what President Trump got accomplished.
Amazing. Yeah.
I mean, the idea that they attacked him so much. I may have told this story here last year, but early in the administration, I remember Mark Meadows and I were in the West Wing there, early in President Trump's administration. I think we remember in Jared's office or some office, and they had a big whiteboard on the wall. You've seen the same.
I know his office. That was Steve Bannon's office.
Maybe it was. Yeah. So a big whiteboard on the wall, and they had literally listed every single promise that President Trump had made to the American people in the.
And the problem with Trump is it was a really long list.
It was, but they were checking them off. As he, cutting taxes, reducing regulations, getting out of the Iran deal, getting out of the Paris Climate Accords, conservatives on the court. You just go down the list, building a wall. That's how you're supposed to govern. So in spite of everything they did to him, he got things done because he focused on doing what he said he would do and sticking to the Constitution and doing things the way you're supposed to in our country. That's the attitude I think we have in the House. Under Speaker McCarthy's leadership. And that's the attitude we have to bring to bear, because if we don't have that attitude, as mean and tough as the left is, we're not going to make it. We've got to have that attitude if we're going to take on the left and what they're trying to do in the country.
One final question, because we're over our time, and I've seen you control the time on your committee. You're pretty rigid, by the way. You make people talk fast. This whole idea of big tech, censoring us, shadow banning us. Basically, I know it's a legal argument, but the American people believe that that's an abridgment of their First Amendment rights, even if a lawyer will say, well, give you some kind of out clause on that. What are you going to do as the chairman to make sure the disgusting tracking the American people, intimidating the American people, these platforms are pushing woke? What are you going to do to stop it?
Well, Jonathan Turley used the term censorship by surrogate because you had the government, you had the FBI agent Elvis Chan sending emails to the big tech companies, Twitter, Facebook, and Google, to the big tech companies saying, we think these accounts, these tweets violate your terms of service. That's crazy, right? That was going on. And then Twitter would take down those accounts or use their term visibility filtering. They'd shadow ban and do things to these tweets. And so, yeah, this is wrong. We're working with Energy and Commerce. You have to look at Section 230, transparency, all that stuff.
Section 230, let them get sued when they do these
all these things have to be examined, and in legislation, the legislation will probably come out of Energy and Commerce. But yeah, we got to do that. We got to do, because I think it's the right term. Censorship by surrogate. The government pressuring, priming these social media companies to shape and mold the message.
morning. And I'm wondering, do we have any gun-toting, Bible-clinging, patriotic Americans in the room today? I kind of figured that might be the case. You know, I want to say something before we get our panel discussion underway. I've been thinking about Comatose Joe. And I think that Joe Biden would make a better president of Ukraine. Right? Just think about this. Joe Biden is paving their roads. He's providing pension money. He's giving them, what, about $250 million a year and securing their sovereign border. Meanwhile, the real president of the United States was in East Palestine, Ohio, greeting first responders and giving out quarter pounders with cheese. No doubt freedom is under attack. And today we are honored to have two brave American patriots with us from the House Freedom Caucus. And gentlemen, we want to say thank you for the great work you're doing. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, Congressman Perry, I want to start with you. We talk a lot about Joe Biden's failures in the White House, but I think you have a different take on that.
Well, I think that we oftentimes as conservatives, as Republicans, as just citizens, see them as failures, but I think we need to understand and view it differently. They are successes to them because their goal is actually the globalization of the United States of America, destruction of our sovereignty, and so this is all intentional. The things that you see happening are not necessarily incompetence, maybe in the president himself because he's got his own issues, but the people around him. This is all by design. This is on purpose. This is intentional. This is planned. They are not failures to them. So we need to view it differently, and we need to understand we're not only in a philosophical battle, but we're also in a spiritual battle for the soul of our country and to save this republic. And that's how we need to approach it.
Now, Congressman Norman, that would make sense. I mean, with all the chaos that we're seeing in the culture right now coming out of Washington, D.C., the attacks on the family, the attacks on victims of crime, where now we're looking at criminals now becoming the victims thanks to a lot of these far-left district attorneys out there.
Well, it is, Todd. And first of all, it's an honor to be up here with General Perry. But it's such an honor to look out and to see everybody here. You're not sitting at home. You could be anywhere. You're at CPAC. You're willing to take action. And it couldn't come at a better time. I will tell you, the country's in trouble. What's happened in the last 2 years has been, as Scott said, it's evil. What we're seeing, if you were in our position, is flat out evil. It's an attack on our democracy. It's an attack on our children. And it's an attack, pure and simple, on freedom. That's why it's so important to be engaged. That's why it's so important to say, we're not taking it. We're not going to be silenced. And Todd, the left knows no bounds. They are taking it to us. It's a new day now with what's happened in Congress. We're willing to fight the fight. We're willing to get involved. We really don't care what the press says.
I like to hear that. And I think that was illustrated with the decision over who was going to be the next Speaker of the House. And you guys were taking bullets from everybody, but you stood your ground. And Congressman Perry, how are we doing right now? So far, so good?
Well, so far, so good. As an Army aviator, we know that when we're taking flak, that means we're over the target. And look, we were just not going to allow the status quo to continue. We were just simply not going to allow it. Our leadership expected us to come in and generally take Speaker Pelosi's rules and continue to run the House of Representatives that way. We went early on. Folks like me and Congressman Norman went early in the summer and said to the leader at the time, we said, look, we're going to win the majority, we think. But we cannot keep running this place the same way. The status quo is not going to work, and we need different outcomes for the American people. And quite honestly, they patted us on the head and sent us out the door, and we just kept going back with a smile on our face, and no one wanted to talk to us. You know when they wanted to talk to us? I think it was about November 9th, the day after the election, and that big majority they were supposed to get was very narrow. And you know what they needed? They needed Mr. Norman's vote for Speaker. They needed Perry's vote for Speaker. And we said, well, why don't we talk about some things? And so far, so good, Todd. But look, liberty requires eternal vigilance. And so Ralph and I have committed ourselves to stay in the fight. We don't comport ourselves every day for re-election. We comport ourselves every single day to save the republic. And that's what's important.
Congressman Norman and then Congressman McCray, I just want you to jump in after his remarks here. We have seen the weaponization of the federal government. This started under Barack Hussein Obama when they sent the IRS after people like Billy Graham and pro-life leaders and the Tea Party. And now we're seeing once again the weaponization again of the federal government going after pro-lifers and conservatives. How big of an issue is this, and what are you guys doing in the Freedom Caucus to push back?
Well, it's a huge issue. I mean, and they're serious about this. When you have Merrick Garland, he was on the stand yesterday. Some of the things he says are just lies. He's a hypocrite. Same thing with Mayorkas on the border. And they're serious. Every agency of government. COVID, Jerry, the work you've done, and we're not taking no financial, but we've got to take it a lot more than that. We can subpoena, we can get people under oath. They've got to have consequences when they mistake the truth. So no more Hillary Clinton's getting away. No more, just being able to lie with impunity and act like it's the truth. And it couldn't come quick enough. We have got our work cut out for us, but we're up to it with people like Scott and the 20 of us that are not going anywhere. And we've got the votes now to stop anything. 218 has got to go through us. And it's going to be fun to see, and it'll be a gnashing of the teeth, and it's a blood sport.
Todd, can I weigh in here?
Sure.
So I'm from Pennsylvania. If you watched a guy named Mark Houck, a wonderful father, a guy that a street side evangelist protesting at an abortion clinic, counseling folks as they go to the clinic, was arrested by the FBI. 20 or so armed agents, long rifles, the riot shields, all that stuff show up at his house in the early hours of the morning. He's got 7 children and his wife sleeping in there, banging on the door. The gentleman said, and his attorney said, look, if you want us, we'll come down and we'll turn ourselves in if that's what it's going to be. But they want this show of force, right? They want this show of force. What average citizens need to just at some point be willing to acknowledge and accept that every single facet of the federal government is weaponized against every single one of us. And if there's nothing else that we need to be fighting for is our sovereignty, our national sovereignty, our state sovereignty, and our personal sovereignty. The government doesn't have the right to tell you that you can't buy a gas stove, but that you must buy an electric vehicle, that you can't go to work, but you must put some experimental potion in your arm and then keep showing up to do that, to visit your church or worship. Our personal sovereignty is what this nation was built on, and it's the foundation. It is under assault by every single facet of the government, and as Ralph has said, we are going to create a firestorm. Look, if it's up to me, there's going to be a firestorm. These leftists, these Marxists that have prevailed upon the American people and used the awesome power of the federal government to cow us into fear in our homes, they've got to be put on notice. They've got to be quaking in fear. They've got to be worried. They've got to be losing weight because they're not eating, because they're worried that they're going to end up going to jail for using the awesome power of the federal government. And if they're not interested in showing up in Mr. Jordan's hearing, you know what? I'm in charge now on the Transportation Committee of Federal Leases. Isn't that something? I wonder whose leases might be coming. Well, we're taking a look at the list. It's going to be awesome when they go from a big building to about, that space on the square there, Todd. That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
I love it.
Like we got a fight on every corner, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's the thing, Congressman Norman, it's fighting and knowing how to fight. And one of the things I really admired about former President Trump is that he taught Republicans, you can fight, and it's okay to fight back, especially against the mainstream media.
Well, look at what he did in 4 years, what Donald Trump did in the face of adversity at every level. The headwinds he faced, he was successful. Look what he did on the Supreme Court. Look what he did with Israel. Look what he did with cutting regulations. The man was unbelievable. And the thing, when I saw the raid at Mar-a-Lago, the cameras, the FBI, and compare that to when they found Biden's, all of the documents he had. Where was the media? Where was the FBI? They kept it quiet early on, didn't let it out. The job of the next president is going to be getting rid of the insiders that are undermining this government. And you've got a clean house. You cannot continue with those around him that are supposedly your friends. And it's at all levels, to be honest with you. That's where y'all come in. The fact that, when I was and I'm a developer by trade, but before I got in politics, I didn't know how two people affected the politicians. On the other side, y'all scare them to death. When you go to that school board meeting, get 3 or 4 people and question them. When you go to that city council meeting, that's the value y'all bring. And don't think it doesn't have a ripple effect at all levels of government. And how you take it from here empowers us to do the right thing. And we got more opportunity now than I've ever seen.
Guys, I want to talk about the border. Back in the day, they used to call people from one country coming across the border of another country without that country's invitation. That was called an invasion. They used to fight something called wars over that. And I know that just recently, Republicans holding hearings down on the border, Democrats boycotted. What are we facing now at the border? Let's just cut right to the chase. How bad is it down there?
Well, the cartels are running the border. The cartels have operational control of the United States-Mexico border, and you don't come across the border unless you go through the cartels. So it doesn't matter who you're paying. Some pay, obviously everybody pays money, but some, whether they pay at that time or they come into the United States and then have their families dispersed back to the cartels. Of course, some are mules. They're bringing in fentanyl. The border is being rushed over here with people being brought in illegally to draw the attention of the Border Patrol, who's not sent there to stop them. They're sent there to greet them. Meanwhile, over on this side of the border where there isn't anybody, they're running this fentanyl in that's killing 100,000 Americans, over 100,000 Americans a year. That's a staggering number. Understand, in 10 years of the Vietnam War, we lost 55,000, right? So 100,000 in 1 year from fentanyl. The crime that comes with it, and of course the imposition of these folks that are destitute, and we all want to help, but you see the inflation numbers, and you see the own economy that you have to deal with is all caused by a wide open border, and it's a breach of state sovereignty, of our national sovereignty. If we don't have a border, we don't have a country, and the president will tell you, Mayorkas, Secretary Mayorkas will say, we're doing all we can. It's a flat-out lie. If you look at the numbers, Todd, if you look at the numbers, when President Trump left office, the numbers doubled.
It is. But look, you know, the issue that all of us face, you impeach Biden for mental, you know, mentally he's not here, but look who you get, the giggler. Who wants her? And on the balloon.
You call her the giggler?
The giggler,
The
yeah.
giggler.
Yeah, she laughs at everything. But the problem that we've got, and we interviewed General Kellogg, who is, you see him on Fox all the time. He's a no-nonsense general. He, first of all, said Milley should have been fired a long time ago, and he was a traitor. But he said, but get this, look where they shot it down. He brought this up. He said, you know, over Alaska, over Montana, the only thing you might hit is a deer or an antelope. But he said the fallacy of putting it down, of shooting it down over the ocean, salt water and electronics don't go together. And getting it at the bottom of the sea, that was all planned. I mean, how much intelligence can they gather under salt water, under the sea, and the cost of that? So none of it makes sense. And I'm in South Carolina. Duke Power is like 15 minutes from my house. Guess where the balloon was over? Duke Power. Guess where Shaw Air Force Base is in Sumter? Guess where the balloon was over? I mean, it's the seriousness of it. The EMP attacks on our electrical system, electromagnetic pulse, to shut that down, folks, that's a serious issue. This administration is clueless. I've been to the briefings that Congressman Perry has been to. Really, I didn't see anything. They're just out of touch. And the only way you change policies, change people.
Todd, let's talk about impeachment a little bit. Republicans look at the impeachment requirements and they say high crimes and misdemeanors, and they read it literally and say, what high crime has the president, War Secretary Mayorkas, or some judge committed? And the Democrats don't look at it that way, because you're not really having a criminal trial. It's a political trial. That's what it is. And so I think Republicans, again, need to acknowledge the enemy that we face, unfortunately, the Marxists in our country, and we're going to have to get right with the circumstance that we're going to have to use all the tools that we have in our tool belt. We have Republicans that just say, well, show me in the criminal code what crime or misdemeanor that this person committed. Well, show me in the criminal code which crime or misdemeanor President Trump committed. It didn't stop them from dragging that guy through the country across the coals for absolutely. Not only was there no crime, they made everything up. They're the ones that should be on trial. We need to get in the fight, ladies and gentlemen.
Folks, aren't you glad we've got the House Freedom Caucus on the fight? I mean, this is what it's all about here. I want to go back, though, Congressman, to something you said when we started this conversation. You believed that these were not failures of the Biden administration. These were intentional. You mentioned Marxism a lot. And I'm wondering, what is the end game here? Because we're seeing a lot of chaos in the culture. We're seeing a lot of unrest in our major American cities. Memphis, where we're based, the deadliest city in America. What is the end game with this administration?
To me, the model is, it's Marxism, it's socialism, it's control over your lives. If you just take a look at some of the recent events, they essentially crashed the healthcare system so government could take it over, and government has taken it over, right? You look at law enforcement, they're trying to crash that. They want federal police. They want more and more control, and so there's a model by which they do this, and they look at every single system that's important in your life, every traditional role that citizens play, that government has played. It's all under assault, Todd, because that's the model that they use. And they've done the long march through the institutions. They're doing the long march, or they're essentially completed the long march through the boardrooms now. So your investments, you're investing in ESG, whether you like it or not. And you can't, if you want to own a gun store and get financing, you can't. If you want to be a wildcatter drilling a rig, or with a drilling rig, drilling and prospecting for oil and gas, you cannot, because you can't get financing. This is the theme that's going to just reverberate through our economy, through our country, through our culture, through the education system. They crashed that, and they took it over. And, and they started at the higher level, but now you've got, right here in Loudoun County, you got Scott Smith. His daughter was sexually assaulted. He goes to the school board to see what the heck's going on and demand some resolution to it. I'm going to just tell you, I got 2 daughters. I'm not going to be as calm as Scott Smith. If something like that happens to my kids, I'm just going to tell you. They arrest him. They arrest him. Yeah. This is their goal.
Congressman, and Norman, we're going to start with you, and I'll give you the last word, Congressman Perry, as we wrap up our time here. You've got some red-blooded American patriots here. They put Red Bull on the Fruit Loops this morning. They came, and they want to know, what do we do? How do we get engaged? How do we fight? What do you tell this great group?
First of all, everybody here has got a talent. And, you know, you don't realize the power that you have and how one or two people can make a difference. And I would say, you know, if you're inclined to run for office, do what we do, run for office. But if your inclination is, if you got small children, as Scott said, they're taking our children over. Our children are not safe. What's happening to them in the educational system is evil. And so get involved with who goes on the school board. Get involved with who goes on the city council.
Our personal sovereignty. We are done with the government at all levels telling us what we can do with our bodies and our lives, and we got to fight for it. That's what the Freedom Caucus is going to do. Thank you for being in the fight with us.
And ladies and gentlemen, please thank our good friends, Congressman Ralph Norman and Congressman Scott Perry.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And now we have some important breaking news. Are you tired of the control big tech has over your digital life? It seems like there's no end to big tech's dominance. Well, there is a company called Liberation, and their mission is to liberate your digital world.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for No Chinese Balloons Above Tennessee. Please welcome, from Tennessee, Senator Marsha Blackburn, and host of the Sarah Carter Show, Sarah Carter.
So great to see everyone here, and it's so great to see a packed house, too.
Yes,
Senator,
indeed.
thank you so much.
And
Okay.
two powerful women who know how to define the word woman.
Yeah, I feel
And
very...
neither of us are biologists. Imagine that.
And neither of us are biologists. We're
Yeah.
okay. We're okay with that. I do want to clarify the title, though, of this panel, of this Q&A with Senator Blackburn. We want to clarify it because we're going to be talking about human trafficking, the cartels, and beyond the Chinese balloon, because it's far bigger than what I think we're hearing about in the news,
Yes.
and much more important than most Americans realize. We had the privilege, Senator, of being on the border together
Yes.
about a little more than a month ago when we were with Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith as well and Senator Britt from Alabama. This was part of a codel that you had planned and put together to get to the truth. And before we get to China, I think we need to talk about the border and our national security. I guess I want to start with, what was your perception with this border trip? Because for the first time, I think, we had a victim who survived human trafficking. She had come in from Mexico. You had met an advocate, a former congressional representative from the state of Mexico, Rosie Orozco, and ranchers in the valley that have been overwhelmed with the amount of people that have been traversing their land and coming into this country illegally.
Yes, and I've been to the border several times and have continued to work to make certain that we secure that southern border. And I thought, it would be great to go down and focus on the humanitarian crisis at that border, because the people that are buying the lie of the cartels are coming not from one or two countries, but from 176 different countries across that southern border into our country. They have been physically, mentally, emotionally, sexually, and drug abused when they get here. And to talk with these victims of human trafficking and drug trafficking and see the connection that is there between the Chinese Communist Party, the cartels that are in charge of that Mexico side of our southern border, and the way they are using human beings and drugs. Human trafficking has grown from being a $500 million a year business in 2018 to a $13 billion a year business in 2022. And because of that, we wanted to look at the crisis of those that are coming in and the crisis that is being caused in our country with people that are being poisoned. Our children are being poisoned by fentanyl that is coming across this border. We had 69,000 people die of fentanyl death last year. It is the biggest killer of people 18 to 45 and is the fastest growing killer of children under 18. So focusing on the humanitarian side is so imperative.
I think so too, and I think one of the things that was so incredible when we were down at the border, and I wish I could take each and every one of you with me,
I do too.
so that you could see it for yourself, so that you could feel it and what is happening to these children. Let me begin, and I know that the senator saw this, and I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about that. Every day, I get pictures from Texas Department of Public Safety of another child that they've either found in the back of a trunk, on the floorboard of a car, hidden in a truck. Children as young as 2 and 3, some girls 7, some teenagers that are being brought into the country, not like you see on the news, not walking in and turning themselves in and with their families, not part of a guardian or anything like that. Children that are being brought into our country in droves to be sold to the worst of mankind, to the worst people that you can imagine. Shouldn't this be a bipartisan issue, shouldn't it be a no-brainer?
Yes.
Right? Shouldn't it be a no-brainer to save these children? And I know this is why you did this, Senator, and I know you, and I know where your heart is, and I've seen the tears in your eyes when you've seen these children and when you've gone down there and seen the people.
Right.
Why is it that you can't get the legislation to move forward on these issues?
You know, it is astounding to us that we cannot get bipartisan support on securing that border. Let me tell you something. There is nothing compassionate about Joe Biden's open border policy. Nothing compassionate about this. When you talk to these survivors that have been raped thousands of times, and you're going to hear more about this tomorrow, but just the way that they have been raped, when you talk to them about the drugs, the fentanyl, the precursor chemicals are coming in from China.
Right.
And there are Chinese chemists who are making fentanyl in Mexico, and the cartels are pushing this across our border. When you talk to these that are ending up in our country, that have been sex trafficked, that have been sold into modern-day slavery, we should be able to stop this. Now, I've had two pieces of legislation. One would require people who come to the border with the child in tow and they don't have documentation to say, this is my child, they would have to take a DNA test to prove that they are the parent of that child. I have not been able to get Democrat support for that. The second is one that Senators Hyde-Smith, Britt, and I did after we returned from our border trip that says, if you are a trafficker and you live in government housing or get government benefits, the day you are arrested, those benefits stop. There is no trafficker that should be getting government benefits. So we are pushing those pieces of legislation and pushing for bipartisan support. How many of you think Democrats should support this?
100%.
We do too.
You brought up a very good point, a couple of points, and I'm going to move straight into China in a minute and those connections and why this is beyond the balloon. And why the spy balloon, of course, is very important. That's something that I think China purposefully, this is my opinion, and I think an assessment of other intelligence agencies and intelligence officers that work for the United States, I believe that China wanted us to see that balloon. I believe that China purposefully lowered that balloon so that we would know that they were there, so they could stick it in our face because they understand how weak the Biden administration actually is. And I want to talk a little bit about that because I believe there is a proxy war the Chinese have against our nation when it comes to drugs and utilizing the drug cartels as an entry point in the United States to target our American citizens and our children. Will anyone stand up to this? Will anyone speak out on this? And I agree with you. Every Democrat should be on board in passing this legislation. And Senator, you saw it with your own eyes. You see it when you walk through cities. I was in San Antonio. There was a young man standing in front of the airport like a zombie. This was just this past week. I had to go get a police officer. He was hanging his head down. He couldn't speak. He was drooling on himself. He had been... You could see he was with fentanyl. He had fentanyl. He had injected himself. The police officer told me that man had been there for 2 hours. When I was in Philly, I saw hundreds of them in the streets, needles all over the place, children being guided by their moms through a bus stop around the needles. Why are we putting up with this? Why are our children becoming the victims?
Yes. And I think that is so important. Our children are the victims of this, and it is up to us to protect our precious children. It is up to us to protect these future generations. It is up to us to protect our freedom and our liberty that is going to let our children dream big dreams and make those dreams come true. And the way that you have these drugs, that partnership from China with the cartels coming in here, the way you see the Chinese Communist Party going after our children on social media and on TikTok.
Right.
And if your child or grandchild is on TikTok, you get them off of TikTok tonight. Because the Chinese Communist Party is building a virtual you of your child online. They've got their face, they've got their keystrokes, they've got their search history, and they are using artificial intelligence and machine learning to drive your child where they want that child to go. So please, please, for the sake of your child, get them off this social media.
One of the most, yes, absolutely, we should do that, absolutely. I think another area of importance, and one that we should be focused on, is the amount of land that has been purchased in the United States.
Yes.
Agricultural land, which is, by the way, a national security asset. We've seen over 200,000 acres of land purchase, and then that's just minimal. That doesn't include all the buildings and other infrastructure that the Chinese government has purchased in the United States. The fact that Huawei placed its 5G systems in our cellular towers in Montana, by the way, the same cellular towers are situated in an area where we have 150 nuclear ICBM silos. Right? Why? Why would our government allow that to happen? What can be done to stop this? I know there's legislation being enacted now, but this to me seems like a national security issue of the utmost importance, one that every single American should be aware of, and now we're only coming to hear about this.
Well, and I think that China spy balloon really was the tipping point in this discussion, because the Chinese Communist Party has been stealing our intellectual property. They have been spying on us, spying on our children. They have 350,000 acres of U.S. farmland under control of the Chinese Communist Party today. Now, I had legislation that would block the Chinese Communist Party from buying land adjacent to our military institutions, and we did not get one Democrat vote for that legislation. So, you know what? I'm pretty determined on this, and we are going to give our Democratic friends the opportunity to change their mind and support that legislation and protect our U.S. farmland, protect our food security, and protect our military institutions.
Absolutely, because beyond the Chinese spy balloon, right, which was actually, again, an assessment that they did that purposefully so that we would know, so that they could taunt us. The thing is if they own our farmland, there is a definite national security threat there. Both our food, we've talked to farmers, our agriculture, the seed that they can plant, the ownership near our institutions and our installations. Right. It seems incredible. I remember when I first told Sean Hannity about the story, he didn't believe me. Sean was like, really? We wouldn't allow them to buy land near our institutions or put, Huawei 5G around our ICBM. He couldn't believe it. Nobody could believe it. In fact, it took me like a week to prove that it was actually happening before I could get that story on the air. Yeah. So your question is, this was the tipping point. The balloon was, do you think that was like, as much as the Chinese tried to taunt us, do you think they woke up a sleeping giant when they did that?
I think that what the Chinese Communist Party does is look at Joe Biden. They see he does not respect our borders, so therefore they do not respect our borders. The Chinese Communist Party is intent on global domination by the time we get to the midpoint of this century. And they are not new at this game. As I said, they've been stealing our intellectual property. They are very invested in great power competition and building their military. They've carried out a genocide on the Uyghurs, persecution of the Tibetans and the Mongolians. They're taunting Taiwan every single day. They're taunting the Philippines. They are taunting the Pacific Island nations. They are coming in and moving into our homes with TikTok and some of these social media platforms and cryptocurrencies and the digital yuan. And what we have to say is we are the United States of America. We are the greatest military on the face of the earth. We value freedom, free people, free markets, and we will not let you take that freedom away.
I agree. I know we only have a little bit of time left. And I guess these are my two questions. We're coming up on 2024.
Yeah.
What is your worst fear if we don't address these issues, if we don't address these crises that we're facing from China, that we're facing in our own Western Hemisphere with our border and with our neighbors? And what can be done to ensure that that fear does not become a reality?
Well, first of all, we need everybody to be sure that all of their friends and family are registered to vote and that they go vote. We are not going to win if we don't get people to the polls. And we have to make certain that not only the U.S. House, but the U.S. Senate and the White House are going to be held by Republicans. And it is going to be, this is going to be a fight, and we have to show that we are going to fight to the finish, that we are going to defeat the Chinese Communist Party and their friends in the axis of evil, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, and that this country, our freedoms,
Ladies and gentlemen, no Dominus Vobiscum FBI. Please welcome, from Florida, Congresswoman Kat Cammack. From Wyoming, Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. And your host, Town Hall editor and Fox News contributor, Katie Pavlich.
What a great crowd on the first day to kick off CPAC 2023. This is my 13th or 14th CPAC, if you can imagine.
Don't tell anybody.
I mean, that's pretty amazing. So grateful to be back. Thank you for hosting us. I'm so grateful today to be joined by these stellar congresswomen, of course, Congresswoman Kat Cammack from the great state of Florida. And the woman who made Liz Cheney a former congresswoman, Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. So I got started in politics and media back when the IRS was targeting conservatives through the Tea Party movement in 2010. Fast forward to today, and we're facing the weaponization of government on steroids compared to that. So you both serve on the new subcommittee, House subcommittee for the weaponization on government. And I just want to start with, this is a big topic, lots of different areas the government is targeting its citizens, but I just want to get an overview from both of you about where you think we are with this issue and why you think that this select subcommittee was necessary. We'll start with you, Congressman Cammack.
When you look at what has happened, even just in the last few years, I mean, you could go back decades, but you look at what's happened in the last couple of years, you have the DOJ, the Department of Justice, calling parents that are concerned about what their kids are being taught, they're labeling them terrorists. You have an FBI that is now taking orders in the field offices from the central office, not based on facts, not based on investigation, but actually taking political marching orders. We are seeing it through the IRS, we're seeing it through the USDA. Every federal agency today is both literally being weaponized through the collection and housing of ammunition and ballistic materials, but also turning that counterterrorism effort that has been happening for years, they're turning it inward on Americans. It's wrong, it has to stop, because this is our government, not their government.
That's right. Sunshine is the best disinfectant, and the reality is that these agencies believe that they're now in charge. Yeah. It's something that I've been talking about for well over 20 years, that we're losing our constitutional foundation. We are a republic. We are a representative form of government. Kat and I, as congresswomen, are answerable to our constituents. We're answerable to the citizens of this country. This country is of, by, and for the people. And what has happened is that since the late 1930s, but especially since the Clinton administration, we have weaponized the federal government against the citizens of this country. We've stockpiled more and more power in Washington, D.C., and we've laundered more and more money through Washington, D.C., and it has now become probably the biggest business, really, in the United States is the federal government. And these agencies have decided that they're going to pick winners and losers. And right now, the conservatives and Republicans and parents are the targets of these folks, and we need to ferret it out. We need to expose it. We need to be passing laws to stop it, and we need to make sure that this nonsense never happens again.
So during the first subcommittee hearing that you held, you're going to have a number of them, you focused heavily on the First Amendment, the FBI, and the Department of Justice. People in this room are well informed. They have a good idea of what the FBI has been up to, but tell us a little bit about what you've seen behind the scenes about what the FBI is doing and the abuse of power that maybe people aren't quite aware of. Congressman Hagerman.
Well, we really did focus on the First Amendment because that's one of the ways in which we can hold our government accountable, and it's the way in which we expose what they've been doing. So what I focused on is that the FBI and the Department of Justice have been violating our First Amendment rights through surrogacy. So we found out through the Twitter files that they have been contacting Twitter and these social media companies and demanding that they pull down posts or that they ban certain people from being able to say things. Well, clearly under the First Amendment, neither of these agencies would be able to do that directly, so they're doing it through a third party. It's just as illegal, and that's why I asked Professor Turley about that during the course of the first hearing, is that illegal? And it absolutely is. And again, we need to hold not just these agencies accountable, but we need to hold the individuals accountable, because it's the agencies as well as the federal employees who are doing it. We need to start naming names. And we need to hold them accountable either by the losing their jobs or suing them.
Yeah. You know, it's always interesting to me in these hearings, and having been through quite a few of them collectively over the last couple of years, I think you find that you go into these with a game plan of what you want to talk about, but then there's always a witness that is presented from the other side. And in this case, in our very first hearing, it was unbelievable to me, the commentary that was coming from the Democrat witness. He kept saying, you get more with honey than vinegar. Mm-hmm. But then, as I'm sitting there with my game plan, I'm flipping through this guy's Twitter feed, and it is incredibly vitriolic. And he had, I think, 17 tweets up until that point. I'm sitting there at the dais counting how many bad things he said, all the horrible things he said about Justice Kavanaugh. And he's trying to present this, friendly fellow persona. And so when you go in with a game plan, sometimes you have to toss it out the window depending on what's being said. And that's the beauty of these hearings. And so I asked him, all of these times that you said that the FBI didn't do a good job vetting him, all the times that you criticized him, even go so far as to encourage people to harass this Supreme Court justice, was that honey or was that vinegar?
Mm-hmm. I noticed he didn't give you a straight answer on that one. He wanted to explain the context of his.
Yeah. Well, and then he kind of shuts down. He gets a little combative, and that's when you know you've got him, because you've hit the nerve. And Harriet is a remarkable attorney. She knows exactly where I'm going with this. So once you get them riled up, then you know that they have that soft underbelly to go after. Yeah. And so we started hammering on the fact that they have been completely political in their attempts to collude between big tech and government. And one of the key elements that we can hammer on is the Twitter files. We have got the emails from Dr. Fauci and Francis Collins, then director of NIH, saying that there needed to be a, quote, quick and devastating takedown of dissenting medical opinions. Interesting that Twitter executives then followed up 4 months later with that exact term, quick and devastating takedown of these dissenting opinions on Twitter when it came to COVID vaccine information. That is why we are so laser focused on this select subcommittee. The work cannot be more important. We've got to right the ship.
So the First Amendment obviously is a huge issue when it comes to the weaponization of government. We also saw the White House working with big tech to suppress and censor information that was counter to what their narrative was on the pandemic. But Attorney General Merrick Garland was on Capitol Hill yesterday in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and he was asked a lot of questions about the double standard between the prosecutions of pro-life Americans, the ginned-up charges that they've used against them to raid their homes with dozens of armed FBI agents in front of their children, versus dozens of crisis pregnancy centers which have been firebombed repeatedly, and the Justice Department hasn't prosecuted a single person for that. And the Attorney General's excuse was, well, when these pro-life activists get arrested, it's during the daytime and they are filmed, so it's easier for us to go after them. And when crisis pregnancy centers are attacked, it happens at night, so they're having a hard time figuring out who's doing that. It is absurd, but it is reality, and the Department of Justice claims that there's no double standard. So on the pro-life issue, and on just the general issue of equal application of the law and equal justice. What is your committee doing to address that issue?
You know, when you think about just what you said, and if anybody watched that, you'll notice that the Attorney General, he started speaking very slow because he was trying to run the clock out. Every single one of these senators and members of Congress, they have a small amount of time, sometimes 5 minutes, sometimes 10 minutes. And so the people that they're questioning, they're trying to run the clock out. That's by design because they don't want to answer. And so the point you make about the double standard, they'll send in a SWAT team when it is a conservative, when it is a woman who is in her 80s who is praying outside of a Planned Parenthood peacefully on the sidewalk, public territory, they'll send in a SWAT team for her. But when it comes to the firebombing and everything else, because it's done at night, has that ever been a defense that has worked? I'm sorry. Can you imagine going before a judge? I'm sorry, I threw a brick through the window, but it's okay because it was at night. What? Yeah. It's laughable.
Well, and I would say it's because they agree with a lot of the behavior that's
100%.
been going on when it comes to the aftermath of the Dobbs decision.
And I think we also need to be careful to not refer to it as a double standard. It's a violation of the Constitution and the Equal Protection Clause. Yeah. And the reason that I say that is because when you say it's a double standard, then the other side always, that's just whataboutism. You're just whining. It's not a double standard, it's the foundation of our government. Governments fail when you have an unequal justice system. When you treat one segment of society one way and another segment of society a different way, eventually you lose your ability to work together and to have a cohesive government and to have a cohesive society. So it's incredibly important that we challenge that it isn't just, well, why are you going after this, and it's not fair and you treat Donald Trump differently. Any 3-year-old knows that you should treat everybody the same. That's why we have an Equal Protection Clause in the 5th Amendment and the 14th Amendment. So we need to call these things out for really what they are. The Department of Justice is engaging in blatant politics in violation of the oath of office, again, that those people took. And we need to name names.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Excellent point. So when it comes to Congress, the old saying is that you have the purse strings, you allocate money. We learned through a Washington Examiner report that the State Department, there we go,
We just have to. We have to take power out of Washington, D.C. And we do that by following the 10th Amendment. We also have to make sure that people are able to exercise the other rights that they have. And Congress has got to take back its responsibility for legislating and make sure that these agencies are not doing it.
Absolutely. You know, we talk about the spending and how spending is really making us slaves to the government. But I come back to that fourth branch of government that is now in existence, the regulatory regime. And it is absolutely killing us. You cannot today fire a bureaucrat, but you can fire your Congress critter. You absolutely, and I said Congress critter, y'all can laugh, it's okay. We can make fun of ourselves.
I didn't hear that.
But you constantly see this turnover in Washington, D.C., and then you're like, why aren't things changing? It's because of the bureaucratic state. It's because of the regulatory regime. We have to be able to fire these bureaucrats. They are so insulated. So that's where we can actually start clawing back elements of our government, as well as cutting back the spending, reducing the scope of government.
Civil service reform. We have 1 minute left. It is obvious that the weaponization of government is an existential threat to this country.
Yes, it is.
And so I'm very happy to know that the Republicans in the House on the subcommittee are looking into this. You've barely scratched the surface with the first hearing on the First Amendment. Just final remarks about what you guys plan to do and the work that's ahead.
I'm going to be laser focused on the warrantless data collection. I am so sick and tired of my personal data being collected and sold without my consent. We need to get these people under control and out of our lives. That's what I'm going to be focused on. Harriet?
I agree. The surveillance state is a threat to every single one of us. We have to find a way to ensure that the government is not violating our Fourth Amendment rights. We've got to rein in these administrative agencies.
And bring down big tech.
All right, we'll be watching. Congresswoman, thank you so much for your time today. And thank you, CPAC.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax.
Newsmax? Newsmax is doing a great job.
The new news network that's changing the way Americans get their news.
Live from the White House with the latest. James?
This is real problems, real health concerns.
What would you do about the border knowing that President Biden has veto power?
From fresh voices who viewers trust.
We can't allow agenda-driven reporting to decide what the truth is.
This is when things are going to start really getting interesting.
Newsmax. Real news for real people.
Ladies and gentlemen, Don Lemon is past his prime time. Please welcome Town Hall senior columnist Kurt Schlichter, founder and president of Media Research Center L. Brent Bozell III, creator of Lives of TikTok Chaya Raichik, and your moderator, the host of O'Connor and Company and O'Connor Tonight, Larry O'Connor.
All right.
Can we sit down? Can we sit down?
Now, they're not giving us nearly enough time to talk about the media, so let's get right to it. I think it's great that this is named after Don Lemon, because we happen to have somebody on this panel, Kurt Schlichter, my friend from Town Hall, who has a very important historic distinction. He was kicked off and banned from the Don Lemon show. I forget, what did you say again?
Well, so I'm on the show, and he says, so this is when we run up to Trump, and he says, you know, Kurt, this is terrible. This is the worst thing ever. Do you know what Donald Trump said? And I'm like, I don't know. And he says, he said that Hillary got schlonged when she was running against Barack Obama. And this is the worst thing ever.
That was a good one.
And I said, I don't care. Hillary Clinton, I mean, you care about that. Hillary Clinton literally stood by while her husband used an intern as a humidor.
Oh, yes.
And you can't say that. So I said, she sat there and literally stood by as her husband used an intern as a humidor and boot off of CNN. Best thing that ever happened to me.
So that's... Kurt Schlichter is not Don Lemon material. Which I guess is a good thing.
Well...
and meanwhile, talking about canceling people and the media, attacking individuals, Chaya, what a hero. The incredible, courageous creator of Lives of TikTok, where you dared to actually let them use their own words without any commentary to say, hey, look what they said. And even today, you got attacked for sitting on this stage.
Yeah, so yesterday, Vice put out this insane hit piece on me. I mean, I think they thought it was a hit piece. To me, it looked like a very impressive resume. And a huge part of it, and in their captions on Twitter and in the article, they were so mad that I'm at CPAC today. So it's especially great to be here because those who've been following me for a while probably know by now, there's nothing I love more than to mock and clown the liberal media. They deserve every bit of it. So it's really great to be here.
As my friend and mentor, Andrew Breitbart, may he rest in peace, 11 years ago yesterday, he left us. He would say about Chaya, he would say, she pisses off all the right people.
Yeah. Hopefully the folks over at Vice can survive till the end of this panel and the fact that I'm sitting up here right now.
Yeah.
Sending them prayers.
So, Brent, I mean, you started Media Research Center in 1987. In a weird way, it was sort of what Chaya does now with Libs of TikTok. All you did was, and you still do, brilliantly at Media Research Center, is just make a record of everything that's said in the media and then repeat it so everybody can see what they're saying so we can all see exactly what they're doing. But back then it was a quaint notion of media bias. I think we've come a long way from just media bias, haven't we?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to say I identify as he, we, and if I ever transition, I want to be Chaya. So,
hold on a second. I'm sorry. I lost the bet on that one. I apologize.
What?
I thought something else was going on there with the transitioning, Brent, and
no.
Could you just explain what just happened there?
Well, I bet Kurt that he identifies as a they. I'll tell you later.
Here's the reality. When we started in 1987, we went after this thing called liberal media bias. It doesn't exist anymore. We're not talking about a liberal media. You're talking about a media that could care less about the news. They don't report the news. They're weaponized. They're Marxist. Many of them are Marxist. They are projecting the far, far left in America. Now, if you want to do that as an opinion writer, well, go ahead. But for them then to say that they are CNN, that they are CBS News, NBC News, ABC News, that's an insult
to America to do this. I do find them insulting. I also find them idiotic because look. There's a leak. Something happens where a virus comes out and kills half of humanity or whatever, and it comes and there's a lab in Wuhan, and Donald Trump says, "Well, I think there was a leak in that lab." No, you don't, and that's racist. Come on, folks. It was so obvious all along where it came from. So now all of them are saying, well, I guess it's true. Yeah, I guess we should have reported on Hunter Biden. Yeah, I guess we should have covered 1,001 Biden scandals. But no, they don't want to do it.
Well, and what you've done at Media Research Center in the last just 5 years is shift much of your focus on big tech. I mean, now, thank God Elon Musk bought Twitter, because he was able to expose to the world what we all saw in plain sight, what was going on there. The Silicon Valley media bias, the use of big tech as a weapon to silence and censor us, and yes, we're going to get to you in a minute, it's, again, 100 times worse than what it was.
Far more serious, because what you'd have, you've gone beyond the bias. What they are doing now is censoring speech, not just in the United States, worldwide. Worldwide, you're being told, if you want to talk to 2 billion people on Facebook, you must talk this way. If you want to be on YouTube with a video, you must do it this way. If you can't do it, we won't allow you to communicate with your fellow man. In the history of man, we've never seen this. And this is what happens to you and to you and to you. And the attacks that come on you. And you try to defend yourself, and boom, you're taken off.
And one of the great things that they're doing at Media Research Center right now in terms of focusing on what's going on in big tech is they constantly repeat a very important thing that you all need to hear, digest, and make this part of your DNA when you talk about censorship. When Donald Trump is removed from Twitter, yeah, it's terrible, it's awful for him, but it's really an attack on you, because his right to free speech means you have the right to hear what he has to say. And they're getting in the way of your right to hear, not just his right to speak.
Absolutely.
And that is a terrifying notion in a constitutional republic. Long may she wave. All right, so let's talk, Chaya.
Yeah.
Because I want to know.
Do you want to leave?
Yeah, you guys, talk amongst yourself. What came over you sitting there watching all of these videos on TikTok? What made you think, you know what? I'm just going to grab some of these videos and put it out there and let people see what's happening over here. Because it was brilliant.
Yeah.
And it was just such a simple notion.
I think it was just how outrageous it all was, and the fact that they were so proud of it. So you have these teachers, these kindergarten teachers, and they're actually really, really proud that they are talking to kindergarteners about, do I have to censor myself?
I mean,
they're really, really inappropriate things. I'm not going to say.
Things of a sexual nature.
Yeah.
Things of a really complicated and confusing gender issues.
Yeah, and they're proud of it. That's the craziest part. So I'm seeing all this content. It's so bizarre. It's so outrageous. And I'm like, the public needs to know about this.
How many Twitter followers did you have when you started that?
0.
How many do you have right now?
1.9 million.
Oh!
Thank you.
What was your formal media training? Like, did you go to journalism school? Did you go to some kind of technical school to learn how to fix the algorithm?
I have no background in media, no background in journalism, no background in politics, and anything like that.
You're just a woman who saw things.
I'm just a woman who saw a problem and decided to help and do something about it. And for my efforts, I was persecuted by Twitter. And I think I might hold the record for most temporary Twitter suspensions. And then when the Twitter files came out, which we all, most of you probably heard about those, Libs of TikTok was mentioned in the Twitter files. And basically the employees were saying, she's not violating the rules, but we need to suspend her because I'm threatening their narrative.
Right.
And so they ended up suspending me for something called an indirect violation. I don't know what that means. You either violate the rules or you don't. But there's this indirect violation, which is similar to what they used to censor President Trump.
Yeah.
And that's how they got me. They kept suspending me. And then when the Twitter files came out and I saw that, it was just so validating, because I'm like, I know I'm not breaking the rules. I'm literally just sharing them in their own words, and they just can't handle it.
But Chaya, you were Libs of TikTok. You weren't Chaya. It was an anonymous account. You could have been a man. You could have been a 90-year-old woman. You could have been a 12-year-old boy in his parents' basement. You were anonymous.
My transitioning would be all confused at that point.
I lost another 20.
You can be anything you want to be, Larry.
The point is, you didn't want people to know your name. You wanted to stay anonymous. You didn't want to be on the stage at CPAC. You got personally, they wanted to go after you and hurt you as an individual. How did that happen?
Well, that's the thing with the leftist media, is that the weapon that they use to silence their opponents or critics, one of their strongest weapons is name-calling, insulting, bullying, using slurs. I mean, we see this all the time in the media, and I've been called every single slur in the book. They even made up a new slur just for me, called stochastic terrorist. So I'm still not sure what it means, but anyways, when that doesn't work, when they saw that they can't silence me like that, they actually showed up to my house to dox me, to try to scare me and intimidate me into silence.
They was the Washington Post.
Yeah, Taylor Lorenz, also
Taylor
known as
Lorenz,
KJ.
Washington Post. More investigators investigating who's behind the Libs of TikTok account than the Washington Post put on the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Yes.
And they wanted to scare you, they wanted to intimidate you, and here you are.
Exactly.
And here she is. Didn't work.
Thank you.
So, Kurt Schlichter, not only are you a brilliant columnist and a great broadcaster, you're also a trial attorney in Los Angeles.
Yep.
And you're also a retired colonel from the United States Army.
I am. Oh, please. Come on, colonels don't do anything.
In other words, you know what an adversary looks like.
Oh, I know what, I identify the opponent, I identify the enemy, and that's what the media is. I remember being in the Gulf War. That was back when America won wars. And the Pentagon knew which bathroom to use. I remember we're out
We were told that that was a blue state now. Republican can't win again. What was the major issue? Whether parents should have a seat at the table to talk about how our children are being taught by the teachers that this woman highlighted on her account. And now you go to any school board meeting right now, look at what Congress is focusing on, and it's all about the teachers and their impact and gender issues and sexual issues with children. That's you. That's what you did by showing what they did.
Look, the Loudoun County story is a perfect example of this. The story was that because of the policies that were put in by the radical teachers unions, boys could go into the girls' bathroom. A boy dressed as a girl went into a girls' bathroom, raped a 14-year-old girl, was transferred to another school and attacked another girl. That's the story. And the father protested that he was kept in the dark, and they pressed charges where they threw him out. Now, reporters doing their jobs in Washington, D.C., just a few miles away, could have sent a camera crew and covered it. They knew that story was there. They deliberately chose not to tell the story because it destroyed the whole narrative of what they're trying to do in the school system. But what happened? Some people had phones, and they had cameras, and they went in there, and they talked about it, and they tweeted it, and they did YouTube, and they did Facebook. Some of them got censored, but eventually their story got out. And it's because of that someone said to Glenn Youngkin, look what's happening. Something big is happening. He rushed right into the breach. He adopted that issue. He's now the governor of the state of Virginia.
And by the way, in his first year and a half as governor, he's actually following through.
Yes.
Imagine that, a Republican politician following through on what he said he would do. Andrew Breitbart said it back in 2010.
Hollywood is the second most arrogant institution in America. These people who went from college to J school to a job. You guys come and you speak out and you speak your mind, and it goes against their narrative. They despise you personally for it.
They want to be gatekeepers. That's why they went to journalism school. Also the fact that they're too dumb to do anything else. They want to be gatekeepers. They want to set the agenda. And we're messing with them. Don Lemon can't shut me up about Hillary Clinton empowering her pervert husband to use interns like a humidor. He could throw me off his network. I can talk to more people on my Twitter account than will watch Don Lemon tomorrow.
Well, and that's why,
significantly more.
And let's bring it back to Don Lemon really fast, because this supposed career-ending mistake that he made saying that Nikki Haley was past her prime. It is really my favorite video ever because of the hands on the hips. He's just so right about that.
And then he said to Google it, and that's what Google said.
Yes.
Because Google actually said the exact opposite.
Right.
That was the funniest part.
But the real story here is that he only did that because he was so craven in his desire to find something to criticize a Republican woman who was running for president. He had to say something. He had to attack her, Brent, because...
If you were employed by CNN, God help us, but if you were, and you made that statement, you wouldn't have finished the sentence before you were fired. Absolutely fact. It would have happened to any conservative. But Don Lemon, well, I don't know. Let's explain him. Let's punish him a little bit. They're scared to death of firing Don Lemon.
Yeah.
If they believed in market economics, by the way, they would fire everybody on CNN.
Brent, if they believed in market economics, you and I would have a show.
Yep.
Now, I'm very expensive. They'd have to pay me a lot to sully my good name with CNN until we brought it back. But, I mean, that's the thing, Larry. They could be successful. They choose not to because it's more important to pursue their bizarre, creepy, un-American agenda.
That's right. You know, and I'll give you an example of this. Several years ago, there was a president named on CNN, and I called him, and I knew him, and I said, look, I'm going to tell you how to become the #1 network in America today. And I told him, all you have to do is let Rush Limbaugh have a show.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, well, do you have any other ideas? I mean, they would never countenance something like that.
How much do you love Chaya and what she did with Libs of TikTok?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So here's what you need to know. Nobody makes money with a Twitter account. She's been able to change this country and change the conversation in this nation because of what she was able to do. They tried to destroy her. Chaya is now the author of a brand new children's book.
Yes.
What is it called?
It's called No More Secrets.
No More Secrets.
And
is
it
the name of the
basically
book.
is a tool for parents and kids so that children can be able to spot predatory behavior from trusted adults. So you can find it on lottbook.com or Amazon.
So we agree that we love what she's done for us, right? And you're probably thinking, how can I help her? The name of her book is No More Secrets. It's a children's book. And I know you all know children and parents in your lives. The name of her book is No More Secrets. What's the name of her book? No More Secrets. Buy a copy. Also, I would be remiss sitting next to somebody with 1.9 million Twitter followers if I didn't ask her to take a selfie with all of you in it. So let's do it. Come on, come on. Come on, guys.
Do you have your phone?
All right.
Here, we could use mine.
All right, use yours.
Here, you do it.
All right, I got longer arms. You ready? Everybody wave. Oh, wait.
Shoot. They're going to come kick us off stage any second.
Well done.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, you're all going viral. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
America is under attack. The Biden administration, with its radical liberal agenda, is leading the country to its destruction. Inflation is skyrocketing, and your hard-earned money is losing value every day. But there is hope. Protect your wealth with a gold IRA from Advantage Gold. Gold has been a store of value for centuries and has historically been a safe haven during times of crisis. Advantage Gold is the leading provider of gold IRAs, making it easy to protect your wealth with a tax-free and penalty-free transfer. With an award-winning full-service IRA department, their team of experts will guide you through the process and help you diversify your portfolio with precious metals. Don't wait until it's too late. Secure your financial future by investing with Advantage Gold. Please stop by our booth and receive a free one-on-one consultation with one of our specialists. Learn how to obtain a bonus of free silver added to your gold IRA.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax.
See Newsmax?
Newsmax.
Newsmax is doing a great job.
The new news network that's changing the way Americans get their news.
Live from the White House with the latest. James?
This is real problems, real health concerns.
What would you do about the border knowing that President Biden has veto power?
From fresh voices who viewers trust.
We can't allow agenda-driven reporting to decide what the truth is.
This is when things are going to start really getting interesting.
Newsmax. Real news for real people.
Oil, the most precious natural resource known to man. It is the engine that drives every modern economy and has provided the foundation for innovation worldwide. From powering our cities and fueling our vehicles to the more than 6,000 products created from one barrel. Oil has changed the standard of living for every human being in the modern world. Just like the rising sun in the morning, oil has become a part of our everyday lives. There is not one facet of our lives that is not touched by oil or the products created from it. When you think about it, it's pretty simple. We are all in the oil business, whether we want to be or not. Every one of us pay for it every day. Let me ask you this. If you're going to be in the oil business anyway and pay these prices, doesn't it make sense to try to learn how to make some money while doing it? At Panex, we are producers of American oil. Go to panex.us/learn, where you can begin to build your foundational knowledge about the oil and natural gas industry. A perfect place to start would be a morning without oil. This 5-minute video reveals a world that most of us don't even contemplate as possible, a world without oil in it. From there, you can bolster your oil knowledge by downloading one of our oil and gas primers, Oil and Gas 101 or 102. At Panex, we believe it is imperative to educate yourself on all that oil can do for you. Do yourself a favor and give us that chance. When done, if you decide that you too would like to reap the rewards of oil and gas, great. If not, at least you've bolstered yourself with that information that will last you a lifetime. You owe it to yourself. Go to panex.us/learn and see all that oil can do for you.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
The most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Mom-Led Revolution.
I figured out that the media had come after me in a very brutal way when I opened my social media feed one day, and I saw a lot of people making allegations that I had committed crimes that I had not committed or not even been accused of committing. The problem with being defamed like that is that you effectively feel like you have no recourse. And so in a way, I think you feel helpless, but then you also feel very defensive because you feel the need to sort of explain to everyone that you're associated with that, you know, what was said about you is not only not even a little bit true, it's just completely false. It's a very weird set of emotions because you feel like you're trying to defend your entire identity when you shouldn't have to. And for anyone, that's a lot to keep in check. Ultimately, the end game for most people is to have their future left in jeopardy, if not destroyed. And when I looked at my future, I understood, like, I'm probably never, without legal intervention, I'm probably never going to go be able to get a job at a major company. I'm probably never going to be able to interact with certain people ever again. From my very first interactions with the attorneys at the Null Law Group, I realized quickly that I didn't need to prove to them in the same way that I had to prove to others that I hadn't done these things, because they were quite used to these type of cases. And because of that, when they looked at my case, I felt that there was a degree of trust that was really just refreshing after trying to explain myself to everyone around me. I would not hesitate to recommend the Null Law Group to any friend or family member who went through what I went through. The level of comfort that they could provide after going through something like that is really powerful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Louisiana, Senator John Kennedy.
My name is John Kennedy. I'm a United States Senator, though I have tried to rise above it. Last year, I spoke to you about what I believe. Today, I want to talk to you about truth. The unadorned, unvarnished truth. The truth is important. Without the truth, we cannot order society. Without the truth, we cannot survive as human beings. And without the truth, we certainly cannot thrive as human beings. Can you handle the truth? I think you can. The truth is that it is important to speak your mind. So I do. Now, that makes some people mad, but I try not to worry too much about what anyone thinks of me. Except dogs. I really like dogs. And sometimes my friends will ask me, they say, Kennedy, how do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night knowing that some people don't like you? And I tell them, with great, beer is good, and the United States of America is star-spangled awesome. Now look, America is not perfect, but we are good, and I cannot imagine what the world would be like without our country. The truth is that common sense is illegal in Washington, D.C. I know. I've seen it firsthand. I wonder sometimes how some people in Washington, D.C. actually made it through the birth canal. The truth is that we are going to have to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones came true. governed by deeply weird, narcissistically woke people who hate George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Dr. Zeus, and Mr. Potato Head, who hyperventilate on their yoga mats if you use the wrong pronoun, who think kids should be able to change their gender at recess, who carry around Ziploc bags of kale to give them energy, and who think they are better than us. By the way, to me, kale tastes like I'd rather be fat. The truth is that what we accomplished when Republicans were in charge made our country better and made your lives better. Think about it. In 4 years, we cut taxes, increased wages, delivered 3.5% unemployment, created 8 million new jobs, deregulated the economy. In China, and we confirmed 234 conservative federal judges, including 3 new members of the United States Supreme Court. And by God, we can do it again. Now listen to me carefully on this. The truth is, I do not hate anyone. I do not hate anyone. I look for grace wherever I can find it. So I say this gently. The Biden administration sucks. You measure it any way you want. COVID, the economy, inflation, the national debt, the border, crime, cancel culture, treating parents like domestic terrorists. Afghanistan, our energy independence, now lost. My God. President Biden has been spectacularly awful. If you put President Biden in charge of the Sahara Desert, he would run out of sand. If the aliens landed in Washington, D.C. tomorrow and said, "Take me to your leader," it would be embarrassing. The truth is that the best social program is a job. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes the best way to get back on your feet is to get off your ass. The truth is that if you worked hard and earned it, you should get to keep most of it. Why? Because you earned it. Congress does not run deficits because it taxes too little. Congress runs deficits because it spends too much. The truth is that all life is precious. All life. And shame on those who actually celebrate abortion. The truth is that the Republican Party, I'm very proud of this, is the party of parents. Because we understand that if you don't love your children won't stop loving you. Your children will stop loving themselves. The truth is that we should have an election day, not an election month. The truth is that illegal immigration is illegal. Duh. Now, unless you peaked in high school, you know that. Why doesn't President Biden? The truth is that if gun control laws worked, Chicago would be Mayberry. Instead, it is the world's largest outdoor shooting range. The truth is that America was founded on the principle of free will and responsibility. And I believe in that. Many in Washington do not. Many in Washington actually think that cops are a bigger problem than criminals. They think that if a cop shoots a criminal, it's always the cop's fault. But if a criminal shoots a cop, it's always the gun's fault. The truth is that race should not be used to hurt a person or to help a person. You know why? Because the truth is also that souls have no color. The truth is that to a bear, we all taste like chicken. And let me say a word about China. The truth is that the Chinese Communist Party is a bunch of gangsters. They are. They're pirates. I would not turn my back on President Xi if he were 2 days dead. But there is a corollary to that truth. And the corollary to that truth is that we must be armed if we want peace. Because appeasing a tyrant is like trying to hand feed a shark. And as I told you last year, it was true then, and it's even more true today. The truth is that Arlington National Cemetery contains 400,000 reasons why you should stand your ass up for the national anthem. And those who disagree with me can stick that up their fact checker. A final truth. A final truth. Here it is. The truth is that our future can be better than our present or our past. Our future can be better than our present or our past. At some point, we have to stop regretting yesterday and start creating tomorrow. But I'm not going to bubble wrap it. No one is coming. No one is coming to save us but ourselves. You know, most countries die from suicide, not murder. If we want to keep America, we have to fight for her. Now, the Washington elite fight. We will win this fight if we just remember who we are as a No one will ever say, Kennedy quit.
has changed the standard of living for every human being in the modern world. When you think about it, it's pretty simple. We are all in the oil business, whether we want. Doing it at Panex, we are producers of American oil. Go to panex.us/learn. That oil can do for you. Do yourself a favor and give us that chance. When done, if /learn and see all that oil can do for you.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax.
Health concerns. What would you do about the border knowing that President Biden has veto power?
From fresh voices who viewers trust.
We can't allow agenda-driven reporting to decide what the truth is.
This is when things are going to start really getting
Ladies and gentlemen, this is CPAC Now. Please welcome CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
Pumped up? How exciting. Are we ready to take on the left? Are we ready to say the fake media stinks? Today too, which we have our show, America Uncanceled. And before I go and start, National Conference to CPAC 365. Explain that.
Yeah, so as you all know, how many of you have been at CPAC like 10 or more times? I see you out there, the veterans. You guys are the warriors. Thank you. But we had a conference, and this conference is, takes put in a lot of hours to try to make this work. And so we had a conference, and then we were trying to figure out, what do you do? We need to start doing this all the time.
Right.
It has to have CPAC 365. Maybe the conference isn't going on every day, but the spirit of the conference lives in action. And then we realized something along the way, which Strong America, the whole world loses hope.
That's right. That's right. So we brought on Elaine to the series, the 20.
Yes, yes. Well, the main thing is it's not about us, is about God, obviously. Isn't that who we serve?
Amen.
Okay? And so the idea is to talk about the good things that are happening. And one of the greatest things that has happened already this year was, you know, a lot of people got upset about it, but the reality was that when Kevin McCarthy wanted the vote and wanted to win and be the Speaker of the House, some people were brave enough to stand up and say, only if, right? And when they stood up, we were applauding. We were actually down at Mar-a-Lago that week. Yeah. And all of us were together, and it was so neat because every day you saw the news, we saw the news, and we were all in there just hanging in going, yes, yes, yes. So when it all ended in the beautiful way that it did, that I felt that the best thing I could do was do a series with all of the different 20 people who stood bravely and fought for you and me and all of us to have a better House representation.
Yes, yes.
And so I have been interviewing all of them, and that's what I'm doing on my show. That's the series right now. And the next series you're going to love just as much. It'll be coming up. And that one is the No series. Wait, that doesn't make sense.
No, explain. What's the No series?
The No series. We're going to be talking about how we all need to stand together and say, no. No, you can't steal our children.
Amen.
No, you can't steal our schools. No, you can't steal our freedom and our churches and our rights.
Yep, yep.
And so that's going to be, because the thing is in the Bible it says, your yes be yes and your no be no. We don't need to go on and just keep repeating the same old stuff. When I had a vision a few years back from the Lord, he said, just bring them together by saying the truth. And that's the truth, people. So God bless you. Please watch my show. I got to bring up one other very important thing.
Yes.
Is this a good time?
I was going to ask you, but
okay.
Run this by us?
Let me ask you. Let me set the stage. How about if I set the stage?
Okay,
for
you set the stage.
Okay, so CPAC now. First of all, we'll get into it. You can see it at cpac.org. The shows are all up there. We also have a podcast, America Uncanceled. So wherever you get podcasts, you can listen to the show on the road. But Elaine is also working on an incredible project. While Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transport, you can say boo anytime. All right, good, good, on command. Pete Buttigieg took him 20 days to get to East Palestine, Ohio after the train derailment and the horrific issues that we saw happening in that community. And instead you have individuals like Elaine Beck, who took the initiative to build out Be a Blessing. And I'd love for you to explain your initiative.
Okay, well, what basically happened is God asked me to do something, and I went, what? And I remembered then that I do have a nonprofit called Blessings Through Action. And Blessings Through Action was established to help people, particularly that are homeless or need different things. And I started thinking about it, so I started touching base with all of the people that you've got in your circle. And I said, for instance, to Wendy Kinney.
Yeah.
Okay.
We love her.
We love her. She's just one of my dearest friends. And she also has Revere Payments, and we work with her. And I called her up and I said, can we use this to take in donations? And she said, absolutely, I want to be part of this. And so then my lovely assistant says, you know, Elaine, we've already, because I said, think of a name. She said, well, you've already got the name. How about your Be a Blessing that was built 3 years ago? So that's the name of it. You all look up beablessing.org or .com. You can donate every penny, and I mean this literally. You know, these other ones want you to, you know, if you try and get money for people, they want 10% of it.
Yeah.
It costs 3% to run your card, whether you're buying a car or groceries. It costs around 3% on any one of the cards. That's 97 cents out of that, in other words, is going directly to the people through a local foundation. Nothing is going through the government at all. And also the church is there.
Yeah.
So they've come together. We've got the site. You can donate and you can help the people, because you know what? Sadly, even the biggest organizations in this country, like FEMA and that, didn't even go in until President Trump showed up.
That's right.
And guess what he did? He announced Be a Blessing. So for those of you that didn't hear it and haven't had the chance, the opportunity to help those people there, you know, we are brothers and sisters in Christ, are we not? And so we need to help each other. So please, even if you've only got $5, it's going to mean something to somebody who needs it more than you do right now.
Yeah.
So God bless you.
God bless you for doing it.
Well, it shows you how at any moment, at any stage of your life, you can be so active and so involved. I mean, Elaine taking on a show, Elaine taking on this nonprofit effort, and it shows you that we as a community, we can stick together to make a difference. Matt, I'll let you give the final thoughts here. Obviously, we have 2 additional shows on CPAC now. The Bill Walton Show, Matt Whitaker's Liberty and Justice, which I know he's coming up on stage following us. Why is it so important to have this alternative media, this opportunity for conservatives and center-right Americans to be able to, I would say, have that type of analysis available to them?
Yeah, so how many of you get your daily paper in your neighborhood anymore? How many of you read the Epoch Times?
Yeah.
Doesn't that tell you kind of everything right there? We're people searching for what's really happening. What's the truth? You know, how do I find out what's really happening in my government, what's happening in our society? And we're all searching for it. And all those legacy places that we used to go to find it have lied to you rather substantially and continually. And that's the reason why we have this rot in our country, is because there's too much propaganda and untruth that goes through these government channels, that goes through elite media, that goes through social media. And we're searching for that information. So what we're doing with Elaine's show and with Attorney General Matt Whitaker's show, with Bill Walton's show, Bill was going to be up with us here today to talk about it, and he'll be with you on another panel soon. And our show, Sweetheart, which, by the way, on my show, Mercy's in charge of the show. I do what she wants. Sometimes I'm there.
That's usually how it is.
That's a good.
I do have rather a talented wife, I have to say that. She knows what she's doing. So thank you. And so if you tune into these shows, we try to keep them short and to the point.
Yep.
Okay. And we also are trying to get you the guests that you don't get to hear on too many networks, right? You want to hear the person who doesn't have all the initials after their name and you're being told, oh, this is an expert, because they've failed. The experts have failed in our society.
Amen.
We want to hear from the people who really know what's going on. And that's if you were to ask Mercy and I'm sure you feel the same, Elaine, which is the reason why you highlighted on the 20 House members is because it's not always the person with the biggest title that knows what's happening. Right? It's not the CEO of the biggest company that is the smartest. It's all these other people. And I will segue into one thing. I see Glenn's story here with Patriot Mobile. Thank you for what you're doing with Patriot Mobile. You mentioned Wendy Kinney. Wendy, thanks for what you're doing with Revere Payments. We have Eric Prince here, who has a great new technology that he's talking about. We have so many entrepreneurs that are trying to solve these problems. Amen. And I love it when the news media says, hey, it's really weird at CPAC you don't have like every elected official. Well, let me tell you, I love them. They're trying hard. John Kennedy's awesome, by the way. But so is Jim Jordan and some of the other people we've heard from. So they're real stars. But you're going to solve the problems in our country. And the entrepreneurs and the investors are going to solve our problems.
And the moms and dads.
And the moms and dads. That's right.
And our pastors and
the
grandparents. Yes, amen.
And that's the whole deal.
Yeah.
The only way we're going to protect America now is if all of you do it. And you're the star of this show.
Yes.
So thank you for all you're doing.
All right, thank you all so much. And let's keep going. There's a lot to watch. Jam-packed
Awesome.
schedule.
Thank you. Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Who's AARP really watching out for these days? They've made billions partnering with big health insurance corporations while opposing reforms seniors want, like applying big discounts to medicines directly at the pharmacy counter. Instead, AARP supports liberal price-setting schemes, giving politicians, not seniors, control over any so-called Medicare savings. With no guarantees, funds won't be spent on unrelated programs or pad big insurers' profits. If AARP and Congress believe America's seniors aren't watching, think again. Paid for by American Commitment.
Jay Aiba founded first the Japanese Conservative Union.
I'd like to congratulate Jay Aiba and all that he's done with the Japan conservative movement.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, sacking the woke playbook. Please welcome, from Alabama, Senator Tommy Tuberville, and your host, former acting United States Attorney General Matt Whitaker.
Hello, CPAC. What a great turnout. This is a great turnout. Now, you would expect a football coach and a former football player to talk about football, wouldn't you? So we have to tell our origin story, Coach. You know, we first met on the playing field at Old Orange Bowl Stadium in Miami, Florida, when you were the defensive coach for the Miami Hurricanes and I was a tight end for the Iowa Hawkeyes. And you were telling me backstage, they prepared for the whole week just for me. So they had to shut me down. I didn't have any catches in that game, so you were successful.
And it was a good game.
It was a great game.
And then we played you the next year in Iowa, but it was, yeah, I can remember you because the tight ends back then normally got down in the three-point stance, and you guys stood up, tight ends. And so my linebackers had to play a different technique, but had a fun time in Miami and coaching the old Orange Bowl. They tore the dang thing down, which I don't know why. I had the first 4 Super Bowls there. Yeah. And now they got an airplane hangar that's a baseball stadium for some reason.
Right. Well, it's such a great honor. I mean, you are one of those in the U.S. Senate that I think is a true conservative. You're standing on conservative principles. You're representing your home state and the people of Alabama. And I know that it's got to be frustrating in Joe Biden's America.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it if I told you.
Well, it's just you and me.
Yeah, I call it the clown world up here. You know, I actually had a job for a living, you know, for 35 years. And afterwards, after I retired from because I wasn't going to let them beat me, and it was satisfying. But I ran. But you know, my dad was military, died on active duty. But I was in education all those years, and one of the reasons I ran, because the last 10, 15 years I saw the direction our country was going because of what we're doing in education. And folks, we are in bad shape. College now, but hopefully have grandkids, and I want them to have what we've had the opportunity to have. But today they're being indoctrinated in education. All this woke, transgender athletes, CRT, 1619, we don't teach. Now, if you can't read, and if you can't read in the United States, you're not taught to read, you can imagine what other countries are doing.
Yeah, and a lot of this is not hard. You know, it's just like football. You get
basics.
You get back to the basic blocking and tackling. Yeah. And this, in education, indoctrination system where we're trying to teach an ideology, where we're trying to brainwash these kids at really their most vulnerable age. If you remember the bill that they successfully passed in Florida, it was to teach third graders and below that they couldn't teach them these, you know, very sensitive gender issues. And the hue and cry of across the country at something that basic. Why don't you talk a little bit about, in the United States Senate, you know, how are you pushing back? How is the Senate and how are Republicans on Capitol Hill pushing back against the Biden administration and their policies?
Well, every day it's something new.
Yeah.
By their ideology. And they know, the left knows, especially the far left, the progressives, the crazies, they know that if they can get to our young kids, then it will change everything just in a short period of time. And they've been able to do that. And I heard the group earlier talking about parents. And I said this during the campaign, you want to make a difference in life, you run for the school. COVID, when Zoom was going on, and kids weren't in school, but their parents are watching what they're being taught on computers and their iPads, going, what in the world is going on here? Well, it's been going like that for a while. Folks, we're in trouble. Our country is in trouble, and it starts with education. Until we start recognizing what the left is doing, trying to change family, trying to change the things that are our moral values, we've got no chance. Yeah. We've got no chance.
Recent Supreme Court appointee couldn't say what a woman was. She herself a woman couldn't define what a woman was. And I think that points to just how top to bottom and you saw where, for example, the advanced placement Black studies and African American studies included, you know, some very progressive ideology that had nothing about the history to do with the history of Black America, or you know that whole moment in time that we've been interested in transgender in sports, where that's going, whether biological males can compete against biological females and dominate in some cases. I mean, do you have any perspective on that as to, how it just seems fundamentally unfair to me?
Well, it's just another step of what the left's doing. It's their game plan. There's no doubt about it. They're that's got to stop, and that's the reason we're all for school choice. Let parents send their kids where they can get an education. These kids don't need to be indoctrinated. Teach them about America. And listen, I coach minorities most of my life. 80% of the athletes in any sport are minorities. I loved every minute of it. I loved every one of them. But you know what? I didn't treat any of Title IX started 50 years ago, and I was first coach in high school almost at that time. And Title IX basically says, let's give girls an opportunity, young girls and women, the chance to do what the guys are doing. And it's probably the most % increase in girls playing sports since Title IX. 600. Think about that, 600%. Now, it said you had to have the same funding, same amount of coaches, same facilities, and federal law that actually worked. We don't need big government, but that's something that worked. Well, now what's happened? The feminist group don't like that. They don't like that because it has empowered the leadership of women in a lot of things. I've got a cohort now that's the first woman senator in the state of Alabama, Katie Britt, and she's going to be outstanding. And because of athletes, her husband was an athlete, played at Alabama, all those things together. But that being said, now they want to destroy Title IX. They want to destroy it. I'm looking around some of my Democratic colleagues going, what? Do you not have granddaughters? Do you not have girls? I don't understand what you're trying to do. They want non-biological boys to play in women's sports. 23 national championships have been won by boys competing in girls' sports in the last 15, 17 years. Think about that, 23. It is not right. It is unfair, it is unsafe, and it is wrong. And how they can't figure this out, I don't know.
Yeah, you mentioned another thing that, we have in my home state of Iowa. Any Hawkeyes are out there? My home state of Iowa, Kim
Those
Reynolds.
Are Iowa State fans.
Yeah,
right?
I didn't. They're from Iowa, but not for the Hawkeyes. I get it. That happens every once in a while. Not very often. But in Iowa, Kim Reynolds and the legislature passed a very aggressive and important school choice bill that really puts their children's education in the hands of the parents, which, to your point earlier, is exactly where it needs to be. And there's a lot of states now that are picking up that movement. And I think it's going to improve education because as a parent, if you can determine where your child goes to school that's best for them instead of just where you happen to live, I think that just opens up tremendous opportunities really for every kid. Because, as I often say in the context of crime and violence, every child deserves to play safely in their front yard. And likewise, every child deserves a world-class education. It's the only way we're going to compete with the Chinese and into the next century.
That's the reason our country has been so great, because of education. We've been better than everybody else. Our kids have learned they can handle themselves and they can get a job and they can work. Working people, working citizens, working taxpayers in the United States of America have built this country, not people getting a government check. Mm-hmm. It's the people that's put hard work into this country, farmers, small businesses, people in the military, people that really love this country. And that's the reason we're to this point. Now, just down the road, a couple of years ago, we had a young man that was running for governor of the state of Virginia. He was about 10, 15 points behind against a career politician. Then they started having problems in their high schools about saying, hey, You don't own your kids. We own your kids when they come to school. He went from 15 points down to winning that because parents said enough is enough. And when you start messing with the kids, that's when things end. And that's the reason, folks, if we don't start opening our eyes to all these things, crime, the border, inflation, all those things are happening, foreign relations, which is god-awful as we speak. But it all starts with family, God, and education. And if we don't pay attention to those three things, we cannot remain the #1 country in the world. But we're going to, because we're going to keep our own.
No, and there's no doubt that we need a revival in the United States of America. We need a spiritual revival. We need God to come back into every American's life and be a positive impact in that. And we need a revival in our education system. It really, I think it had stalled out. I think the innovation, the enthusiasm behind a lot of those things had gone away. And the re-engagement of moms and dads, grandparents, and others that care about each child to try to push them forward and to get them where they need to be, I think it should pay dividends.
Yeah, and I will say this, and going into thousands of kids' homes and talking to parents every year recruiting, half the kids in this country, now I'm not talking about race, I'm just talking about half the kids in this country have one or no parent. Mm-hmm. And it's because of the attack on faith. People are losing faith for some reason, because of the attack of God. When I started head coaching in 1995, I was the first head coach, and it just kind of came to me from a young man said, I want to be your full-time team chaplain for your football team. I said, what's that? He says, I want to come be around your players all day long. I said, how can you afford that? He said, well, I'll go out and raise my own money. Well, we did that. Since then, we started a chaplain program, and almost every school in this country now has a full-time team chaplain because of that one kid. And God put him there. It wasn't me. And it changed the lives of so many people. We've got to have that returned, not just athletes, but also to the schools. But the left is fighting so hard to keep God out of our schools, God out of our family, trying to shut faith-based television down. Anything that has to do with the sanctity of life, they cannot stand it.
Yeah. And here, we live in a country that was built on fundamental tenets, and one of those fundamental tenets is a freedom of religion, a freedom of speech, and yet the left always seems to want to quash speech they disagree with, squash religion, and fight tooth and nail, to your point. In the few minutes we have left, I really, since I played and since you've been done coaching, a revolution has happened in college athletics, and that's this name, image, likeness situation, which essentially says that the Supreme Court and the laws now provide that a player, even though you're an amateur, is entitled to the money that's derived from their name, image, and likeness. And so you're seeing, as money does oftentimes, a real perversion in college sports. In the football case, it's turning into the haves and have-nots. You have these programs, Alabama, for example. Auburn, I'm sure, is trying to compete at that level as well. But so many other schools that can offer recruits, and I know they're trying to trim that up, but recruits $1 million packages, quite frankly, to show up. And then at the same time, in basketball, in college basketball, you end up with players that can make more in college than they can professionally. And so you have guys that are staying longer, oftentimes, at least in men's basketball, to play college basketball. I mean, how do you think, what do you think the current state is, and how do you see it playing out? Because this seems like a real radical experiment.
Yeah, it's a mess right now. It's like our country, everything's kind of in turmoil. Well, this is the same thing. We have to hold on to every sport, whether it's elementary school, junior high, senior high, college, professional, because sports have built this country. But the NIL, which means that college athletes can make money, I'm all for that. Let me tell you something. Some of you in here probably participated in college sports. It's the only time in your life that you'll have 2 full-time jobs, because you can't work because you're going to school, which is about an education, and then when you get done with that, you go down with a bunch of crazy coaches, whether it's basketball or football. To keep their job, they got to win, so they're going to drive you in the ground. You have no free time. So I've always been for players making money. Now, this might be a little extreme. Now, Joe Manchin and I right now are trying to help And we've come up with a text of some bills that will hopefully help, that we can get passed. We're having a little problem with some of the senators, but what we want to do is, if we're going to have college sports as we all know it, to make it fair for everybody, we want all 50 states to go by the same basic rules. Now, we're not getting in the weeds, and we want players to make money. Right now they can transfer anytime they want. I do not believe in that. I do not believe in teaching kids to quit. Give them the opportunity to say, it's too hard for me, or I don't like it here, I'm going to leave. I'm fine with them leaving, but there's got to be some kind of penalty. So we're trying to come up with some basics of the NIL, and then we're going to, if we can pass it, we're going to give it to the NCAA and say, now you build around that. But these 3 or 4 things, all 50 states have to go by that. And we're the only one who can do that. Right now, it's a free-for-all. Yeah. Everybody's doing different things, and it's not a level playing field.
It's not a level playing field. And it is, I think there needs to be a point where players are able to, afford having 2 jobs. I remember, and I'm sure you saw it many times, it was the same substantial era, is you had players that went hungry. I mean, quite frankly, if there was not a training table on a Sunday night, they didn't have a meal. There was no extra cash. And I know they've tried to fix that, through various innovations.
They don't. It's a little different now than when you and I were.
I've visited. I went back a few times. I tell the funny story that we used to sit in 55-gallon drums of ice water to cool our legs. Now they have plunge pools that are custom climate controlled. So it's a much different business than back in at least my day. But anyway, well, I want to thank you for fighting on behalf of Americans, pushing back against this radical woke agenda. It has been my pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, much big thanks to Coach and Senator Tommy Tuberville.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, aging the Red Dragon. Please welcome, from Tennessee, Senator Bill Hagerty, and your host, author and CPAC board member, Gordon Chang.
Hello, Americans! Senator?
Thanks, Gordon.
China's regime is attacking America. Joe Biden's not defending us. American elites are not defending us. But we have some great defenders, like Bill Hagerty. Senator, thank you for defending our country.
Thank you so much.
I want to start with the most consequential issue of our time, and that is Chinese ruler Xi Jinping is preparing for war. He's sponsored the biggest military buildup since the Second World War. He's declared his war cabinet, and he is preparing China's civilians for war. But we need someone to help us and protect us. Why isn't the White House doing that?
It's amazing to me that the Biden administration hasn't learned the most fundamental lesson from the Trump administration. And President Trump understood this clearly, that to deal with China, to deal with communist China, you must deal from a position of absolute strength. And what the Biden administration has done is try to negotiate from a position of weakness. And I've said this before, Gordon, if you asked someone to solve the equation where China wins every time and the U.S. loses every time, at every instant, the Biden administration would get an A+ on that paper. They seem to be solving in favor of China and putting us at a disadvantage. Somehow they must believe that by turning the other cheek, that's going to make China turn our way. That's absolutely not the case.
We know that China's attacking us with fentanyl. And when we have the statistics for next year, or last year, it'll be about 80,000 Americans have died from doses of illegal Chinese fentanyl. I know that you've been passionate about this issue and you've got legislation on this. If you can explain.
Indeed. I've been concerned about the fentanyl crisis for years. When I was the U.S. ambassador to Japan, I was literally on the phone with the White House staff as President Trump was meeting with President Xi, telling him not to ship fentanyl into the United States. Xi agreed to that, but he didn't agree to stop sending the precursors. Those precursor chemicals now are flowing into Mexico. The CCP are tied to these cartels. They are working together to create this poison that they're shoving across our borders, using these billion-dollar illegal drug cartels, their partners in Mexico, to do it. They are killing American kids. You think about the violation of our sovereignty that everyone was upset about when the CCP balloon floated over America. Well, the CCP is violating our sovereignty every single day when they kill our youth here in America. And make no mistake, Gordon, a CCP fingerprint is on every one of those fentanyl pills that comes across. Their fingerprint is on every death certificate that has to be signed for our youth.
The Chinese regime maintains a total surveillance state, so they know what these fentanyl gangs are doing. And these fentanyl gangs actually launder their proceeds through the Chinese state banking system. I imagine this must affect people in Tennessee.
Oh, the fentanyl crisis is affecting Tennessee in a severe manner. Every day I talk to sheriffs across the state. They tell me that this month is worse than the month before it. And the hardest call that any of them have to make is to a mother or a grandmother, saying that your son or daughter or your grandson or daughter is not coming home because somehow they accidentally connected with this vicious drug. Something has to be done about it, and I've tried to do something about it, Gordon. Last year, 3 times I went to the floor of the Senate with my legislation that would modify Title 42. Title 42 gives our Customs and Border Patrol the ability, the last tool, frankly, that they have left, based on health concerns, to turn away people at the border, illegal immigrants that otherwise would enter. Biden has already said he wants to do away with the pandemic as the excuse, but the biggest health crisis we face, again, to put it into perspective, the biggest killer of young people in America between the ages of 18 and 45 right now is drug overdose. And again, the majority of it, fentanyl coming across our southern border. So I modified Title 42 to add concern about drug trafficking, fentanyl trafficking coming across the border. It's the Stop Fentanyl Border Crossings Act. Can you believe this? The Democrats 3 times have come to the floor to block my legislation. I'm going to keep taking it to them, and we've got to stop this.
Because every state is a border state.
Every state is a border state now, Gordon. You're exactly right. Indeed.
Apart from fentanyl, how do you see China affecting Tennessee?
It's extensive, and China affects my state like it does so many. Fentanyl, as we mentioned, is terrible. But if you think about the industry that exists in Tennessee, we're a big manufacturing state. We're a big hospital state. 65% of the hospital beds in America that are in for-profit hospitals are managed out of Tennessee. When China threatens to block the flow of PPE and block the flow of vital antibiotics, that's a concern to everyone in America, but it will flow through Tennessee. If you think about the automotive industry, a huge industry in Tennessee. I went to the launch of the new Cadillac Lyriq, which is made in Spring Hill, Tennessee, and I looked out in a field. Their cars just lined up in the field, waiting for a chip or waiting for a piece that unfortunately had to pipe its way through China and the supply chain. American companies are waking up right now, and I applaud that. We've got to bring our supply chains home. We've got to be able to make in America what's now being made in China. We need to accelerate that process.
Absolutely. Well, Senator, I asked Twitter what they would like to hear from you. And since my wife takes away my phone, she doesn't trust me with it, I'm going to have to read some of this.
Okay.
I'm old school. So Todd L. Griffith, who is at CHIEFTHOM, asks, and you were ambassador to Japan in the Trump administration. He asked, given Japan's new defense strategy, is Tokyo spending enough to protect itself from China?
It's moving in the right direction. This is something that President Trump worked on with Prime Minister Abe. I worked with the Japanese every single day to try to get the Japanese to step up their defense expenditures. You think about where Japan's located. It's one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the world. You've got North Korea, Russia, and China right at your doorstep. And from America's perspective, we have more U.S. military stationed in Japan than any other country in the world. It is an extremely strategic location. They need to be able to work with us, and they need to step up. Prime Minister Abe wanted to do this. I had many conversations with him about it. The problem then, though, was that Prime Minister Abe's political coalition, the LDP, works in partnership with a smaller group called Komieto for Control. Komieto is a Buddhist-affiliated political organization. They were pacifists. They did not want to move toward a more aggressive posture. Well, something changed. Joe Biden became president. He embarrassed us as a nation in Afghanistan, and he sent a message to our allies that we're not reliable. Suddenly, sentiment began to change in Japan. And after Russia invaded Ukraine, the political landscape completely changed in Japan. Now the Japanese public are demanding that more be done. And Prime Minister Kishida has stepped up.
But that's what we have to do, folks. We have to step up because we don't have a president who is willing to defend us. Okay, John, who is at John 343-48022, I didn't know that there were that many Johns, says, and this is a great question, how did your time as ambassador prepare you to meet the challenges proposed by China as a senator?
Well, I think the best thing that happened was the fact that I'd lived and worked in Asia before. My first move to Japan back in 1988. I worked for a firm called the Boston Consulting Group. They sent me there for 3 years. I've seen the movement in China in a way that initially seemed promising, but has turned very, very, very bad under President Xi's leadership. China has turned out to be a predator at every single level. They're a predator economically. They steal our intellectual property. They subsidize their industries. They've had an enormous trade advantage because they don't play by the same set of rules. In fact, that trade deficit over the years has actually funded their military buildup. And talk about military predatory behavior. Think about these islands that they built in the South China Sea. They've literally gone in and crushed coral reefs, dumped millions of tons of concrete into the ocean. I don't know where the environmentalists are on this one, but they've built military assets across the South China Sea. KT McFarland is right there. She knows exactly what this means when she was our Deputy National Security Advisor dealing with this. This is a seriously aggressive Xi administration. They now have more naval ships than we do. And they're all about projecting their power, projecting their authority, and trying to project their dominion, not only in their region, but I think around the world. Broaden it. China does not have our best interest at heart. Tell your elected representatives that you're concerned about China. It is our #1 national security threat. We've got to deal with it that way in a very clear-eyed fashion. President Trump understood this clearly. You ask about what was the benefit of serving as ambassador. The benefit was serving in his administration with people like KT McFarland, who got it, who understood the threat and wanted to make us
need leadership. And they don't have leadership in the White House. And they need leadership from, for instance, the Select Committee in the House, yes, and from, of course, the senators.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And as I meet with foreign leaders, I remind them of something very basic. And that is that I'm going to be a United States senator a hell of a lot longer than Joe Biden will be president of the United States. And while he's got them over at the Pentagon working on their pronouns and performing we've got to work with our allies to make them interoperable with us, and we've got to bring our economy back to the strongest in the world. That means don't wage war on the oil and gas industry. That's a critical competitive advantage for us. That means don't overregulate industry here in America so that we're crippled when we try to compete. Let's get our economy back to the strongest. That puts us in a position for everything else to fall into place.
I'd like to speak because this is our Lexington and Concord moment. The theme right now is protecting America now. Bill Hagerty and others are doing that because we're not going to get a second chance on this. And remember, guys, we're Americans. We do not yield. We stand our ground. We are the last line of defense.
And today I want to share some words of wisdom. The words of wisdom that I have is, make sure that you open your Bible. I've done walls. You know, the foundation of this world is God. The Creator is God. He laid that foundation. When we get away from Him and all that He's given us, the greatest gift being His Son, then we are open to all kinds of bad things. But if you joy, things that you haven't had in a long time perhaps, or you only have occasionally, you know what? That can be with you all the time. Sure, I have my moments. I have bad things happen. I mean, sometimes constantly. Sometimes those bad things that are happening to you are because you're being tested. The devil's trying to get your attention. That means that you must be doing something right. So keep doing what's right, but turn to God. Please call our offices at proverbsmediagroup.com. You can request a Bible and you'll get it free. We won't charge you for shipping. We won't charge you anything. Give us a call at our offices or reach out to us on the internet and we'll send you a Bible. We want you to know the blood
to get real. RAV is giving back your voice. Going where mainstream media won't. RAV is home to the most powerful thought leaders in the America First movement.
And then there were none. It starts with the workers. And so we're trying to pick them out one by one until there are none. And that really is the goal, to make abortion clinic workers zero, to make
Lady. Co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz, Ben Ferguson.
So they already started our clock. I want to reset back there, Conservative Surrey. That's crap. Actually, at least you got to give me the time back here. I run a tight ship here. How are you? So we're calling an audible here. likes, and they say applaud loud, it will be in the podcast. So with that being said, we're going to start. I'm going to say live from CPAC. You guys can erupt, and hopefully you'll hear yourself later. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Welcome in his verdict with Senator Ted Cruz, Ben Ferguson with you, and our guest, J.D. Vance, live from CPAC. There we go. So we've got, this is going to be fun for everyone listening to the show later. You guys have a vote today, and you both possible in government.
It's actually, it
See,
is.
you got the joke. All right, there, I like that.
It is a bizarre thing in the Senate. You have utterly no control over your schedule. The Senate Majority Leader decides when to call a vote. And look, Chuck Schumer is really bad at it. So you have literally no idea what's happening. He'll come in, decide to have a vote, maybe not decide to have a vote. So on Thursday, they'd say, well, Daddy, are you going to be home tonight? And I'd say, I have no idea. and actually, Caroline referred to Mitch McConnell for years as that mean man. Because she would say, she'd ask, Daddy, are you coming home? And I said, well, it depends on when Mitch calls the vote. And she said, is that mean man going to let you come home tonight? Which I told Mitch that, and to his credit, he laughs pretty hard. He thinks that's funny. But is that not a bizarre aspect of
thing you didn't expect? And I talk a little bit about the schedule, and I think they wanted me to have some brilliant policy solution or idea. And what I always just sort of blurted out almost accidentally was, these guys don't work very hard. Right? So the very first day we're sworn in, we're then sent on a 3-week recess. And that really frustrated me because, you know, I'm a new senator. I want to get to work. I want to work with my good friend Ted here. And then I kind of realized
session is a day they're not destroying America.
That's right.
So you're saying more 3-week vacations is what are needed, basically. I like it. I want to get into policy, and JD, you're new to the Senate. You're in the minority now, not the majority.
Yep.
And that's obviously coming with interesting things. But what we have seen come out is the issue of COVID and the media getting it wrong and having to admit they got it wrong on the Wuhan Lab Institute, on the fact that we weren't crazy, and on this podcast 3 years ago, you said, Senator, this is
here at CPAC, on the stage, and 3 years ago, thank God, we're finally allowed to gather again by our nation's capital.
Yeah.
You look at the idiots who had shut the country down, and listen, CPAC has an interesting mark to my mind as of really the beginning of the pandemic, because we did the podcast, did verdict here at CPAC. I flew home. And actually, I had a campaign fundraiser at an Eagles concert, and I love the Eagles. I will confess that was my idea. It's like, all right, if you got to have people write checks to the campaign, let's at least go to a cool concert and enjoy it. And so we're sitting there Saturday early evening, and I get a phone call from Matt Schlapp. And Matt's like, yeah, Ted, I need to tell you, so a good friend of ours who was at CPAC with you has this thing called COVID. And yeah, you guys were palling around, and this is kind of a problem. I'm like, oh, really? And so I ended up quarantining for 2 weeks as a result of Matt's call. Thank you. But I will tell you, the worst part was not that. It was Heidi coming down the stairs, dressed to the nines. She was ready to go to the Eagles concert. And I'm like, okay, sweetheart.
I love that we have a studio audience, because if you didn't hear that on the audio of this, all the ladies goes, "Aw," in the audience here.
Yeah. Okay. She comes down, ready to go. And I'm like, okay, sweetheart, we can't go. And she gets mad. She's like, these people paid thousands of dollars to, like, go hang out at this fundraiser. You can't stand them up. And at this point, very few people knew much of anything about what COVID was. Yeah. But I'm like, look, this is potentially a deadly virus. We don't know. And I promise you they will be happy that we're not exposing them to it at the outset. So we called and explained it to them. And they had a great time at the concert, and we stayed at home. And Heidi was mad at me. So it is worth pointing out that 3 years later, we've discovered that the virus, if you're really old, if you're really sick, it can be deadly. But for young, healthy people, we've discovered the health impacts are much lower than we thought. And what's interesting is the breaking news that we all know now, that now 2 different cabinet agencies in the Biden administration, the Department of Energy and the FBI, have both concluded that it is likely that the COVID virus came from a Chinese government lab. Now, as everyone here knows...
Finally, these 2 departments are doing some good work. I like this.
It is shocking.
Finally.
But as everyone here knows, for 2 years, that was derided as a conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat-wearing, nutty theory that you weren't allowed to say, that you'd get banned on social media for saying. And I have to point out, this podcast 3 years ago, in March of 2020 and in April of 2020, we did 2 extended pods laying out the evidence then, 3 years ago, that this came from a Chinese government lab. And in fact, we walked through what convinced these guys today.
Yeah.
Almost all of it you knew 3 years ago, but politics wouldn't let them say it. And so I will say, and miraculously, they didn't censor our podcast. They censored just about everything else, but they didn't try to censor Verdict.
I do think it's only appropriate, we're back in D.C., that we remind the amazing media of what they were saying to the American people. I want to play clip 2. Take a look at this. This is your media not pushing any narrative at all.
Tom Cotton a couple of days ago spouting a conspiracy theory that the Chinese made this virus up.
At the lab in
Wuhan. In a lab.
Conservative talk show host Rush Limbaugh with zero proof, suggesting a Chinese bioweapon lab is to blame.
We know that it's been debunked that this virus was man-made or modified or anything like that. Dr. Anthony Fauci rejected the conspiracy that coronavirus was man-made in a lab in Wuhan, China. And yet this week, Donald Trump is still pushing the debunked bunkum, despite his own intelligence community's findings that is simply not true.
If you look at the evolution of the virus in bats and what's out there now, it's very, very strongly leaning towards this could not have been artificially or deliberately manipulated.
Well, Brett, I'm really sorry that the lab leak has become such a distraction for so many people, because frankly, we still don't know. There is no evidence really to say. Most of the scientific community, myself included, think that is a possibility, but far more likely this was a natural way in which a virus left.
So the first few hosts there were actually trying out for dumbest cable television host. That's what that was. Sorry, I have my own COVID ruined my wife's life story, so I'm going to tell that briefly. So we were in the heat of the primary campaign, and what turned into a very, very intense campaign. And my wife was 39 weeks pregnant, so we're very bad at family planning. So my wife gets COVID, and she actually, for me it was like a mild cold. For her, she got actually pretty sick, which maybe has something to do with the fact she was 39 weeks pregnant. 9 days afterwards, she starts going into labor. And we called the hospital, and they said, try to wait another few hours, because if you come in now, you're going to have to wear the full mask, body gear setup, complete quarantine. Your husband can't be in the room with you, but if you wait a few hours, then you've reached the quarantine period. This was in December of 2021. So we ruined, all of us have a crazy COVID story. I think mine is better than most. In other words, there were a lot of people, of course, who were prevented seeing loved ones in their final moments, and that is heartbreaking. But the failure to be honest about this virus with the American people ruined a lot of lives. And the fact that they called us conspiracy theorists for stating the obvious. I mean, credit to you guys for talking about this. Credit to Tom Cotton for talking about this. But it was, I mean, look, there were always two options, right? Like, one was a bat that had COVID flew into a guy's soup and it sort of wafted into his nose and he got human COVID. Or
Totally
it was
plausible, by the way.
Totally
That's
reasonable.
Not a conspiracy
or
theory
it was
at all.
made 2 miles down the road in the Wuhan Institute of Virology that studied bat coronaviruses. It was always the most reasonable baseline assumption. The fact you were censored for it is crazy.
And by the way, the good news is that CPAC is serving bat soup for lunch. It's delicious. So look, what JD said is exactly right. What are the facts that we knew within a couple of months of this pandemic beginning? What are the facts we laid out on this podcast? Number one, the Wuhan Institute for Virology, which studies viruses, not just viruses, studies coronaviruses. Not just coronaviruses, studies coronaviruses derived from bats. By the way, the bats in question that carry these coronaviruses do not occur naturally in Wuhan, China. The closest you can find these bats to Wuhan are in caves that are 900 miles away. Now, where is the Wuhan Institute for Virology? It is literally a couple hundred yards from the wet market where the first outbreak occurred. You could drive a golf ball. Well, I couldn't, but you could.
I was about to say, I could drive the golf ball. You could drive it in a golf cart, yes, to the spot of the crime.
That's fact number one. Fact number two. In November of 2019, not one, not two, 3 scientists, employees at the Wuhan Institute for Virology checked themselves into the hospital with serious illnesses that may well have been the beginning of the pandemic. Fact number 3, when the pandemic erupted, we discovered that China had been stockpiling protective medical equipment several months before the pandemic, and China ordered the Wuhan Institute for Virology to destroy the samples. Now, look, in a court of law, and I'm sorry you have 2 lawyers here, you did something really wrong. In a court of law, in a civil case or a criminal case, if someone destroys evidence, a judge will instruct the jury, you are entitled to draw an inference from the destruction of evidence that that evidence was incriminating, that there's a reason they destroyed the evidence. In this case, it ain't complicated what the reason was that the Chinese government said, destroy all the samples, we don't want any evidence. I think now and then it was overwhelmingly likely that COVID escaped from a Chinese government lab, and I think it is significantly more likely than not that it was in fact altered in that lab through gain-of-function research, that it was a natural virus that they made more dangerous, more deadly, and that's why China doesn't want culpability for it. And I will say this, if you want to know the facts on what's going on this issue and everything else, I want to encourage everyone here, take out your cell phone. Take out your cell phone.
He's not joking. You can take out your cell phone.
And text the word verdict to 24005. Let me give that to you again. The number is 24005. All right, now that's awesome. Text the word verdict to 24005. What you will get is a link to subscribe to this podcast. We do it 3 days a week.
Which, to quote your dad, remind people that means
so
it's
y'all
free.
know my dad.
This is awesome, by the way.
But my dad is 83, and he points out, he says, look, don't say subscribe. People are thinking like it's like a magazine subscription. You got to pay for it. No, it's free, and you get it 3 days a week. And this is, we've had now on Verdict over 50 million downloads. We had 700,000 unique viewers last month. We are beating CNN every week of the year.
Which is getting easier and easier. I kind of like that. I got to ask.
This just says Ted Cruz is awesome again and again.
I wrote that.
This is propaganda.
That's part of my
Ted.
job. I write
here?
each one of those earlier today. That's automatic now. All right, I want to ask you guys this. You and I have talked about this on the pod before, Senator, but I want to know, and I think most people at CPAC would agree, you want some accountability, specifically with Dr. Fauci. I think there's a lot of people who believe he lied to Congress. Is there going to be any accountability, and you can keep it short, but is there going to be any accountability for him looking, saying, we did not fund gain-of-function research. It was not this Wuhan. It was not the Institute of Virology. I mean, he's gone all in on this. Will there be any accountability? Because you were on the House side as well. He was looking, and in my opinion, lying to the American people.
Look, there should be accountability. It's that simple. I mean, look, Tony Fauci lied under oath. He lied to the American people. And it's not just that. He compelled and persuaded the FBI to censor information about the pandemic as it was unfolding. Yep. He tried to shut down, he used his government power to shut down the functioning of the First Amendment so that we could not have an honest and open debate about where COVID came from and what to do about it. And I think it's absolutely disgraceful what Tony Fauci did. Now, the question, and Ted is a much smarter lawyer than I am, is if we actually want to say he committed perjury, is that Merrick Garland who has to make that decision? Which I know you met him yesterday. I'm not optimistic that Merrick Garland is going to do the right thing here.
Let's go to Merrick. Go ahead, but let's go to Merrick Garland after that.
So, look. Amen.
That's right.
That's exactly right. So someone just called out, follow the money. And the money, look, Dr. Fauci has done more damage than any bureaucrat in the history of our nation.
That's right.
And was the highest paid.
He led policies that destroyed people's lives, that hurt tens of millions of kids across this country, that destroyed businesses, and he lied repeatedly over and over and over again. Now, one of the consequences is he elevated politics above science and medicine. There has been no person who has done more to destroy trust in the scientific and medical community than Dr. Anthony Fauci. Who told millions of Americans lies willingly, knowingly, glibly, supremely arrogantly. Should there be an accountability in any sane system, he would be prosecuted for lying under oath, and he would go to jail for lying under oath to Congress. Now, unfortunately, I can quantify with mathematical precision the likelihood that the Biden Department of Justice will prosecute him, and the odds are 0.000%. They will not do it. This is a lawless Department of Justice. Will there be accountability? There will be accountability. Number one, we have a majority in the House. And I am confident in the House that we're going to use that majority and use it to hold Dr. Fauci and the others who lied accountable. And we need to have hearings on the origins of COVID. We need to have hearings to follow the money. We need to have hearings examining and laying out the facts about how Fauci misled the American people and the corruption that drove that.
You mentioned Garland a second ago. There were some fireworks yesterday on Capitol Hill. And I want to play a clip of you talking with the AG, and I'm going to call for clip 5 because this was about two systems of justice in this country. Yep. I think it's very clear there are two systems of justice. You asked him about this. Take a look.
I sent 70 United States Marshals.
Let me try again.
To defend,
has the Department of Justice brought even a single case under this statute? It's a yes, no question. It's not a give a speech on the other things you did.
The job of the United States Marshals is to defend the lives
of
the...
So the answer is no.
Is to defend the lives of the justices, and that's their number one priority. They have...
Why are you unwilling to say no? The answer is no. You know it's no. I know it's no. Everyone in this hearing room knows it's no. You're not willing to answer a question. Have you brought a case under this statute, yes or no?
As far as I know, we haven't, and what we have done is defended the lives of the justices with over 70 U.S. Marshals.
How do you decide which criminal statutes the DOJ enforces and which one it doesn't?
The United States Marshals know that they have full authority.
I recognize you want to give a separate speech.
No, I don't want to give
How do you decide which statutes you enforce and which ones you don't?
The Marshals on scene make that determination in light of the priority of defense.
The Marshals do not make a determination over whether to prosecute. You, the Attorney General, make a determination, and you spent 20 years as a judge, and you're perfectly content with justices being afraid for their children's lives and you did nothing to prosecute it. Let's shift to another hearing.
Can I answer the question?
No, you cannot. You have refused to answer the question.
I am answering your question. The Attorney General does not decide whether to arrest.
How did you choose not to enforce this statute?
The marshals on scene.
Marshals don't make that decision.
They do make the decision of whether to make an arrest.
Prosecute someone? No, they don't.
If they make
marshals do not have prosecution.
If they make an arrest, then it goes to the marshals.
Let's change topics because our time is limited.
He had his coffee. So getting to host a podcast with you is fun for me because I know your habits. How many Diet Dr. Peppers did you have, Senator, before you got into that questioning yesterday?
11.
11, okay, there we go. So you look at that moment, and I think it was all encompassing of what the American, I think, especially conservatives feel like they're up against, which is there's two systems of justice here. If you're a conservative, we'll come after you with the full strength of the law. We'll break down doors. We'll bring people to come after you. You know the story of a man, and you can pick it up from here and remind people of how they treat conservatives compared to when you're intimidating judges of the Supreme Court over issues like Roe v. Wade where they're trying to flip votes.
So look, Merrick Garland, I believe, is the most partisan and politicized attorney general our nation has ever seen. And what is happening at the Department of Justice is heartbreaking because it is turned into the political weapon for the Democrats to attack their enemies and protect their friends. And it is astonishing. Look, Garland, he spent all day before the Judiciary Committee in testimony. He will not answer a straight question at all. And he looks at you, number one, we were talking about Fauci and supreme arrogance. Merrick Garland can compete in that category with Fauci, and that's impressive.
That's hard to do. That's when you're going pro.
Garland looks at you like, how dare you ask me a question? And the guy was a judge for 24 years. And you look at that hearing. So, for example, what we were talking about, as you guys know, when the Dobbs opinion was released, when it was leaked, hundreds of left-wing protesters, radical left-wing protesters, went to the homes of 6 Supreme Court justices and engaged in angry, violent protests. And by the way, left-wing groups were not only giving out the home addresses of justices, they were giving where the justices worshiped, what churches they went to, they were giving where their kids went to school. And angry protesters at your home when your kids are sleeping in their bedroom is inherently threatening. There is a statute, 18 U.S.C. 1571, that makes it a crime, a federal crime, to protest at the home of a judge in an effort to influence the outcome of a case. It's similar to jury tampering. You can't go to a juror's house and protest to try to get a not guilty verdict. This Department of Justice refuses to enforce the law. And it was clear for that hearing that Merrick Garland's political staff had written one sentence. This is your political talking point. The marshals decide whether or not to arrest someone. That's true, there were marshals there, and the marshals didn't arrest someone. But under our system of justice, marshals are essentially police officers. They have zero prosecution authority. The only prosecution authority in the federal law is in the Department of Justice with the prosecutors. Merrick Garland is the one who made the decision. We're not going to prosecute here. And by the way, these numbnuts put up pictures of themselves on social media. We're not talking master criminals. They've confessed to the crime. They could be found easily. But Merrick Garland agrees with the protesters. He doesn't like the Dobbs decision. He supports Roe versus Wade. And what is shocking for someone who spent 24 years as a judge is that he's perfectly willing to be complicit with a left-wing violent mob threatening the lives and families of the justices because he supports their political agenda. That is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, and let's take stock for just a second of who Merrick Garland has gone after and who he's refused to go after. He's gone after a pro-life father of 7 at his home, arrested him like a hardened criminal. Yep. He's gone after parents peacefully protesting at their children's school board meetings. He's had the FBI investigate traditional Catholics as being domestic terrorists, and he won't use the Department of Justice to go after people who are harassing the children of Supreme Court justices. The guy is a disgrace. He needs to go.
How much you just ran? You were out there with the voters. You're talking to them. How concerned? And tell a little bit about your story. I mean, you're what I would refer to as blue-collar conservative. You come in, you run for this thing. How concerned are the American people about these type of issues when you were talking to them that, hey, this government that I'm supposed to trust is supposed to protect me, it's supposed to protect my rights, where I'm supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, are now being accused of things just because of politics, and they can ruin your life. They can come in and literally ruin your life.
Yep. Look, one of the things Ted said when he was out on the campaign trail campaigning with me to this blue-collar conservatism point that I stole, Ted. I hope you won't mind it. But I gave you credit, though, so it's borrowing. He would talk about how if you look at who's voting Republicans, I mean, we're the party of soldiers and sailors, of nurses, of construction workers, of people who go to And, you know, I got to say, a lot of our elites, a lot of the leaders, I think, of the establishment of the Republican Party, they're ashamed of our new base. I know Ted and I aren't, and that's something that's very, very good that's happening in our party. It's a great thing. That when the Department of Justice acts unfairly, they're the very kind of people who suffer. They know that the very thing that makes this country special is that whether you're powerful or not, whether you're rich or poor,
and let me say something on that, which is, you know, JD is a brand new senator, and he's one of the people I am incredibly excited that is now a member of the U.S. Senate, because,
thank you.
As JD mentioned, I campaigned with him all over the state of Ohio. He's a hell of a candidate. He was powerful and effective on the stump. He worked his tail. Working class environments, in rough working class environments, was a Marine who went to Yale Law School.
That's right.
And I will tell you, there's a long history of, on verdict of making fun of Yale University. JD wrote a New York Times #1 bestseller, Hillbilly Elegy. Which is a fantastic book. It is actually, it's probably the best explanation.
You can combine them at checkout at Amazon.com, just so you know. Justice Corrupted, this book, you can literally put them together. That's
yeah, for the record, I wasn't my own book.
I know. I was like, you might as well buy one, get both, happen. Right? Yeah, exactly.
And while Ted talks about how
the pathologies that have been just hammering working men and women in this country, or not even working men and women, people who are not working, and whether the opioid crisis and addiction, the destruction of manufacturing jobs, the loss of fathers, and this is no longer the party of the country clubs.
That's right.
And there's some of our colleagues in the Republican Conference who are really confused who this guy is, and that's why I'm so excited that he's come. Give us your thoughts on as the future of the Republican Party as it concerns how are we different from the Republican Party of 20 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question. I guess the way that I think about it is we are the party of wage earners, we're the party of taxpayers, and we're the party of the we got to think a little bit about different issues differently. I think the old Republican Party would have maybe seen Merrick Garland applying equal justice in our country unequally and would have said, well, you know, they're in power. The Democrats get to do what they want to do. I think you and I, our attitude is, look, if we don't stop this dead in its tracks, we're with trade deals and with negotiations with China, most favored nation status with China, that destroyed the manufacturing base, that, by the way, hollowed out our ability to make our own weapons on the national security side. And, you know, I guess I think the final way I think about this is the Democrats' approach to people who are struggling
I want to ask. Well, and I'll tell you, we're seeing that divide play out. There are lots of issues on which the blue-collar shift in the party is playing out. Immigration is front and center.
That's right.
There used to be Chamber of Commerce Republicans that were all matters. Look, we saw recently, we almost had a massive rail strike. And we almost had a massive rail strike, and there was a dispute between management and the unions, and it ended up coming to an impasse because Biden and Pete Buttigieg And I got to tell you, and it was the Biden administration that was pressing to overturn what the unions wanted. The unions wanted paid sick leave. Actually, the rule in the railroads was if you wanted sick leave, you had to put in for it several days in advance, which is really helpful if you know, hey, between management and the unions, we have no business getting in the middle and resolving it. And so initially we had a vote to delay and give them more time to negotiate a mutually agreed upon solution. We're not a rubber stamp for what management wants. That is a new dynamic in the Republican Party, and I think J.D. being there is a big part of getting it viscerally, which is something we need going forward. And I got to say also, everyone here is horrified at the derailment in East Palestine.
That's right.
And J.D. has been fantastic going back there.
On leadership, yeah.
Like, going back there, you know, he went and did a video of him poking water with a stick and all sorts of crazy, scary crap came up. And by the way, Joe Biden completely AWOL. Pete Buttigieg, what the hell does this guy got to do to get fired? like at this point, it's a bar game. Like, what else could he do? And I got to say, J.D. standing up, and the Democrats don't give a damn about East Palestine because it's a blue-collar, red place, and they're like, to hell with you. If you were a bunch of transgender tech workers, you'd have the entire Biden cabinet down there for a listening session and sit-in to feel their pain. But J.D., and by the way, J.D. alongside Donald Trump, came there and guilted the administration. And that was powerful as hell.
Thank you. I've never said this, by the way, in a podcast before. You guys have a vote coming up that you're about to head off to.
See, the nice thing is, Ben, being a radio guy, he's very docile. So we have screens up here that say, please wrap up.
We're just ignoring it.
Look,
we're having fun, right?
We're having fun. I like that you're.
I need a raise. I need a raise for this. All right, I will ask last question, and I'm sure Matt's not going to fire me over this. I will ask one last question. I do think it's an important one. What does the Republican Party need to do over the next 2 years to unify and find good candidates? And the reason why I say this is the Democratic Party is very unified right now.
Yeah.
They are so unified they will elect a dead guy in Pennsylvania on purpose, and they will elect Fetterman, who clearly they took advantage of. I think that's evil what they did to him, in my opinion. And you look at where Biden is right now. If he is their guy, which I expect him to be their guy, as long as he has a heartbeat, they'll vote him in. That's how unified they are as a party right now, which is scary. But what does the conservative movement need to do for the next 2 years quickly?
Let me offer my views, because I just came off an election, and look, the thing that I was really caught off guard by when I won my primary is that, yes, some arms of the establishment said maybe this wasn't our number one choice, but look, he won, and we need to keep the seat red, and so we're going to support J.D. Vance. There are a lot of folks in the establishment wing, when they don't get their preferred candidate, who whine, who will not help, who will not lift a finger to help candidates. And look, there are going to be a lot of candidates that win Republican primaries that aren't going to be my first choice. They may be, a little bit more moderate than I am, a little bit more established than I am. Who cares? When you have a candidate win the primary, we've all got to get on board and support him. From the president on down, no more whining from the establishment. Let's help our candidates win.
And look, to be very clear, the D.C. establishment basically abandoned the Senate candidate in Arizona, basically abandoned the Senate candidate in New Hampshire, and that was disgraceful. We need to win, and that means getting behind people who are ready to fight and taking it seriously. I support the strongest conservative who can win, and we need to win. We need to take back the Senate. We need to grow our majority in the House, and we need to send Joe Biden back to his beach house in Delaware.
Amen to that.
There it is. Thank you guys for being here at CPAC. Being a part of Verdict, make sure you download it. We'll see you soon.
You guys.
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify one's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
And the fact of the matter is look, we're all going to answer to him. But I live by that faith. And if we work together and lift each other up we will build this red wave and red conservative movement that will benefit all of us.
One of my favorite Bible verses came to mind. It's Joshua 1:9. God commands us to only be strong and to be of good courage. Yes, we're a wireless provider. We're a cell phone company. We have great coverage, nationwide coverage on 4G, 5G networks. We have 100% US-based customer support. We check all the boxes that say that we're a cell phone company. But here's the deal. Our mission has nothing to do with cell phones. Our mission is to relentlessly defend our God-given constitutional rights and freedoms, and to do so in a way that glorifies our God.
Bringing God back into public schools. These In God We Trust signs are popping up in classrooms across Texas. Our next guest is with Patriot Mobile, the Texas-based cell phone company that gave the signs currently on display. Here with more is the Vice President of Public Affairs, Lee Wamgans.
And, you know, Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Well, of course, we have, you know, extreme liberal leftists whose, you know, heads explode when they hear the national motto. But by and large, the majority of our feedback has been incredibly positive. And we're so proud to be a part of sharing the American heritage with our students. We love America's schools, and we love our students, and we want to help them and encourage them in any way that we can.
For too long, the left have become experts in wielding government to advance their agenda. No longer. We, the people, know what time it is. We, the people, tell the government what to do. In 2025, conservatives will take the helm, and we'll be ready on day one because we know it's time to save America. We have 2 years and one chance to get this right. This is Project 2025. Join to serve at project2025.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, who's in charge of the border? Please welcome former Director of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Tom Homan. From Tennessee, Chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, Mark Green. And your host, Town Hall Senior Writer, Julio Rosas.
Well, hello, everybody. As they said, my name is Julio Rosas, the senior writer over at Town Hall. I've been covering the border crisis that's been going on since 2021 pretty extensively. I just came back from Yuma and El Paso. With me here, we have the current chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, Mr. Mark Green, and then we also have Tom Homan, who's been with federal law enforcement for many, many years. And so, Chairman, we just heard Senator Cruz talk about, you know, wanting to get into the majority of the Senate, not to throw too much shade, but what's it like actually being in the majority right now?
It feels awesome for us to have taken control of the United States House of Representatives for the Republican Party, and really for the American people. So, yeah, it's awesome.
And so now that you guys are in the majority, what is the next step forward when it comes to legislation to tackling the border crisis?
So we have a bill that we're putting together in the Homeland Security Department, or in the committee, that really addresses, so there are different jurisdictions. It's really important for folks to understand. You know, the Judiciary Committee has all of the Immigration and Nationalization Act stuff that needs to be fixed there. And a lot of the policies that are basically being, you know, laws being disregarded by this administration fall under that jurisdiction. Under the jurisdiction of Homeland Security, it's about the people, it's about the technology, and it's about the infrastructure. And so we're going to do things that streamline the hiring process for Customs and Border Patrol. We're going to make sure they have the technology resources. We're going to build the wall. We're going to restart the contracts that were cut by by the administration. So we're going to get all that going again and just address those issues.
And so then, Tom, you know, you've been in multiple administrations during your career. What do you think of legislation like that?
Well, you know, the great thing about the chairman, Mark Green, is that we helped write this legislation. He reached out to people like me, Mark Morgan, and other border security experts who spent decades doing this. And he came over and met with us and asked us, based on your experience, what's going to work, what's going to secure the border. So hats off to that. He's a lot like President Trump, who happens to be the greatest president in my lifetime, right? He listens to the men and women in enforcement. He listens to the men and women who actually did the job. He listens to the men and women who gave us the most secure border in my lifetime under President Trump. So he gets it. He just started, but he already got it. I can't think of a better man to be in the position than this guy right here.
Well, and to further answer the question, you know, the plan is to get this bill through our markup at the end of March and on the House floor in April. So we will pass the most conservative border security bill in Homeland Security Committee history in April of this year.
And let me add this. There's a great bill on the floor right now. Chip Roy has a great bill called H.R. 29, which career law enforcement officers worked on. There's 2 or 3 Republican congressmen are pushing back on it. So I respectfully request they get their heads out of their asses and support a bill that will secure this border.
And so, obviously now, again, with you guys being the majority, you guys are not just going to do legislation, but there's also the issue with the current Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas.
Yeah.
We have, you know, people who are already saying we need to vote on impeachment right away. But, and actually I'll be joining you down in McAllen, Texas on the 15th for your guys' first field hearing down there. Why is a hearing necessary like that before we get to something like impeachment?
So, well, first, my committee doesn't do the impeachment. The Judiciary Committee does impeachment. But my job is to build the case. So we're going to have several weeks of digging into the dereliction of duty, to the outright fraud and abuse that's been going on, looking at the human costs. Just this week we had I don't know if you guys saw it, but we had an amazing, strong woman who came into our committee and talked about losing 2 children to fentanyl in one night. And it wasn't they thought they were taking one thing and it was laced with fentanyl. And everybody died. Look, every American in our country is at risk for this. You pick up a dollar that's got fentanyl on it, and you're dead. So this is a massive risk. We got to take this methodically with a process, build witnesses, hand that case off to Jim Jordan in Judiciary, and he'll do what's necessary.
And so, Tom, do you have any history working with Mayorkas or kind of working with his orbit? Or, I mean, I don't know. You've been in law enforcement for a while.
Mayorkas needs to be impeached. Bottom line, right? I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for, even Clinton and Obama, did some things to secure the border because they understood that you can't have national security without border security. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of the nation who came in office and unsecured the border. So what him and Secretary Mayorkas has done is borderline treasonous, in my opinion. They want to say that their policies are much more humane. You know, I've been called a racist, but President Trump's been called a racist. They say our policies were inhumane. Well, let me tell you something. Under President Trump, illegal immigration was down 83%, a 45-year low. Doctors Without Borders say 1/3 of women that make that journey How many Americans didn't die of fentanyl overdoses? How many known suspected terrorists didn't come across that border? This administration is the most inhumane administration I've ever seen. President Trump saved lives. The secure border saved lives. What this administration has done, since Joe Biden has been in office, we've got over 1,700 migrants dead on U.S. soil, a record. We got over 106,000 Americans dying from drug overdoses, a record. We got a record of women and children being sex trafficked across the border. The cartels are making billions. They've already arrested 156 known and suspected terrorists trying to cross the border. We got 1.2 administration's killing people with their policies. They're un-American. So Mayorkas needs to be impeached, and right after him, Biden needs to be next.
The only thing, yeah, I agree 100%. The only thing that changed in January 21, we didn't cut the Border Patrol's budget, right? We didn't cut the number of Border Patrol agents. Biden killed 89 Trump policies, and that has resulted in 4.7 million encounters, 1.2 million gotaways. And you got to think about what's a gotaway. It's someone, right now, if you come to the border and you see a CBP officer and you turn yourself populations less than that. So it's insane, and it's not a money issue, although there are resources needed. It's not a people issue, although we need more people in certain areas. This is purely the decision of President Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas that have resulted in more people coming into the United States than 2 past presidents combined.
I just want to expand what he just said, because the most important thing we can say from this stage is that this president's created a national security crisis. This is the biggest national security failure I've seen since 9/11. Look, 9/11 terrorists killed several thousand people. The criminal cartels of Mexico have killed over 100,000 Americans. Airline ticket at taxpayer expense to the city of your choice. Then you get work authorization. Then you're in the country for 3 or 4 years until your hearing finally comes across. Then when you get order removed, you're not being deported because the secretary says being in the country illegally is not enough to be arrested and removed. Who wouldn't take advantage of that giveaway program? Why? I don't know how many terrorists have crossed this border in the last 2 years, but someday we're going to find out, and it's going to be a bad day for America.
One last thing, if I can. Alejandro Mayorkas came before the Homeland Security Committee, and he said we have operational control of the southern border. Across our southern border. Alejandro Mayorkas lied, and Americans are dying.
And I'll add one more point to that. Why does, on all the other things he needs to be impeached for, Alejandro Mayorkas is see a judge. They got order removed. We put him on an airplane, sent him home. The numbers went down. What's Secretary Mayorkas doing now? He's not detaining him. They're not seeing a judge. Even if they lose their case, which 91% will lose their case, they're not being removed. He's doing the complete opposite of what he Democratic voters, maybe, but they also, when they signed those 87, 89 executive orders, what else did he do? He overturned the Trump census rule, which means millions of more people will be counted in the next census sanctuary cities, which is going to result in more seats in the House for the Democrats. They sold this country out for future political power.
Talked about, but also the children. And actually, you actually know it's a problem when even the mainstream media is talking about it, which is the significant increase in unaccompanied minors who have come through the southern border now being exploited in child labor. We've seen, they were talking about it in factories. We're watching Secretary Mayorkas, and he said, I believe it was from the White House, he said that if an unaccompanied minor comes to our southern border, we're not going to turn them away. Well, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think? We talk about the child separation policy, but there are parents voluntarily separating themselves from their kids because they're going to be allowed in. when it comes to this increase in child labor, what is the next step to kind of combat that?
So you got to scratch your head and basically agree that it's a horrible problem that can't be avoided if the New York Times is reporting negatively on what the administration is doing, right? Area, and basically we're being used for child labor, exploited essentially. The problem with that is, President Trump and these guys, they would do background checks on every single person in the home. These children's conditions now, what's happening to them, just like the blood of the 100,000 plus fentanyl deaths, all of this is on the hands of Alejandro Mayorkas. And that's why we're going to do what we're going to do.
Well, look, I wake up every day pissed off because this administration destroyed the most secure border in our lifetime, and I'm sick and tired of hearing about the family separation. Violence or someone for DUI, I separate that family. When you violate the law with a child, you're going to be separated. But you're right. 250,000 children have crossed this border since Joe Biden's been president. They chose to separate themselves. And the children aren't always children. Let's put this in perspective. When I was the ICE director under President Trump, we did Operation Matador, a gang enforcement operation on Long Island. We arrested just short of 500 gang members. Under the Trump administration, we did DNA testing. What's the first thing the Biden administration did? Killed DNA. We don't know how many families are actually families. So children are being trafficked. Under this administration, they've lost track of 40,000 kids already. 40,000 kids, we don't know where they're at. Now, they find them in forced labor. I guarantee there's some in child pornography movies now. I don't give a shit what anybody says. This border has put a lot of lives in danger, and I'm so afraid of what we're going to find out several years down the road, what these children, what kind of conditions they're put in. People call me anti-immigrant every day. I'm not. I believe in immigration, legal immigration. They don't understand when you make world of them put themselves in the hands of these cartels to be smuggled across the border. This administration's policies are dumb. They're killing a record number of Americans. They've killed a record number of migrants. And God help us. Thousands of these children are in very bad situations right now. And someday it's going to come out, and we need to hold these people responsible.
Democrats have always tried to separate the fact that, the fentanyl issue and migration issue, they're basically two separate things. Because, fentanyl is mostly being trafficked through the ports of entry by American citizens. That's kind of the talking point. And, if you know anything about how cartels operate, it's not like they separate by LLC, right? I mean, it's not like, that's our 401c and that's all that. I mean, all the money. It's
common sense.
It's common. Chairman, so explain to people how kind of the fentanyl issue is not really affected by what's happening when it comes to people illegally crossing.
Yeah, so at the ports of entry during COVID, we shut them down except for essential traffic. So we closed the ports of entry. If that's the only place where the fentanyl's coming across, why did the price of fentanyl go on the street, a hit of fentanyl in January of 21, go from $95 to $28 a hit? It's simple supply demand. Now, I wouldn't expect Joe Biden to get supply demand. That's why this inflation crisis is the way it is. But that's why the fentanyl's pouring across our southern border in between the ports of entry. We have video from Arizona, from Texas ranchers using game camera footage of camouflage wearing and it's all over the country.
And one thing that I really want to emphasize is how the cartels operate. So there's a reporter that's based in Mexico. He's been covering the border or covering Mexican. One of the only places that I'm aware of where you can buy fentanyl in Mexico is in the slums of Tijuana. So think about that. The Mexican cartels won't allow fentanyl to be sold where they live and where they have their families and friends, right? So and that speaks to the profitability, and it speaks to just they know how deadly that is.
Well, in front of Congress saying 1% of fentanyl comes through the port of entry. How does he know? He's never wore the uniform. He's never been down there and fighting the war. Bottom line is that the Democrats want you to believe that most of the fentanyl comes through the port of entry because they want to ignore the fact that most of it comes between the ports of entry illegally. The reason CPAC targeting system is a computer system. I can't tell you what's in it because it's law enforcement sensitive. When they put the license plate number in, based on a bunch of intelligence from a bunch of different sources, it may say, you know what, this might be a car you want a secondary. So of course you're seizing more fentanyl at the port of entries. Everybody's getting stopped. Between the port of entries, right now, this administration has caused such a huge immigration crisis that 70 to 80% of Border Patrol agents have been pulled off the line, changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs. So the cartels are going to use the route to release resistance. And that's going to be where there's no Border Patrol agents. So most of the fentanyl is coming between the port of entries. Don't buy the Democrats' lies. It's inaccurate. It's not a coincidence. In the biggest illegal immigration crisis we've ever seen, we have record numbers of overdose deaths. That's because they're coming across an open border that this administration purposely created.
Amen.
And so to wrap up our great panel, Tom, you've been doing this for over 20 years. What does the future hold?
The future? I'll tell you the same thing I told President Trump. He comes back, I come back, we fix his shit. No one did more. No one did more to secure this border than President Trump. If you don't like him, then you don't like me. The bottom line is, no one did more. Bottom line, look at the data. I made a commitment. I even told him I come back for free. I'm so pissed off.
Chairman, what does the future hold for the current border crisis?
Well, the near future is a border trip. We're going to do our first hearing where we take the Democrats to the border and we do a hearing on the border in McAllen, Texas. And we're going to have our bill, like I said, get marked up the last week of March. We'll put that bill on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives in April, and we will pass that bill, the most comprehensive and conservative border security bill in the history of this country. And then we're going to bring Mr. Mayorkas in for a few, I would say, a 6-month-long colonoscopy.
And let me add one more thing. I'm happy to be on the stage with the next Secretary of Homeland Security on the Trump administration, first of all. And second of all, if I offended anybody today with my language, I don't care.
All right, thank you very much.
Great to be with you guys.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Oil, the most precious natural resource known to man. It is the engine that drives every modern economy and has provided the foundation for innovation worldwide. From powering our cities and fueling our vehicles to the more than 6,000 products created from one barrel. Oil has changed the standard of living for every human being in the modern world. Just like the rising sun in the morning, oil has become a part of our everyday lives. There is not one facet of our lives that is not touched by oil or the products created from it. When you think about it, it's pretty simple. We are all in the oil business, whether we want to be or not. Every one of us pay for it every day. Let me ask you this. If you're going to be in the oil business anyway and pay these prices, doesn't it make sense to try to learn how to make some money while doing it? At Panex, we are producers of American oil. Go to panex.us/learn, where you can begin to build your foundational knowledge about the oil and natural gas industry. A perfect place to start would be a morning without oil. This 5-minute video reveals a world that most of us don't even contemplate as possible, a world without oil in it. From there, you can bolster your oil knowledge by downloading one of our oil and gas primers, Oil and Gas 101 or 102. At Panex, we believe it is imperative to educate yourself on all that oil can do for you. Do yourself a favor and give us that chance. When done, if you decide that you too would like to reap the rewards of oil and gas, great. If not, at least you've bolstered yourself with that information that will last you a lifetime. You owe it to yourself. Go to panex.us/learn and see all that oil can do for you.
Before you sit down, I have a quick question. Does anybody remember the movie Dr. Strangelove? Yes. Oh, okay. Well, I saw it when it first came out. And for those of you who are far too young to have your parents or your grandparents tell you about it, Dr. Strangelove was a movie, it was a spoof, but it was a movie about nuclear war. And it was, the theme of it was, hey, wait, nuclear war is going to happen. So you might as well just lean back and enjoy it. Well, that was in the 1960s. Nuclear war didn't happen. And in fact, we won the Cold War in the late 1980s, early 1990s. And for the lifetimes of most under 40-year-olds or under 30-year-olds, they don't even know kind of what nuclear weapons are. Or they certainly don't have any idea about a nuclear war. However, in the last year, we've started talking about nuclear war again. So, Dr. Anton, who was with me in the Trump administration and the National Security Council, one of the really bright, brilliant thinkers about conservative causes and foreign policy and national security, he is with me today, and we are going to reprise the act that we did for President Trump when we were not worried about nuclear war in Europe. So we want to talk about Russia, Ukraine, the United States, NATO, the whole range of issues. I want to start out by saying, well, a year ago at CPAC, Michael, I don't know if you were here, but a year ago at CPAC, we were all happily having our meetings, and then all of a sudden, Vladimir Putin invades Ukraine. So we're all here, we all go to the cameras, we all talk about it, and it was pretty clear Vladimir Putin thought, easy peasy, I'll be in and out in 3 days, the government of Ukraine will fall, I'll have a puppet government in Ukraine, and then I'll have Greater Russia restored. So I want to ask Michael Anton, why did Putin think he could get away with it? What thinking led him to that?
Well, why he thought he could get away with it is because his country is so much larger, his military is so much larger. He thought that Ukraine was weak, that Ukraine would be a pushover, and that he thought, I think that that eastern third of Ukraine is so pro-Russia, they would have essentially welcomed him with open arms and he could get it done very, very quickly. Obviously, it's a year later, and that hasn't happened, and yet the war grinds on.
The war does grind on. So from the perspective of where we are now, so here we are a year into it. It turns out the Ukrainian military did fight. The Ukrainian president did not get on a plane as the Biden administration offered to kind of get him out, sneak him out in the dead of night from Ukraine. The Ukrainians have fought. NATO has come together. The United States, at an enormous expense, has been supporting the Ukrainian effort, and yet the war grinds on. So, Michael, if I have to ask you, how does this war, is this war going to just keep grinding on? Can the Russians fight forever?
I don't know if they can fight forever, but it does seem to be indefinite. I mean, it's a country that's GDP is larger, population base is larger, its military base is larger, the amount of material it can throw at it. Ukraine is only in the fight because of Western aid. Right. So it's conceivable that as long as the Western aid keeps flowing, neither side really gains the upper hand. It could go on a lot longer. Nothing is indefinite, but you could imagine it going on for another year easily without any clear resolution and without either side really even gaining the upper hand.
Now, I want to backtrack a little bit and say at the beginning of the Trump administration, we understood the enormous advantage that American energy gave us, not only for the American economy of being energy independent, but it gave us the ability to become energy dominant in the world. In other words, we could, because of American energy, yay America, and American engineers and geologists and frackers, they understood that we could get energy by digging down into rocks and taking oil and natural gas out of rocks. It's about 10 years ago they figured out how to do it. And then they figured out we had the best rocks of anybody in the world. So as a result, we could produce oil and natural gas at far more competitive prices than any other country could in the world. That became energy independence, and that's what we set out to do in the Trump administration. But then we realized we could become energy dominant. In other words, America had enough energy, especially natural gas, to power the whole world. Forget the Middle East, forget Russia, forget everybody. Power the whole world for a century or two. And we also realized that our companies could make a profit if oil was at, say, $50 a barrel. Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, other countries, they needed oil at about $80, $90 a barrel because the government owned all of the energy companies, and the government used those profits to fund the rest of government. So in the Trump administration, we set out, we're going to be energy dominant. What happened to the price of energy? It plummeted. What happened to American energy companies? Terrific, they were making money. What happened to Russia? Broke. And if you look at the history of Russia, before that the Soviet Union, when energy prices were high throughout the last 50 years, Russia has rebuilt its military, invaded its neighbors, and fought proxy wars around the world. So when President Biden comes in and his first act is to cancel and go to war against American energy independence, the American energy industry, predictably what happened? We stopped producing oil and natural gas. It's simple supply and demand that I guess they don't understand in the West Wing. But simple supply and demand meant the prices went up. Vladimir Putin got rich. Yippee, I'm going to go do what I wanted to do before, which is to go in and to invade Ukraine and take part of Ukraine. So, Michael, if I'm looking at Russia right now and I'm saying, gee, the price of energy is going to remain high, right, because the American war on fossil fuels, thanks to President Biden, does that mean Vladimir Putin can just fight forever? He's got a lot of money.
Well, as you know, nothing is forever. You'll remember well, and maybe some of the audience will, how one reason, there are many reasons why the Cold War was won, but one important reason was dramatic American, and then we convinced allies to really ramp up production in the mid to the late 1980s. Price of energy cratered, and 5 years later, the Soviet Union fell, and that was a huge contributing factor. I think the other thing with regard to energy is that Putin knows that the European economy, in particular Germany, the European industrial economy, is completely dependent on Russian oil and gas. And I think part of his miscalculation is he thought that they would quickly be brought to heel out of fear, and they haven't yet been. There's a game of chicken going on between, how long can he threaten the German industrial economy before the Germans say it's time to bring an end to this or start with peace talks. So far, neither side has backed off. He hasn't backed off, but I think to his surprise, the Germans haven't said even quietly, we probably need to start talking about a deal because our industrial economy is being hurt. And that's one of those other dynamics that the longer it plays out, the more just everybody gets hurt. And, to me, this is a war, well, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but without yet a clear winner. And I don't just mean in terms of a resolution. I can't even tell you right now, like, who's winning, who's gaining, except for one, but I'll leave that for a moment.
Okay, so we're in a situation now, it's gone on for a year. It's likely to go on, as even the president has talked about, going on for more years. The Russians, even if they've run out of weapons, they're buying weapons from China, from Iran, elsewhere. Oil prices continue to stay high. Russia continues to have the wherewithal and the money to keep fighting. We, on the other hand, so talk to me about what you think's happening with NATO, with the United States. Do we keep spending $100 billion a year for the Ukrainians to fight the war?
I sure hope not. I think it's a terrible deal for the American taxpayer. And let's not forget, too, it's not simply a matter of going to the store and buying new weapons. These things take a long time to procure and develop. We've vastly, this is an underreported story, the U.S. military has vastly depleted its own stocks, sending these things over there, that you can't just go and pick up new ones on the, in a week or a month. It's going to take years to get back to where we were in terms of our own procurement and our own readiness, where we were in February of last year. And I'm waiting, hoping, fingers crossed, to see cool heads in the national security establishment prevail and say, all right, we have to stop this or dramatically slow it down, because whatever we may or may not be accomplishing in Ukraine, we're hurting our own readiness, and we've got other fish to fry and other adversaries to face, and that's not a smart position for us to be in.
Okay, so when Michael and I, the first week we were in the White House, the first couple of days, I'm in the Oval Office with President Trump. And normally a new president gets calls, from foreign leaders saying, congratulations, great job, looking forward to working with you. So the German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, gets on the phone and she's just, hello, congratulations. And I'm sitting there, I'd done all the, prepared all the talking points I wanted President Trump to say. So she says, what are you going to do about Ukraine? He flings the papers off the front of the table. And he said, what are you going to do about Ukraine? It's your neighborhood. It's your neighbor. Why are you not stepping up to do something about Ukraine? So even though Michael has rightly said the Germans and others have helped, when you add all the contributions of all the European countries together, they're still not what the United States is doing. So if we're looking forward to how does this war end, I'm looking at it and saying, all right, here's a couple of dynamics that we have at play. We have a Ukrainian president, and rightfully so. He's saying, I want Russia out. I want unconditional surrender on the part of the Russians. We have a White House that's saying, basically, we really want Putin out, and we want the Soviet Union to collapse. On the other hand, we have the Russians and Putin personally saying, I'm not going to lose this war. I know that if I lose this war, I lose my life. Putin understands he cannot afford to lose. So as Michael said, we're in kind of a trench warfare, World War I situation where everybody gets a little, gives a little, but nobody really advances. We have a war that could go on for a long time. And I'm looking at that and saying, okay, so I think that we're looking at two completely horrible options. On one hand, Russia says, I'm going to fight forever. I have the money to do it, and I'm just going to destroy Ukraine. I'm going to bomb it to smithereens. I'm going to do to Russia, to Ukraine, what I did to Chechnya in 2000. I'm just going to kill every man, woman, and child in Ukraine and bomb every building. On the other hand, there's, well, maybe we escalate. Do we involve NATO? So, Michael, talk me through these two horrible options.
Well, when either side, and as you're right to say, both sides are talking about essentially unconditional surrender, we should all hope and pray that those are just public negotiating positions to sound tough and to get as much as you can, but that neither side is serious about it. Because if you are serious about it, what you've done is you've said to your adversary, you really have no choice but to fight to the death. I've pushed you in a corner, and the only way out is to throw everything you have at me. And that's how you get a much wider war with much greater destruction, loss of life, and all kinds of potential calamities. I would like to see some of that rhetoric get dialed down, since I can't. I have no control, obviously, over what Moscow says, no control over what Washington says either, but to the extent that we have any influence, we all ought to be encouraging the people in Washington to at least signal the possibility of some kind of negotiated solution, because widening the war, ramping it up, making it clear to Putin that it is literally, his death and the death of his regime is the only real way, or total victory on his part, you're essentially egging him on to do things that you don't want to do and that could blow back very badly on us. And that's what I'm most concerned about and would like to see avoided.
Yeah, and I think that, and you and I have talked privately, I know a number of other people in the national security world are talking, we should stop calling each other names. That if you're looking for some kind of a negotiated solution or less than total victory on the part of either side, you're not a pro-commie, you're not an anti-commie. You're just trying to find a way that avoids these two alternatives of complete destruction of a society and an escalation to World War III. You know, I'm a Cold Warrior. I go back to the Reagan administration, and I watched and was, you know, foot soldier in the Reagan Revolution, and the way we won the Cold War the first time around was through economic means. We used a superior American economy. Michael talked earlier about saying how we convinced the Arab oil-producing countries to pump more oil. Remember, supply, demand. So the price of oil in the late 1980s went from $40 a barrel to $18 a barrel in 9 months. What that meant was Russia's income was cut in half. That, plus a whole lot of other things, meant that the Russians, the Soviet Union, it was inevitable. They were going to lose the Cold War. It was only a matter of time and how we let them down. I think that there's another alternative between total capitulation and World War III. Michael's talked about a negotiated solution, but how do you get two sides which have no interest in negotiating to the negotiating table? I think the first thing that any next president should do is to say, that Biden war on fossil fuels, I'm canceling that.
Yeah.
Not only are we going to let American energy producers do what they do best, which is give the world cheap, abundant, safe, secure natural gas and energy, but we are once again going to be energy dominant. We're going to shove the price of oil down. What does that do to the Russians? They have no choice. They may want to pursue this war till the end of time, but without the resources to pursue this war till the end of time, they're put into a position where they really have to negotiate. You know, a negotiation is so much more effective when you've got your arms around the guy's neck. And that's the way we could negotiate with Russia. So let's talk through what this new world is going to look like if we have a negotiated solution with Russia.
Well, just getting back to Reagan very briefly, everybody remembers the tough Reagan first term, evil empire speech and so on. When the Soviets were strong and riding high, Reagan was tough. But when his policies started to put them on the back heel, he became more conciliatory and wanted to talk to them, right? So if toughness is a prelude to negotiation, to me, that's the right way to use toughness, not toughness so that your adversary gets so scared he lashes out and does anything. Yeah, by all means, let's cut Russian income so that they can spend less on the military. But if there's any indication that the Russians are willing to talk and negotiate a settlement, I think the United States should be front and center, if they'll trust us to be front and center on that, if for no other reason than to just stop the bleeding and the destruction in Ukraine, which is serving no one. And I think it's also in our strategic interest not to have the worst possible relationship with Russia that we seem to have now. We're never going to be best of friends, but we don't have to be, you know, this level of enemies. And the geostrategic picture for our own interests would greatly improve. And just in terms of energy, KT's completely right. But we should be doing that energy just for domestic reasons. We ought to unleash energy production, just for what it does for our own economy, for what it does for our own jobs, what it does for all of our industries that use energy. And then the other benefit is what it does for us internationally. It's a policy that's so obviously good for us on every level. You know, you wonder why it isn't being done. I mean, I know why, but it's still, you wonder why it isn't being done. And pray to God the next administration will... that's not a Democratic administration, will do that.
And then, so I asked you, and that doesn't include me.
No,
okay, we're out.
My exploratory committee came back and said, don't do it.
No, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. But every one of them is talking about restarting the American energy industry. It's the low-hanging fruit. It will immediately change the American economy and inflation. They have to negotiate a solution. Everybody gets a little bit of what they want. Nobody gets everything of what they want. But we have a ceasefire. So let's talk about winning the peace. Even if you can't have unconditional surrender, complete victory on either side, what does peace look like 5 years after the fighting stops?
Well, look, peace will look like concessions from both sides. And that's a hard thing to talk about right now, in part because the Biden administration has made this such a kind of a moralistic crusade. Once you make something a moralistic crusade, and then it's hard for you to say, well, you know, actually Russia does have some legitimate interests, even if you don't think they're legitimate, but to get a deal, you're going to have to make concessions. And in making concessions, when you've ginned up your own side to, you know, to say that everything Russian is just pure evil, your own side doesn't want to make any concessions and will call you a traitor and so on, which is, if I'm a little pessimistic, I'd almost say it may require a new president to get a deal, just because this administration isn't inclined to talk, and probably nobody in Moscow is inclined to listen to them anyway. But a deal would look like both sides are going to give a little, and each side is going to get a little. We're not going back to the pre-2014 borders, probably. You know, and certain aspects, I don't want to get too wonky here, of the Minsk agreements that we're supposed to settle that will have to be implemented, and it's not going to look like the maximalist position that the Biden administration has staked out, and the sooner we all realize that, the better. KT and I were talking just briefly backstage, you know, and we said, we agreed, look, international relations, you have to be kind of hard-headed. It's not to say there are moral considerations never apply. Of course they do. But if you make it only about moral considerations, you end up forgetting interests. You end up being inflexible. Things that are detrimental to what you're actually trying to seek.
Let's talk about 5 years after the fighting stops in Europe. I don't think Ukraine can win the war. I don't think Russia can win the war. But I think Ukraine can win the peace. And I think Russia loses the peace. Once the fighting stops, the West is going to rush into Ukraine. They're agriculturally rich. They have a lot of natural resources. Within 5 years, Ukraine is fully integrated into the Western economy, probably a member of NATO. They'll be strong. They'll be powerful. They'll be like a mini Germany or a Poland. 5 years after the fighting stops, where's Russia? Pariah state, thanks to the new American president who will have energy independence and energy dominance. Russia will be broke. It will have no friends anywhere. And so at the end of the day, we could win this current Cold War the same way we won the first one, without firing a shot. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a terrific time at CPAC. Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax.
Newsmax is doing a great job.
The new news network that's changing the way Americans get their news.
Reporting to decide what the truth is.
This is when things are going to start really getting interesting.
Newsmax, real news for real people.
Hi, I'm Elaine Beck, host of It's Not About Us on CPAC Now. This week, I'm joined by one of our freedom fighters in Congress, a member of the infamous Patriot 20. You won't want to miss it. Tune in to CPAC Now at 7 p.m. Eastern Time this Tuesday for an exclusive interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Big Tech. Break 'em up, bust 'em up, put 'em in jail. Please welcome, from Indiana, Senator Mike Braun, CEO of Truth Social, Devin Nunes. From Florida, Attorney General Ashley Moody. And your host, Vice President of Free Speech America Media Research Center, Dan Schneider.
Hey, how are you doing? Well, we've got a great group of panelists. Let's get started. Big Tech, are they your friend or your foe? When I first came to Washington, D.C. in 1996, members of Congress were debating this Communications Decency Act. And the thing I kept on hearing, I see some great members of Congress right here, I kept on hearing people in the hallway say, we have to nurture and protect the internet while it's in its infancy. Now, as a conservative, that didn't even make sense to me then, because what's the role of government in trying to tip the scales for one particular industry? But after all these years, can we agree that big tech is no longer in its infancy? How big is big tech? It's gargantuan. The four largest corporations, publicly traded corporations in world history are Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. Never before has the world seen corporations with such size and strength and power. Collectively, these four have a market capitalization of $8.67 trillion as of Monday. $8.67 trillion. That's such a big number, it almost becomes meaningless. How big is that number? If we look at all 200 countries on the planet, in order of their GDP, where would these four companies compare? Their market capitalization versus GDP. They'd be the fourth largest economy on the planet. Are they little infants that need our protection? Because right now, if you don't like your doctor or your accountant or your car, you can sue. But you can't sue these guys because they're in their infancy and they have to be nurtured and protected. Senator Braun, it's so glad to have you here. What's the Senate doing about asking this question? What kind of protection do these companies still need?
So I come from Main Street, number one, where you do not have any protection other than pure competition. I built a mundane business, logistics and distribution. Started off with 15 employees many years ago, built it into a national company. I embraced competition because most of us do not get the benefit of having laws put in your favor. Everybody else can get sued for whatever they do wrong. Here they're protected. Yes, that was a new concept. No one knew it was going to grow into 8-point-something trillion. Strange dynamic in the U.S. Senate, and it's coming from different angles. The very, very most liberal actually want to take on big tech because they'd like it to be more restrictive. They think it allows too much misinformation, too much First Amendment.
But Senator, is it misinformation or they just don't like disagreement on political issues?
Exactly. If you don't agree with them, you're either wrong, a moron. They definitely take that moral superiority approach. On the other side, it gets a little confusing because we believe in free speech. We want all of that discussion to be had. Some on the conservative side get confused because they think you're tampering with free markets. But free markets, according to Adam Smith, no barriers to entry, full transparency, full competition. That does not describe big tech. They're a new industry. They've taken it to where it is. I'm one that I don't know if there's a political will within the Senate. Someday you'll be held to account just by your bad behavior alone. We need leadership in each party, if it's going to reflect some of the ends of each party, to make that happen. They are tempting fate because they're taking sides politically. They weigh in on issues and enable political parties, and conservatives have not been the benefit of that.
So, look, it's tough to move things in the Senate, especially on this issue, because Chuck Schumer is the Senate Majority Leader. The House has more flexibility. Sitting next to me is not only a former member of Congress who did extraordinary work, but he also launched his own social media platform. So you can do things legislatively. What can be done privately?
So a year ago, came to CPAC, we started beta testing Truth Social. And it's the fastest growing social media company in history. But the key is could we ads? And so the truth is that it can be done, but it's very, very difficult, right? I mean, look, I'm the CEO of Truth Social, but I have to tell you, if it wasn't for somebody named President Trump, we probably would not be the fastest growing social media company in history. But I will tell you, there are real headwinds that we're now learning, and I think this is where the Congress, it needs to look. We've all heard of these fact-check groups, right? Which I call fake fact-check groups.
Use this phrase, fact checker.
Yeah, fact checker.
So they've been in the news like this global
social, but we see it now. We see it clearly, and what I'm really worried about is all of the top 200, say, center-right websites, whether it be a Breitbart or a Washington Examiner or a Daily Caller. You guys know them all. Well, what's happened is these fact checkers, which are products of the left. My guess is if you follow the money, you're going to find it leads back to left-wing money and probably big tech. They have blacklisted all of these sites, and so you've got the top 1,000 companies in America who don't want to be harassed, right? Because they'll say, well, fact group that's independent. That's when they say independent means they're not independent. That's the key. And they've blacklisted advertising for all of these center right. I bet everybody that's out there, on Radio Row, they've all been blacklisted by these fake fact-check groups, and I think that's one area that Congress needs to look at.
Yeah. So Google, at the Media Research Center, we did a study going into the last midterm elections, and Google buried a majority of the Republican Senate candidates' campaign websites, but elevated the Democrats. These are your colleagues that they tried to take out by hiding their websites. And just 2 days ago, another organization called All Sources, I believe, just did a study. If you do a Google search on some sort of political issue, you're going to get over 20 times more liberal outlets appearing on your Google search than conservative outlets. Over 20 times. Ashley Moody, truly one of the finest state attorneys general in the country.
Thank you.
General, you've identified harm to the Florida residents. You've taken action on their behalf. What kind of harms have you seen? What are you doing?
Well, a lot of what you've talked about, has complained about to attorneys general around the nation. And it's hard to not see that tech in general, even as it's grown, has offered opportunity. I'm a mom. I do a lot of things online to get things done, as you can imagine, with a young school-age child at home. So we want to maximize the opportunities that tech provides. I mean, big isn't always bad, but when it starts to harm, we want to minimize harm. We want to minimize any violation of someone's rights. So when I talk about that, what are we talking about? We're talking about violation of free speech, protecting our children, violation of privacy. I mean, all of these things are what people are complaining about and feeling every day. So what has happened since you've said in 1996 when we came up with this statute and these protections, that was before Google was even founded. That was before blog was talked about, right?
How many know Section 230? Do you hear that? Do you know what that is? You know, you're really one of the finest attorneys in the country. In like 2 sentences, what is Section 230?
Well, it says, look, we're going to protect you. We want our internet to grow and grow and grow, and so we don't want everybody coming at you. You should be able to publish information and not be held liable, right? But
you can't sue them. You basically
can't sue them. So here's the problem. As the internet has grown, we've seen the harm that can happen, right? So in Florida, we were the first state to do a big tech bill. We tried to prevent some of this, deplatforming folks, you know, kicking people off, making sure if you're going to give free advertising to someone, a candidate, you let them know so they have to report it. I mean, all of these things we required. We were the first state to do this. So what happens? We get sued. So we've been in court pushing back, arguing, look, we believe that the lower courts have interpreted this 230 very broadly, right? We've asked for the Supreme Court to take us up. We got a bad ruling. Texas got a better ruling. So now we're asking for the Supreme Court to come in and hear this. It's one of the most relevant issues to our daily lives right now.
Yeah. You know, Justice Clarence Thomas has repeatedly asked, essentially, that the Supreme Court hear these cases because he thinks that big tech is clearly well beyond their infancy and acting abusively toward every single person here. Devin, Truth Social is not only dealing with whether you can get on an app store, Google and Apple tried to prevent that from happening, but you're also dealing with, I believe, you're dealing with collusion in government. You're trying to get this thing launched. Yeah. What's going on with the SEC? What's going on with all of these things?
Well, it's the Russia hoax, people never die. They always seem to follow Donald Trump around and me. So the SEC is run by a guy named Gensler. Okay, so
what's the name again?
Gary Gensler is his name.
We know that name.
Well, he was the treasurer for the Clinton campaign.
Yeah.
Who also happened to be the guy who helped launder the money through a law firm to Fusion GPS that hired a British spy.
I bet he's
to
really
make up the
happy
fake news about Trump. So yeah, so look, when I came on board, they had announced this financing mechanism for us to do, and I thought, well, what the hell? I mean, it seems like we have no problems. We'll be transparent. We'll give them anything they want. Well, this is called a SPAC. Typically, it takes 90 to 120 days. Well, we're now going on a year with nothing, and they tell us, oh, well, we're investigating. Well, there's nothing. Well, then we find out that. You guys remember Peter Strzok? Anybody know that name?
No.
So he was one of the lovebirds that we busted through our investigation. Well, his wife is one of the lead investigators at the SEC. Okay? So typically, I believe if we're a Florida company, we should be handled in the Florida regional office. But for some reason, we're being handled here in Washington, D.C., and we get no information. So the key is, look, we've proven that we can build a company and we can stay up despite all the attacks. We're fully isolated against, from big tech. They can't kill us. But how do you try to compete with these trillion-dollar companies, like you said, if we don't have access to the capital markets? So it's one thing to be a social media company, but if we want to grow and give all of these other people a bigger voice and really open up the internet, we've got to be able to access people that want to invest with us.
And look, government colluding with a private party. I mean, one of the reasons the private entities say we need protection is because we're private party, right? And that's true to some extent, but when you have the government, the White House, whomever, telling them, strong-arming them into what to allow and what not to allow, what to censor, what not to censor, it's no longer operating like a private party. So the administration is morphing the line between private party and the government. And the First Amendment is meant to restrain government action. And so how can you say they are not impeding upon folks' freedom of speech when they're telling them what they can and can't put on their platforms?
You know, General, in your very first comments, you said that, well, we believe in the First Amendment. When did it become the case that it seems like only conservatives believe in the First Amendment? When did liberals stop thinking that the First Amendment was valuable?
I think the last couple of years, because of folks like you, because of so many in this room, people are paying attention to what has been happening behind closed doors, or should I say online without our knowledge. These algorithms that are being used to moderate content. Did you know when you went and bought your phone that you could download some other search engine? Did you know that that search engine was moderating content pursuant to an algorithm that they put in place? There are other search engines you can use with different algorithms. They're using those to moderate content. Did you know that? I mean, I think a lot of, and this is what we were speaking about, I think a lot of the engagement on these issues is helping people understand what's really happening in these online platforms. You think they're a poster board with anybody can just go and post. No, each one is unique because of an algorithm, and it's telling them how to recommend things to you, how to put things in order once you do a search, how to generate content to be pushed to you. So when you download those platforms, each one is unique. I don't think people realize that really until the last few years. I dare say a lot of people in this room didn't realize that. And it's so important because we need to know that there is competition, and we'll keep pushing forward to make sure there is true, meaningful competition in the areas of big tech.
Senator, what is big tech really up to? What are they doing? Why are they controlling what we hear and see?
My theory on big tech and Democrats in general is they are political enterprisers analogous to any of us that are entrepreneurs. We use the market system, put up with the rules of competition. They will do whatever it takes. Look how fleet-footed they have been over the last couple years. Look at all the stuff they got done, dragging some of our own party along to enable it. That is something that we've got to get better at. One of the most frustrating things for me is when you come from being a real entrepreneur, you know how to figure out the system. And you know how to outmaneuver the competition. They will do it with the tools that you can bring to bear at the highest levers of power. And then that means you're going to ally with the private sector that now occupies close to $9 trillion worth of value, and all of a sudden lose any of their past appreciation of free speech because it goes along with their narrative. So somehow we've got to convince people, public, that that is a collusion between the biggest sector of our economy and the fleet-footed parts of the political system. We got to get better at it. And until we aren't fighting the game in a way, we're going to be frustrated along the way. I don't know where it ends. I don't think you're going to get action from the Senate or the Congress to where they would impede what has worked for them. And if it doesn't come from our aisle, our side, and explain it in a way, and we get better at it, I think we're going to be constantly frustrated by it.
These three individuals are fighting for you. The senator is fighting in Congress to try to get things done for you. General Moody is fighting for her constituents in Florida, all Floridians. And there are so many state AGs who are following her lead. It's very exciting to see that. And of course, Devin Nunes fought the good fight in DC, standing up to the FBI as the FBI was unfairly, horribly attacking you and your staff to try to silence the truth. There are some members of Congress sitting here in the audience, but most of you are not. I don't know that there's another state AG here with us. And launching a social media platform is tough, really hard. So what can you all do? What can you do as conservative activists to fight against Google, Google that decided 10, 15 years ago that it didn't simply want to create products, that it wanted to create a new society throughout the whole world. What can you do to fight back on Google? Well, you can stop using Google search. Tusk is a brand new search engine and browser. It is run by people who care about free speech, and they care about you. Stop using Google and use Tusk. There are some other search engines out there too. Try to do something that defeats big tech from using your money against you. We heard a little bit about Rumble. Yeah, Alphabet owns Google, and it also owns YouTube. Rumble is, an online video provider. It cares about what you think also. It's going to let you do what you want to do and see what you want to see, and it's not going to curate the content that you have. Devin, you want to tell us quickly what Truth Social is?
Familiar with that company.
Yeah, good.
And we don't use algorithms, Attorney General.
Oh, look at that.
Yep.
The teacher's going to school us today on algorithms.
Yep. No algorithms at Truth Social.
So I just opened my own Truth Social account. When we go backstage, will you be my first follower?
I'll follow you.
Good. Good. And then finally, how can we live in a society if Bank of America or Citibank shuts down our account simply because we might own a firearm, or we say that men are men and women are women? There's Old Glory Bank. Now, I helped launch Old Glory Bank with some great individuals like Dr. Ben Carson and John Rich. There's now a 60,000 person waiting list to open an account with Old Glory Bank. I would encourage you, learn about Old Glory Bank, and if you like what you see, because they're trying to protect your rights and keep you from getting canceled, you better get in line now so that you can open up your own account. But we have got to fight back because big tech is out to create a society that's different from one that you want, different from one that our founders believed in. And these three individuals are fighting really hard for you. We all need to fight back if we have any chance of saving this American experiment. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
America, are you ready to get real? RAV is giving back your voice. Going where mainstream media won't. RAV is home to the most powerful thought leaders in the America First movement. Join the RAV family, booth 26 and 27.
Remember the people who said showing ID to vote was too complicated? They're back, and they have the most complicated, convoluted election proposal ever, ranked choice voting. It's their latest scheme to manipulate elections in favor of elites and against the American people. They say RCV is more democratic, but in reality, it eliminates transparency and accountability in the democratic process. We need to stop ranked choice voting. Join the fight at stoprcv.com.
Everything that's reported on television isn't always true, but it should be. NTD, the power of truth. Now available 24/7 on television and streaming platforms.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Florida, Senator Rick Scott.
I want to thank CPAC for doing this, and I want to thank each of you for being here. It's really nice to be here. I love coming to CPAC events. So welcome to America in the year 2023, where we are destroying the country we love. That's what's happening right here in America. We are destroying the country we love. Now, to be clear, it's not you, it's not me. We're not destroying our country. It's the President of the United States who's destroying our country. It's the U.S. Senate that is destroying our country. It's the news media. It's the Democrat Party, academia, Hollywood, Wall Street, and many of our big corporations that are absolutely destroying the country we love. But it's not just them. Some politicians who say they're on our side are also destroying our country. They are all destroying our country, and we are going to stop them cold. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to rescue this great country. You can go to rescueamerica.com and you can see my plan and how we can start. But let me talk to you about a different plan. A corrupt and evil plan. An evil plan you and I that America was founded on evil principles and that we're in a racist country. Then you start paying people not to work, so you destroy our country's work ethic. You'd use the Department of Justice, the FBI, the DOJ, IRS to target political opponents just like any good fascist regime would do. And stop prosecuting criminals. You wouldn't punish criminals so that crime could become rampant all across the country. You'd make our military leaders wage war on pronouns instead of scaring the crap out of our enemies. You'd order our proud, fearless men and women and servicemen and women to tuck their tails between their legs and run like hell away from Afghanistan, leaving billions of dollars of military equipment behind to the evil hands of our enemies. But there's more you would do. You would increase our debt every year to world record levels so we could never repay it. Then you say, let's open our borders to illegal immigrants, criminals, terrorists, drug smugglers, and watch 70,000 Americans die of fentanyl overdose each and every year. You'd make our country dependent on another country for its energy and life-saving drugs. You'd force Wall Street to bend its knee to insane political correctness. And you punish all the companies and investors who don't care. Oh, you'd make it into a hip new idea, wouldn't you? Kids today, they wouldn't know the difference. We would teach our young kids that the new religion is climate change, not Christianity or Judaism. And, you'd have to erase science and biology, pretend that there are millions of genders and there's no difference between a man and a woman. You'd limit free speech by canceling anyone you disagree with, and you declare their views to, quote, be, quote, unsafe. Then you'd encourage people that you should segregate yourselves and judge each other by the color of your skin or your religion. Ignore the content of the character. Fine, you make sure the government keeps taking all your money. You would double the size of the IRS, so the IRS would go out and harass every American. And you just spend and spend and spend, never stop spending. Now, isn't that what you would do with an evil plan to destroy this country? Well, you guessed the punchline. That's exactly what the Democrats are doing right now. They're destroying the country we love. So now is the time for some truth. Some people who say they're on our side aren't going to like what I'm about to tell you. It's not just the Democrats in Washington who are destroying our country. You've heard the famous quote, "We have met the enemy and he is us." Unfortunately, some of the leaders of our old Republican establishment, they've been in Washington way too long, they've forgotten why they came here. They've gotten used to caving into the Democrats. They do it over and over and over. So instead of the Democrats compromising their liberal principles, they roll over and we compromise our conservative principles. Now you've seen it happens. Republicans come to Washington to change it, but some just stay way too long. They get comfortable. The New York Times pats them on the back and says, "Oh gosh, you're doing a great job. You're one of those responsible Republicans." Gradually and sometimes quickly, Washington changes them. To fit into Washington, to be part of the club, you have to forget what you ran on. You have to agree that failure is our only option. So you hear them say, we can't balance a budget. We can't stop borrowing. We can't cut waste. We can't have term limits. We can't. You just get used to can't. To fit in, to be part of the club, you got to get used to have complete failure. And we can't. We can should be the only phrase not just used on the campaign trail, but every day up here in D.C. And no surprise here, you've seen establishment Republicans give the Democrats just enough votes to pass left-wing legislation. Now, you remember Biden's so-called infrastructure bill, right? Yeah, that's right. It's really a Green New Deal bill. Big spending, blow up the deficit, inflation. How about the Safer Communities Act? There was nothing safer about it. It trampled on our Second Amendment rights and funded liberal states with the kind of red flag laws that deny lawful gun owners due process. How about the Chips and Science Act that claims to help the U.S. compete against China? That sounds really good, right? In reality, it was a massive giveaway to big corporations that invest in China. There's no guarantee that we're getting any jobs out of this. There's no guarantee they're going to move those jobs out of China. Not much anti-China there. How about last December? $1.7 trillion omnibus bill, full of pork, 7,500 earmarks. 7,500 earmarks. This is the final Pelosi-Schumer spending spree right before Kevin McCarthy took over the House. Added 87,000 more IRS agents and billions and billions and billions of new debt. How about the debt ceiling increases? We did that in 2021 without any controls on wasteful spending. That's only the 78th time the debt ceiling was blown through and the music just kept spending, just playing, just spend, spend, spend. Now, you've heard up here in D.C., Democrats, Republicans say, you never lose an election by spending more money. That's exactly what's happening. In each of these instances, old establishment leaders from our own Republican Party caved in and gave the Democrats the votes to nail down victory after victory and pass dangerous left-wing policy. And that's why last fall I committed the unpardonable sin in Washington. I challenged Mitch McConnell to be the leader of the Senate. Now, when I took on Senator McConnell, I didn't think it was going to be easy. I assumed I'd have a hard time winning. But guess what? We have to start somewhere. Everybody in Washington said I'm nuts. I might be. But we cannot put up with this BS anymore. Now, I'm seeking to become the least popular person in Washington, and I'm happy to report I'm making a lot of progress. I got the president lying about me, both Democrat and Republican Senate leaders lying about me. Pelosi, she says terrible things about me. You got the president's incoherent press secretary attacking me. So my plan is working. Now, after I ran against McConnell, many people in Washington quietly advised me, you know what? You should apologize for taking on Senator McConnell. Look, you got to let things settle down. We got to get back to business as usual in Washington. Okay, in the infamous words of Conor McGregor, I would like to apologize to absolutely nobody. It is our job to stand for truth and freedom. We will each do it, no matter the cost. We have to. My message to you is this. These people in Washington who don't like me, they're not very fond of you either. So let's go. This is our country. This is our country. And this is the time we have to rescue this country. This is the country that every one of us believes. We all have to get more active. We are going to take this country back, and it starts with giving Republicans in Washington a backbone to stand up for what we believe in and we campaign on. My belief is that my challenge to Senator McConnell was not the end of something, it was the beginning of something. Here's an idea. We've got a great Republican Party that stands up for conservative principles all over the country. Maybe we should try having a party like that right here in Washington, D.C. So what's the future hold for our country? We all wonder about that. We all worry. In our darker moments, some fear that America's best days are behind us, that our greatness is just a memory. But for a kid who grew up in public housing, born to a single mom, who told me I could be anything because of the country I grew up in, I'm here to tell you that's not true. We can beat them. We can beat this. We are limited only by our failure to believe we can. We can turn this country around, and here's how. We can reverse our decline, restore our economic health, defeat this homegrown socialism. We actually can balance our budget. You do it. We all do it. We can grow our economy. We can protect Social Security and Medicare. We can actually build an open, new economy that creates jobs naturally, bottom up, not top down from Washington, D.C., based on some program. And when we free ourselves from the reins of government, from the reins of what they do in Washington, D.C., here's what's going to happen. We're going to grow this economy exponentially. And we'll have the resources to do everything we want. There is a new, powerful, and prosperous American economy waiting for each of us. We just have to have the courage to change course and dream bigger. We can renew our country's culture and moral health by defeating the wokeness and identity politics that are pitting Americans against Americans, and they tear our nation apart. We can replace wokeness with something that actually works. A renewed, strong, uniting, and healthy American culture. A culture that respects our faith in God, salutes the American flag, sings the national anthem, and makes us all one again. A culture that honors one of the greatest forces for good in human history, the miracle called the American family. But without strong families, instilling a common culture to bring us all together, our differences become divisions, and they tear us apart. The Democrats' identity politics is really cultural segregation, and segregation is not allowed in America. We can win the battle for the future with China, and we can defeat every tyrant in the world. We can renew America's ability to lead. Whether you like how that sounds or not, a world without American leadership is a scary and very dangerous place. Joe Biden projects weakness, and weakness invites the wolves. Weakness invites wars. Look at Ukraine. The single best way to have peace on this globe is to have a strong, strong America. This is our obligation. We can do this, and we should make no apologies to anybody in the world that we will do it. Finally, and this is important, our political system, like our president, is old and lost. I don't think any of us can pretend that our president is competent. At times, I'm not even sure he is the president. I fear our government is being run by a bunch of spectacularly incompetent neo-Marxists. Unelected staffers who write words for his teleprompter. There are science deniers who can't tell you what a woman is. They ridicule people of faith, and they hate the values our great country was founded on. They're hostile to American ideals. Meanwhile, our establishment political leaders cut deals with each other for their own political future, knowing full well that their tired old solutions will keep failing us. They embrace wokeness because they are too weak and fearful to stand up to the mob. It's all fake and phony, and they know it. When yesterday's tired old political leaders call something the shovel-ready jobs bill, you know one thing for sure, there's no shovel-ready jobs in it. The tired old Washington establishment way has to end. It's had its day. They've stayed too long. They've become part of the problem they came up here to fix. On their own, Democrats don't have enough votes to pass their absurd policies. But the old Republican establishment always gives them just the number of votes they need. That has to end. Let it begin with us. Let it begin right now. Let it begin right here. It's always morning in America. God bless you and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of Perry Johnson Companies and quality guru, Perry Johnson.
I'm going to skip the teleprompter that was used here. I'm going to talk from the heart. Okay? I'm probably too conservative for this group, but you might as well know something about me. I am pro-life. I am pro-Second Amendment. I am pro-family. I am pro-freedom. And let's face it, I am anti-China. They are killing us. I do not trust Putin. And by the way, I think it's kind of ridiculous to be sending $100 billion over to the Ukraine when we're going broke here. And I think we should fire Biden. He spends too much money, and that is what's causing all of our inflation. So when you go to the store and you have to spend $4.50 for eggs, you can thank Biden. When you're spending $3 for gas instead of $1.75, you can thank Biden. And anytime that you think that you are getting money free, when he's spending all this money, he's really spending your money and it's costing you more. That is what I want to stop. I'm laser focused on stopping inflation and bringing this country to where it should be, the greatest country of the world. Now, I started with nothing, but I had the American dream because I always was taught we have the greatest country in the world and anything is possible. And I believed it. Now, like many of you, when I went to school, I didn't have the money to go to college, but I worked during the summer and I got a student loan and I went through undergraduate school. In graduate school, I was getting eviction notices on a regular basis because I couldn't pay my rent. I lived on sub sandwiches and I had my electricity shut off and all that. And I really came through the school of hard knocks. But I got a job at Borg Warner in the auto industry around 1980. That was a time when the Japanese had come in with tremendous quality, and they were killing us. The Japanese were taking market share, and we had a problem. Because at the end of the line, what happened is that we had people at the end of the line inspecting, and I knew that wasn't going to work. So what did I do? I knew we would go to the front of the operation, introduce statistical methods, and we solved the problem. And now Perry Johnson registrars and Perry Johnson Laboratory Accreditation operate all over the country. We have tens of thousands of companies that I live the American dream. Now, I know how to, I've been bringing quality to companies around the world, and I want to bring quality to the U.S. government. I'm asking you, do you think Biden has quality? Now, we are going to cut the expenses. Instead of having the government spend every dollar in their budget on all discretionary spending, we're going to cut 2%. 2 cents in every dollar. Problem solved. Now, I was interviewed. They said it can't be done. It's impossible. But you know one thing about America? We have a history of doing the impossible. I want you to think about this great country. We were founded by a group of people that believed they could do anything. We had a fledgling general by the name of George Washington. We had a handful of soldiers that didn't know how to fight, couldn't even get guns. And we had to fight the greatest army in the history of the world. Be the greatest country forever, provided we fire Biden. I say we fire Biden. 2 cents to save America. That's the key. We are going to save this country, and we're going to make sure everybody can live again. What do you say we make this the greatest country in the world, continuing, and let's save the American dream. God bless America, and thank you. We are going to fire Biden and save the American dream. 2 cents to save America. Let's do it.
Okay, if you're married, now's a great time for a restroom break, but if you're not, we created a dating app for conservatives called The Right Stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Parents with Pitchforks. Please welcome Senior Advisor at America First Legal, Ian Pryor. From Virginia, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears. Dripping Springs, Texas, Independent School District Trustee Olivia Barnard. And your moderator, co-host of CPAC Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
This is a really important panel because what do we got to do when we protect America now? We got to protect our children. We got to defend our parents and not allow the leftist radical agenda to take over our school system. And I've got the best panel in the whole wide world. So this is very exciting. Don't tell the other panelists, okay? But let's get started real quick. I would love to start with Olivia. She's actually a school board member down in Dripping Springs, Texas. And I want to ask you, why would you run to be a school board member? You came here to CPAC and really got your training, and you said, I got to make a difference. So this is another example of a person who got involved when they came to CPAC and made a difference in their community.
I ran really because of 2020. I mean, masks were really the it for me. I'm so blessed. My son's receiving an excellent education. We have a wonderful district, but 2020 kind of opened the veil of what we stand to lose and what's at risk if parents start losing rights. So I got really involved, and it's been such rewarding work. I love it. We have a lot to do, but 2020 was really it. I never in a million years.
So you're saying COVID lockdown, seeing the kids suffer.
Yeah. Incrementally, the shutdowns, I understood immediately what that was going to do to kids, emotionally, socially, not being in school, the stress that put on families. I saw my own son regress, but for me, it was really the masks, because the masks were the point that I would have pulled out of public schools.
Right. Then we don't love those masks, I have to be honest, but the Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears, I am so thrilled she's here. Okay, so I think you have a fan club. This is really wonderful. Now right now you are the messenger when it comes to school choice in Virginia. You all are working on legislation in this Commonwealth of Virginia to figure out how do we get parents to be able to be empowered to send their kids to the best schools that they want, that would be the parents' choice. How do you get this process going?
Well, first of all, we've got to get people elected who want parents to be able to have the choice to send their children to whatever school that they want. I mean, this is like a no-brainer. These children are mine. They don't belong to the state, and I am responsible for the rearing of my children, right? We don't co-parent. These are my kids. And so I want to be able to make that choice for my children, and I want everybody to have that choice. And unfortunately, there are too many of these politicians who are listening to the teachers' unions, which, by the way, they don't care as much as they say they do, because here's the thing. The teachers' unions, they're just after the dues, because you stop paying your dues and you see how quickly they keep you in the union, right? So this is all about the dues, and we're saying children ought to be able to have a hope and a future. And the way that starts is with a good education. Without a good education, you get nowhere, and you get there very fast. There are people who are incarcerated. 60% of them are functionally illiterate. That's what the school-to-prison pipeline has already started. We've got to stop that.
Well, I got to ask you, Lieutenant Governor, you know, you're talking about, should we be for the students or should we be for the teachers' unions?
That's another no-brainer, right? This is about children and their future. We've already had our education, and we don't want our children to say to us, what did you do to make sure that I would have a good education? What did you do? And we've just got to stay involved. Those of us who are not involved, we've got to get involved, because if we keep doing the same things, you know what that means, and we get the same results, then we're part of the problem too. And the reason why we won in Virginia, number one, was because parents, and it didn't matter if they were Republican, Democrat, whatever they were, they decided, you know, party loyalty is one thing, but when it comes to my child, all bets are off.
That's right. That's right. This goes beyond party lines. Ian Pryor is one of the frontline fighters when it comes to making sure that they don't push forward, that these school districts don't push forward this radical leftist agenda to indoctrinate our children. And he is also the author of the book, Parents of the World Unite, How to Save Our Schools from the Left's Radical Agenda. And the first line says, if you're reading this book, chances are you're interested in starting a parents' revolution in your own school district or neighborhood. Give us a gist of what's in this book. Why did you write it?
Well, you know, in 2021, parents rose up in Virginia, and we organized, and we did a good job organizing, and it took a lot of work from a lot of people that put a lot of time in. And what I always heard from the left was, oh, this is some GOP operation. They were sent here to do this.
Right.
That's a great script that you should totally give to Hollywood. But we're going to give this story to the people with actual brains. Because this book, really, it goes through each chapter, and each chapter is a rule, and how we work together, how we figured out what the school system was doing, understanding the human nature of the individuals involved. And when you're dealing with a $1.6 billion school system, you have to be smarter than them. You have to not always attack, but know when to counterattack, know when to lay back and let them make mistakes. And they will make mistakes. I mean, nobody ever built a statue for a committee, and that's what you're looking at, a bunch of committees, and they don't know how to operate, and they don't know how to work with their constituency. All they know how to do is work with the people that support them. So I would ask, if you buy the book, buy 2 copies. Buy one for yourself. It comes out on March 21st. But then find the most annoying woke person you know and buy one for them and send it to them on April Fool's Day.
Is there one story, Ian, that you really think tells the story? I know that there's a lot of stories in here, but one of them that really stands out.
Well, I think it goes back to the origin, which is in March of 2021 when you had these activists in Loudoun County create this list of parents that simply weren't woke enough. And you had the school board, or 6 members of the school board, our Soros-backed Commonwealth attorney, all in that group. And it just struck us as wrong that you would have government officials in there. They never apologized. Half of them even pull themselves out of the group. They didn't denounce it, and it really set off alarm bells that, you know, these people are there for their own political agenda.
Right.
If they're not willing to come out and take responsibility for this, then what else are they willing to do? And we found out later, I mean, they put Tanner Cross, a teacher, on suspension for speaking at a school board meeting. We all know what happened with the sexual assaults where they had no problem. Perjury. Parents were on the ball. They knew that you had a school system that was not fulfilling its obligation as citizen representatives. We saw it, we called it, and we followed through.
Yeah. And you also have a fan club over here. Olivia, let me ask you, because we were having this conversation. We literally, I think, held this panel backstage. And then all of a sudden I was like, stop talking, save it for the CPAC audience. So, Olivia, we're talking about public schools, because I know public schools get a bad rap a lot of times, especially as they're pushing this kind of woke agenda. But you kind of made an interesting argument, because you said, I'm for school choice, but we got to salvage the public schools. Walk us through your thought process here.
As a parent, but I am passionate about public schools, and I am passionate about every single child that deserves an education in this country. And I call it like the macro-micro view, because I can go on TikTok and I can get super enraged really, really quick when I see what's happening. And it really is happening. It's not conspiracy theorists, it's not parents overreacting. These things are happening in some cities, in some states, in some districts.
Right.
But we have to look at the micro, and I have to look at my responsibility as a parent, my child, his classroom, my campus, my district, and get involved. I am so proud of my district right now. So we have dads that are volunteering. We have moms that are coming in and substituting. It's getting involved in the education. And then when things aren't going right, it's holding our elected officials responsible. It's holding our educators and administrators responsible. But if we do that, I'll be very brief, but like in my district, we have the most amazing career technology programs for young adults. We have an incredible special education department. So public schools have things that maybe not all the private schools will or the charter schools will. So if you're fortunate enough to live in an area that have that type of school,
right,
it's fantastic.
Right, but let me ask you, Lieutenant Governor, because we're talking about fantastic public schools, but then you have 17 Northern Virginia public schools. They held these explain this.
It's a dumbing down is what it is. Yeah. And, you know, if some children are up here and some are up here, instead of trying to bring everybody up, we're just going to bring everybody down. And here's the thing. America is a superpower, and the only way to maintain that superpower status is to ensure that everybody has a quality education, because China is right behind.
Right.
And guess what? They don't care about that. So we've got to have the ability where parents, again, can make the decision of where to send their children to school. And by the way, this is not a public versus private. This is both. It's and. We can do both. And in fact, the current governor, Shapiro of Pennsylvania, when he was a candidate just last year, he said, we can do both in Pennsylvania. He advocated for ESAs and other methods of school choice. And guess what? He still won as a Democrat. Jamaica with only $1.75 in his pocket. He brought me later on. And what pulled him out of poverty was a good education. A good education will lift all boats. By the way, there are stats to show us that by the time a child even goes to college now, 65% of them need remedial education. Remedial, so we're paying for it twice. We're paying for it in the public schools that they're not getting, and we're paying for it when they do go to college or other post-high school ed.
And what's so tragic is that there's such reaching out to these minority communities saying, The Republicans, the conservatives, they have a better option for your children. What's the response you're getting?
And this is not about black and white or, you know, whatever, low income, whatever. This is about the child. We keep hearing, of course, the Democrats, some of them keep using, well, you know, it's for the white kids, the rich kids. Folks, the rich people have already made a decision on school choice. They're not waiting on a government program to decide where to send their child to school. That's a stupid argument. So let's move away from that. We brought together so many parents, black parents, Latino parents, Asian parents, white parents, all income strata, to our committees to advocate for this. And some of them who are activists said to the Democrats, we want school choice. One mother said that she's working 3 jobs. She's black, she's working 3 jobs so that her child can go to a particular school. You know what the Democrats said to her? Well, you can afford any school you want. Wait a minute, didn't you just hear what I said to you? Yeah. I am working 3 jobs. Yeah. Another Democrat said to the mothers and fathers, well, I'm worried about what happens if the children don't go to private school and they stay. And wait a minute, you sent your children to private school. So why can't everybody have that same option? It's all hypocritical. Right. So we've got to make a change, and the change begins with us, begins with the people that we elect.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let me ask you, Ian, bathrooms. I'm just say that one word.
Bathrooms.
I'm going to let you just go.
You know, in this country, unlike in China, where, you know, Chinese children are learning calculus and complicated numbers and complex numbers, in our country, they learn 72 genders. They're laughing at us right now. Yeah. And because of that, we have these bathrooms. Not the reason why the sexual assault happened, but the reason for the cover-up so they could pass this policy. I just got a call yesterday from a mom whose daughter was using a bathroom, and there was a boy in the bathroom, I guess a transgender boy, and she asked the school, you know, about it, and they said, well, your daughter can contact the Unified Mental Health Team for using a bathroom.
Wait. Explain what what is it? The Unified Health
Mental
Team?
Health Team.
Mental Health Team. Explain what that is.
So you go to a counselor to discuss your issues with whatever social emotional issue you may have, which apparently in this case was a girl being able to use the girls' bathroom without a boy in there, which is insane. But I will say that the scope of the law may be changing here. In the Fourth Circuit, which is where we are, there was a case, Grimm versus Gloucester County School Board, which the Fourth Circuit, 2 judges with 1 dissenting, held that a student has the equal protection right to use the bathroom of the gender that they identify with, which creates a lot of problems when you're in the Fourth Circuit, because they will, you know, a student will say, well, I have this equal protection right. But at the end of December, the 11th Circuit Federal Court of Appeals, in a 7-4 decision, said, well, not in the 11th Circuit. So in the 11th Circuit, they held that Title IX says that if you have sex-segregated bathrooms, they must be sex-segregated on biological sex, and there is no equal protection right to use a bathroom that does not correspond with your biological sex. Which all means that you now have a split in the circuits. And that's how you get to the Supreme Court, when you have a split in the circuits. So hopefully this will be taken up by the Supreme Court in the near future, and we can be done with this.
Ian, I also want to do a quick follow-up with one of the delegates from Virginia, Liz Guzman, who came out and basically said, well, maybe, oh, you guys don't like her? Oh, well, wait till you hear what she said. Then you're not going to like her at all. So she's basically saying that parents can be jailed if they do not support their child and their gender fluidity, and the child wants puberty blockers.
Right, and that was the bill she introduced in 2020 in the Virginia legislature. So effectively, if you as a parent do not agree with whatever your child is saying, and you don't take her to the clinic to get puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones or to get surgery, or you just don't even let her identify at school as a boy, you can be investigated by Child Protective Services and arrested. That is her bill. But here's the most interesting part of that. Schools can already do that, because schools will withhold that information from parents because they consider it health care. And if a parent doesn't administer that health care to their child, then they are a danger to their child, which is why they do not tell the parents. So then why don't they call Child Protective Services now? Because that's already their policy. If a school is withholding that information from the parent, they are saying, you are dangerous if you do not allow your child to go down this path. Then call Child Protective Services and we'll fight that out.
So as a school board member, Olivia, how do you handle this? And I know this has even been seen in Texas, this curriculum where they're pushing critical race theory, where they're trying to change the narrative of American history, making it seem like America's a very horrible place. Do you think America's a horrible place? Yeah. No. I mean, how do we handle that?
I think first and foremost, the legislation in Texas, we're doing well now because some new curriculum, history curriculum was coming down the pipe and it actually got stopped in its tracks and it did not make its way into our public schools. So that's good. The second thing is, like I said, it's our legislators who we're electing in to make sure that they are protecting the parents' rights and just making sure America has a beautiful history, not a perfect one. We just have to teach factual history. Yeah. So I think legislation is very, very important. And then the second thing is, again, locally holding our local districts accountable, parents being engaged. We have to read our kids' books, right? And when there is something, ask a question. But number one is legislature, making sure that your state representatives are ensuring that for state level.
Lieutenant Governor, let me ask you, as you've encountered obviously the opposition from Democrats, but you've also run into a problem with Republicans and kind of their strange relationship with some teacher unions. What is happening?
Well, sometimes, unfortunately, people get afraid of the teachers' unions because they're huge and they can work against you. But the reason why we do things, as John F. Kennedy said, it's not because they're easy, it's because they're hard. And I would add, it's because they're righteous. And if I have to lose the next election so that the children can get an opportunity for a good education, I'll do it. Because children need a future. It's not about maintaining a seat. It's about our children and their future. And without, Abraham Lincoln, it is quoted as saying, the philosophy of the classroom in one generation is the philosophy of the classroom in the government. Think about that. And so that's why we have to keep fighting. And I would put it to you that this is the new Brown versus Board of Education fight. This is what it's all about. Parents again, being able to choose where their children should be able to go to school.
Well, I think you must have read Ian's book, because in Ian's book, on page 190, it says, you need moms and dads that have the courage to go out there and fight for the kids. Okay. All right, you're going to get the book. Ian, as we're running out of time here, I want to make sure I get everyone in, but let me get a sense from you, just final thoughts. What is your message? What do you anticipate this landscape to be as we enter into the next, I would say the next phase of this fight of making sure that we protect our children and make sure that we have a healthy education system?
It's taken the left decades to really take control of the education system. We cannot expect that one election or two elections is going to allow us to fix this. It's going to take decades to repair. And you can sit on the sidelines and say, well, it's not going to affect my kid, or I'm just going to mind my own business, and you can watch all this happen, or you can get in the fight. So get in the fight.
And if I could just add one more thing to what Ian just said, actually. My dad came in 1963 at the height of the Civil Rights Movement. And so it was just 11 days before MLK Jr. gave his I Have a Dream speech, when there were real dog whistles, when black people really couldn't live anywhere they wanted, et cetera, et cetera. Folks, that's not where we are today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be second in command in the former capital of the Confederacy. So, to your point, I put it to you, it is not 1963 when my dad came. It's 1984. And if we don't get a grip, we're going to be living in some kind of dystopian society. So we've got to fight for our children, our grandchildren, our nieces, our nephews.
All right, I told you this would be the best panel. I told you, don't tell anybody else, but Olivia Bernard, our Lieutenant Governor, Winsome Sears, and Ian Pryor. Thank you so much. Great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, some tough mother. Please welcome CEO and President of Concerned Women for America, Penny Nance. Founder of And Then There Were None, Abby Johnson. Founder, President, and CEO, Moms for America, Kimberly Fletcher. And your moderator, host of Sandy Rios 24/7, Sandy Rios.
Well, good afternoon. I'm going to take issue with my good friend Mercedes. That was not the best panel.
No.
This is the best panel. Right, girls?
Right.
Yes. All right.
That's right.
You have
Take
no
it as
idea
a
what we're
challenge.
talking about, do you? Based on the title. I thought that title threw me. But we're actually talking about today defending human dignity. Now, think about that. If you were going to talk about that, what would you say? Well, of course, I'm supposed to lead the panel, so I had to kind of think about this. But it's interesting that the left talks about human dignity. Their definition of it is that it has to do with wealth and position. Like, think of Downton Abbey. Dignified, dignity. And so they think they discovered human dignity, the real meaning of it, in 1948 with the UN Declaration of Human Rights. But they forgot that there was this thing called the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths self-evident that all men are created equal, and they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. There's dignity. Dignity comes from our worth, and it comes from God, ultimately, if you believe in God, and most of us do, certainly all of us on this panel. And they also forgot that several centuries earlier than that, something went like this in the Bible in Christ. There is neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free, male nor female, all in one in Christ, Amen. All the same. So it was actually God's idea. I thought I'd mention that. And He is the one who creates us in His image and gives us a certain worth and dignity. So then what does that mean for now? When I was thinking about this, I thought about the ways that we have lost our dignity. And I just thought I would just supply a few that you might remember. Does anyone remember COVID? Does anybody remember the way people treated each other about masking, about being vaccinated? Does anybody have any problem in their family on account of that? Was there any disrespect, lack of dignity shown? Has anybody watched the Academy Awards or Super Bowl halftime lately? Or did you keep your children away from it because it was beneath dignity? It was not what God had in mind when He created us in His image. How about social media? How about those posts that are so vitriolic that they dehumanize and destroy? How about the mutilation of bodies that God created in His image through transgender surgeries? How about that kind of indignity? And how about the disrespect of human life through abortion and violence? The loss of dignity, the loss of human dignity. So our panelists are going to talk about this in different ways. And I think, first of all, I'll go to Abby, because Abby, as you know, her story is that she was a Planned Parenthood director and left because she actually had to help on an abortion. If you don't know her story, I wanted you to know this. So Abby, abortion is something that you know a great deal about, more than probably most of us. So in what ways do you see now, in the practice of abortion, whatever it is, the loss of human dignity?
Well, I think we're seeing it greatly right now in our country with the expansion of medication abortion in particular. Our current administration, Biden, and his incredibly partisan FDA has essentially greenlit abortion into the home of every woman across the country, with the expansion of medication abortion into all pharmacies across this country. I'm not sure that we really know what all of the ramifications are going to be because of that. We're talking about women going into pharmacies requesting these very dangerous chemical abortion drugs, going home without any sort of medical supervision, taking these pills, not really knowing what's going to happen to their bodies, not really understanding what's going to happen inside of their womb. They're passing these babies into the toilet, fully formed babies, 12, 14, 16 weeks along in their pregnancy. possibly hemorrhaging in their bathroom, unable to get to an emergency care facility, looking in the toilet and seeing their fully formed baby floating there in the toilet. And then these women have to make a decision, right? What do I do with this fully formed baby? What do I do with this child? Do I scoop this child up out of the toilet? Do I take this child to be buried? What do I do with it? Do I flush my child down the toilet? I mean, what does this do psychologically to thousands of women who are now going to walk into pharmacies and make this decision out of pure ignorance? What is this going to do to our society? And we already know that abortion has serious ramifications for women emotionally, physically. We know it increases the rates of anxiety, depression, eating disorders, suicidal ideation. And now we have created abortion facilities in every single woman's home in our country. And the left will say that this is progress for women, but I would say that creating abortion facilities in every woman's home, I would say that flushing babies down the toilets because of these chemical abortions, I would say that this is not progress for women. I would say that this is regression for women and not something that we should be celebrating.
Ultimately. Yes, and think about it, Abby, what could be less the giving of human dignity than to flush a baby down the toilet, and secondly, to have the mother flush her own baby. Right. It's a double hit against what we were created to be. Penny, you are the president of Concerned Women for America. You cover a ton of issues. And so in thinking of all the issues that you guys are defending or helping, what one of them sticks out to you as an example of the loss of human dignity?
Well, we're talking about life, and certainly that is perhaps the ultimate disrespect for human dignity, but there are others. You know, I as a Christian woman, I think there's so much confusion even within the church now. But if you've taken a moment to open your Bible, throughout the Bible is replete, instances where we are told that God sees us. Psalm 139. You saw me when I was in my mother's womb. God knit us together in our mother's womb. We were fearfully and wonderfully made. That means the God of the universe saw us before we were ever even conscious of him. That is the ultimate dignity, right? Yes. God loves us and he knows us. And by the way, if you've experienced an abortion, if you had an abortion, you're part of one, God loves you. He wants to redeem you. He wants to restore you. He never, ever gives up on us, ever. You can always join us sinners at the foot of the cross, first and foremost. But the other thing is, and again, human dignity. God loves us. He wants to restore us. He sees us. But you think about how the Biden administration treats women and looks at women. I mean, talk about the ultimate sexism. I mean, they think men can do everything better than women, including being women. When you choose Rachel Levine as, the Woman of the Year by USA Today, right? Or, Chelsea Clinton just wrote a children's book and recognized Rachel Levine, who is the Biden administration appointee, who's a biological man. They've done everything they can possibly do to take away the trophies and the scholarships for women, the few little set-asides that we have in businesses. Concerned Women for America knows what a woman is. And so do the American people. And apparently we need to tell our president.
Very good.
But we've got to stand up for the dignity and the unique dignity of American women.
I want to add to that. Thank you. That's wonderful. I want to add a counter to that. We are also treating our men with tremendous disrespect in the culture.
That's true. Yeah.
I hate the sitcoms. I hate all of the disparagements, the crassness with which we deal with men. And, it's like sin and destruction. It's the loss of it. It really covers the map.
Well, they pretend that we're interchangeable somehow, right? That we're exactly the same. There's no difference. When the truth is, we are fearfully and wonderfully made as male and female, and that is the ultimate disrespect, to deny who we are and how God created us in that unique, dignified position as American women.
Kimberly, you are the president and founder. Oh, yes. That's good. You are the president and founder of Moms for America. And in that capacity, you know, you cover all of this, so much of what is happening to our children and grandchildren. And so is there something in your realm of expertise that stands out to you as like the epitome of the loss of dignity regarding our kids?
Well, I think that the most important thing that I tell moms when I go and talk to them is that they need to understand that parental rights are fundamental and supreme. And what they're doing right now is they're trying to erase us as women, as moms. They've been very successful in replacing fathers with the government. And what they're doing is trying to steal the hearts and minds of our children because they have a whole new world they're creating. And they know historically that's what you do. That's what Hitler did. That's what Mao did. That's what Stalin did. You take the children, you win the future. So we as parents have got to stand up. First of all, we have to know what's coming our way. If you guys think that you know what's happening in the classrooms, you just have a smidgen of what's happening in the classrooms. It would make your skin crawl to know what our children are being exposed to. And the irony of the fact that we have parents who are mothers who are going into these school districts, reading what our children are being exposed to that is violent against women, against children. It's violence, it's aggressiveness, it's everything that is anti-humane. And they're exposed to these things. The parents come and read them in the school board meetings, and we have moms that are literally being handcuffed because the school board members are saying, you can't say that here, it's on public TV. And you're like, what? So one of the things that we are doing, because we have got to start playing offense. It is extremely important that we understand what our children are being exposed to, that we align with them, that we as leaders in the community, as parents, that we stand with them and say, we're in this together, okay? So whatever's coming your way, if it makes you feel dark or ugly, you come to us and we'll fight it for you. We now have children that are in the schools and in the classrooms who are recording these things. They're becoming the reporters for us, bringing it home to their moms. And I'm gonna tell you that everything that we're facing, the CRT, the critical race theory is racism. That's 101. That's what it is. And the comprehensive sex education, which is teaching kindergartners how to stimulate themselves. The gender confusion, where they're having coming out parties in the first grade and children are coming home terrified they're going to suddenly turn into the opposite sex. Yes, all of those things are happening. But we have had such an absence of decency and truth and humanity in our culture across the board that now our kids, the biggest complaints that we're getting from moms going into these school board meetings now are, my child does not feel safe here, because the violence has escalated to a point where children are beating each other up and being sent to the hospital. There is no humanity anymore in their lives. Everything that gives them purpose and passion has been stripped away from them. And they're holding on to anything, trying to fill those voids, because the whole entire government school system, and it's not just the public schools anymore, it's in the private schools. It is permeating through our entire culture. They're teaching them to hate their country, hate their neighbors, and hate themselves, and disregard their parents. So I'm going to tell you what we need is a new PPP. Parents, pastors, and people of faith uniting together to save this country, protect our kids, reclaim our culture, and restore the republic.
All right. I love it. Oh, you just answered my next question. All right, so I'm going to ask each of you the impossible task of just give us one thing, one concept that you think, and you just gave us several. But let's start with Abby. How could we turn this around? Is it possible?
That's a loaded question.
Oh. I always think it's possible to turn it around because we have Jesus.
Yes.
And so I know that that's kind of the Sunday school answer, but we have the victory in the end. We know that. But that's not just no. He wants us to participate in the victory every single day. You all have a responsibility every single day to use your voice, to speak boldly about these issues. I'm so excited that Roe was overturned, but let's just be really honest about this. In the bulk of the states in the United States, that meant nothing. It meant nothing. In the bulk of the states in the United States, brick and mortar abortion facilities are still and we're all huge fans. And
that's good, Abby.
And he is paying for women to go to his state to have abortions. Guys, be part of the daily victory. Do not just sit around and say, well, I don't know what to do. You do know what to do.
Very good.
Use your voice. Use social media. Be bold. Be loud. Be offensive if you have to. Use
Naomi Wolf, who is, I think she's Jewish, she used to be an atheist, wrote this beautiful piece on Substack that I was reading this morning, and she pulled it together exactly correct. When you turn your back on God, when you're a post-Christian nation, there are no vacuums. Something will fill it. And she talks about how the old religions, the old gods, Baal and Moloch, the god of death, are moving in, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it right now, and it is satanic. But the truth is, God is at work. We have 195 Young Women for America chapters around colleges around this country. I would point to you what's happening in Asbury, Kentucky. When you are seeing a revival break stronger. And so we lean into that, but we're not letting anybody off the hook. Everybody here has to fight, tell the truth, be loud, go to your school board meetings, stand in front of the clinics and invite young women to have a better solution. Invite them to your home, care for the least of these.
Excellent. Kimberly, can you keep it to a minute?
Yes, I will keep it really simple. Women are the ones destroying this country. Women are the ones who can repair it. Yep. We, as conservative women of faith, have not been voting. We've not been actively engaging in our communities. We haven't paid attention to what's happening in our school boards and our classrooms. And the whole entire time, those who are trying to destroy the country have been using women to take away all of those things that are good and true. We need, she's right. Yeah. There is no void that it doesn't just stay there. We need to fill it back up with all the good things. That's the true story of America, the story of their birth, the children, that they love that. Let's give them back the things that they have lost, and that, the story, their story, the story of America, the story that unites us together, that will heal our land.
Thank you.
Amen.
All right, well, one last thing. I just want to give you something to think about. Sometimes I think we think because we have beautiful clothes, and by the way, I love what I have on. I bought it carefully, and I love clothing. But you know what? Beautiful clothes and air conditioning and big houses and big cars and the way we live does not bring us dignity. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you an example. I was in a refugee camp in Thailand a number of years ago with the Karen people, and they were in huts that were on stilts, and they had one fabric that they made. They did not eat all day. They gave us the food that they had. We met with their school children, and as the kids came in, they moved quickly. They listened to their headmaster. They were studying the theology of feminism and English grammar. Mm. And as they came into the hut where we were, it was open, thatched roof, they stood and sang, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." Mm. Now, a few minutes ago, they were like little boys with no clothing, bathing with the water buffalo. They were so poor. They didn't have enough food. But the thing that struck me was that this whole idea of the greatness of our spirit and the way God has created us has nothing to do with the outside. Amen. All of you know that. And so we need, I think, what Penny said and the others, this is really a spiritual battle. Mm-hmm. And we have to look to God to give us the dignity that we lack, the worth. He gives it already, but to reclaim it and act upon it. Right. And so with that, how did we do? How did we do? Okay, good. Oh, we've got 28 seconds left.
Well, can I just throw out one thing? We determine the level of humanity. Women do. Men will follow us. So if we don't like the level of humanity that we have right now, Let's we as women be the best that we can be, rise up, lift the culture, and bring back the human dignity that we need in our country.
Good, good. And act like, act worthy of the calling. Don't degrade yourselves. Sexually, with what you wear, stop degrade with your language. Reclaim that grace, that greatness that God has given you at your birth. Reclaim that. And I think you're absolutely right, Kimberly. With that, we are out of time. So thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is AARP, Euthanizing America's Healthcare System. Please welcome co-founder of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity, Stephen Moore. President of American Commitment, Phil Carpin. And your moderator, Executive Director of the
All right, greetings. I'm Jack Calvertinas, really excited about this panel. Excited to have, as you heard, Steve Moore, but what the moderator didn't say, or the person didn't say, was you were President Trump's economic advisor and really the architect of the tax plan. And so
Don't you miss Donald Trump? Yeah. Come on, let's face it. Was he great or what?
And we have Phil Carpin, who is a true warrior on this issue. Is about getting drug prices down, and what President Trump tried to do. And I served at HHS, and Secretary Azar tried hard to get those drug prices down. Mandates, COVID mandates. We've been through a lot. But what a lot of people haven't really focused on is what happened right before the election, which was this IRA and the drug pricing and healthcare provisions in there passed by the Democrats and their interest groups. So today, we're going to talk about one of those interest groups and talk about that IRA, mislabeled the Inflation Reduction Act, with our friends here. So let's start with Phil. Phil, you know, most people see that AARP as the group that has that nice, slick magazine, that has the discounts for seniors. They've sort of transformed themselves, though, into this marketing entity with an advocacy arm, and they make a lot of money from their relationships. Tell us about these royalties they make. I've heard
they have on an annual basis. The principal business that they're in is not representing seniors, it's monetizing seniors. It's selling branded products to seniors, and in particular, their cash cow are the health insurance products, the Medicare Part D plans, the Medicare Advantage plans, but especially the Medigap supplemental insurance plans that they sell exclusively United Health products. And they've got an exclusive deal with United Health, the largest for-profit health insurer, which also owns someone enrolls in one of these health plans, they pay their monthly premium. AARP skims 4.95% off the top of every one of those premiums and pulls it out and takes it for their general operating purposes. And I think that's what you call a junk fee. I mean, it seems to be the only junk fee that the Democrats and the president like, though, because so much of that money gets recycled into liberal advocacy and democratic politics. And so what you have is sort of the
Steve, let's talk about that for a moment, because here you have one of the biggest players in Washington by total number of members and what we've just heard about their budget. How does that, in your opinion, how does that compromise them as someone who's supposed to be this sort of fair dealer in Washington representing America's seniors? What does that do to them?
Well, look, I call AARP American Association of ripping off taxpayers, right? And I hope, one of the reasons I wanted to be here and come to talk to you folks, because we have senior citizens in this room, we have a lot of young people. Can we all make a pact? We're never going to join the AARP. There's no way are we going to join the AARP. You know, we are now up to, it's going up to $50 trillion. Did you know that just since Biden came into office, he's been in office 2 years, the national debt forecast has gone up by $6 trillion in 2 years. This is the most financially reckless president in American history. Now, what does that have to do with the AARP? They're in on it, right? The AARP has never seen a big government social welfare program they have not been in favor of. And by the way, love you, but shame on you for calling this the Inflation Reduction Act. This was not the Inflation Reduction Act. This was the Inflation Acceleration Act. It made inflation worse. How many of you think we're reducing inflation? Come on, let's go to the grocery store. All of these problems are out there because we've spent too much money. AARP is right behind the president and the Democrats. This is not a nonpartisan organization either. They always side with the Democrats and the big spenders. And so please, if you're a member of the AARP, rip up your card and stop sending them your dues. Right?
Wow. Wow. Well, thank you also for calling me out on calling it the IRA or the
Right.
Inflation Reduction.
We cannot use their term. Affordable Care Act. Health price has gone up ever since we passed that bill.
Very good point. Very good point.
By the way, Jack, the calls from AARP members to AARP during the Obamacare debate were 14-1 against it, and they endorsed the bill. Yeah.
Wow.
So this is an important point, though, because, you know, if you're a senior citizen and we're all, and I'm getting up there and I'm getting a little long in the tooth myself. I mean, what do you worry about? You worry about cancer. You worry about heart disease. You worry about Parkinson's. You worry about, obviously, Alzheimer's, these things. What that sinister bill did was, because of these price controls on the drug companies, it is the evidence is very clear. It's going to take longer to find the cures for these terrible, crippling diseases. How is that in the interest of senior citizens? I mean, it's craziness. Thomas Phillipson, one of the top economists in the country, what did he say, Phil? That
he said that the IRA's the reduction in private sector cancer drug research that will be caused by that bill is 9 times the amount of Joe Biden's moonshot.
Right.
So they increased it by the amount of the moonshot, then they put this bill in to cut it by 9 times as much in the private sector.
So this is the way to lose the race for the cure for all of these diseases. And then, of course, they don't. And by the way, the other thing is that the seniors, the polls show very clearly, even the AARP's own polls show that the major concern of American seniors is the cost of health insurance. Guess what? This is going to make health insurance for seniors more expensive, not less expensive.
Okay, so we have jumped right into this bill that passed really right before the election. People didn't even realize what was in it. It wasn't read. And what our 2 panelists here are talking about are a level of price controls which will lead to drug rationing that they know all about in Canada, know all about in England, and yet here in this country, thankfully, we don't. And we're now on the slippery slope. So Phil, do you want to just very briefly just describe, without getting overly wonky, what are these price controls that they slipped into this mega spending bill?
Well, they really did. There are three sort of major buckets of them. One is a cap on the annual increase in the price of a given drug equal to the inflation rate. And that one, I think, is more likely to increase prices than lower them in the near term because drug price inflation's been running about 2.5%. Overall inflation's been running, 5, 6, 7%. And when you tell companies you're going to be limited forever in how much you can increase each year, they're probably all going to go for the maximum. So there's going to be tend to be upward pressure. So I think that's just a really nonsensical provision. They haven't thought through the context that they passed that in. The second is a provision that actually prohibits a rule that the Trump administration put in that would have required all discounts and rebates in Medicare Part D to be passed on to seniors at the point of sale. And somehow AARP was on the wrong side of this. They didn't want rebates passed on to seniors, probably because their corporate partner, United Health, also owns the largest pharmacy benefit manager that's been pocketing those rebates, OptumRx, which is a division of United Health. But the one that's the real killer in terms of innovation and the research money that's going to go into cancer drugs and Alzheimer's drugs and all the things Steve was talking about is this fake negotiation provision. And, they've got all these polls that say negotiation is very popular. So they say, oh, we just want to negotiate. The problem they have is every time CBO's ever looked at negotiation, they say you can't save any money with negotiation because the plans are already extremely aggressive negotiators. So HHS can't do any better job than the private plans do in Medicare Part D. But if you had a hard price control, if you had a penalty to really whack them if they didn't go along with what the secretary wants, then you could lower prices. So what they did is they said, we're going to have a quote-unquote negotiation. Here's how it works. The secretary sits down with the manufacturer. They say what they think the price should be. The manufacturer doesn't have to go along, but if they don't go along, they get taxed 95% of their total sales of that product over the past year. Now, I don't consider that a negotiation. And in fact, other than wanting the dishonest political talking point of using the word negotiation, there would have been no reason to even go through this charade. They could have just said the secretary sets the price.
Some might say it's extortion.
Yeah, they could have just said the secretary sets the price, which is essentially what they've done, but they dressed it up so that they can make this argument. Now, the problem with this, I think we all want lower prices, but the problem with just having the government set the price is it really messes up the economics of medical research because there are tons of drugs that don't work out for everyone that does. And so on average, Tufts runs these numbers. I haven't necessarily seen the latest one, but it's something like $1.2 billion or $1.5 billion, somewhere in that range on average to develop a new drug and bring it to market. Because you get a bunch of dry holes for each one that works out. So the way the economic works is you get that patent window and you get to charge a lot to make your money back, to have a return on capital for your investors and so forth. And so if the government clips off the top, if they basically say, when you hit a home run, you don't get the benefits of that, that has massive effects. Now the economics don't work for doing a lot of the research, a lot of these trials.
This is socialism.
And the really interesting thing, Jack, is when they were talking about doing this as a standalone bill, they tried to replace all the private sector research they knew they were going to disincentivize with a big plus up to NIH. This bill didn't even have that. So they just nuked the incentive. And we've already seen 4 or 5 major trials canceled because the company said the economics of this aren't going to work anymore.
Yeah, I don't think people really realize that because our wonderful fair press has not mentioned, Steve, that 4 different clinical trials for brand new drugs have been canceled within the first 5 months of this atrocity of a bill having passed. I mean, this is something I'm sure you've seen a lot, where big-time initiatives that the Democrats can't pass in regular order through committees get thrown into these omnibuses, and then the wool gets pulled over people's eyes.
Well, you were right that nobody ever reads these bills, these 1,000 or more page bills. And so no, you're right, nobody knew what was in it. What was the old line from Speaker Pelosi, that we'll read it after we pass it? Look, of the 30 major wonder drugs over the last 2 decades that have been introduced on the market, 27 of them were introduced in the United States. That's where they came from. The rest of the world is basically piggybacking off of the American healthcare system, which is another whole can of worms. But it is interesting to me when all the Democrats have been talking about for the last 30 years is how they're going to cut the cost of healthcare. Well, guess what? If you look over the last 3 decades, what 2 industries do you think have had the biggest increase in prices? You know what they are? Healthcare. Anybody know what the second one is? Education and college tuition and the cost of schooling. Isn't that interesting? The really 2 industries that the government runs are the 2 industries where prices are out of control. The biggest financial scandal in America today is what universities are charging our families, right? It's outrageous. And so why would we think that the government's going to be able to control these costs? They're not. They can't control the cost because and by the way, just since you got me going on this, never again should we ever allow the government to shut down our businesses and our schools and our churches. This was the most outrageous thing that ever happened in our country. Phil did a lot of the research on this. Why would we believe that these people are going to solve our health problem when they took a COVID pandemic and they made it worse and they lied to us about every single thing about COVID? Now we're going to trust them again? No, never again are we going to give the power to government to do that to our country.
Well, Steve, the drug companies that have the best lobbyists and the best connections will actually get a higher price out of the government negotiation.
Exactly.
And we'll end up paying even more. And, other ones that aren't as connected, they'll have the disincentives and they won't develop drugs. I mean, Pfizer charges $700 for each course of Paxlovid because that's what the Department of Defense agreed with. Maybe it's worth it, maybe it's not. But with no market, how do you know? Right. It's just what what someone came up with. So we're either going to pay too much or too little, but it's definitely not going to be the right price. And it has all these disincentive downstream effects. It really is going to be a disaster. And Jack, the thing that I think was the most offensive about this bill is they took about $300 billion out of Medicare prescription drug spending. I don't think you can do that without having a lot fewer cures developed. But even if you thought you could, they don't keep the money in Medicare. They didn't say we're going to cut drug spending in Medicare by $300 billion and use it to strengthen the trust fund and bulk up Medicare's finances. They used it to do supersized Obamacare subsidies to the insurance companies and to do green energy subsidies and electric cars. I mean, that's what the spending in this bill that they were paying for had absolutely nothing to do with Medicare.
This is the crazy thing is that, right, guys, that here you have President Biden in the State of the Union making it seem like he's the great defender of Medicare. But what you just said was their very bill passed before the midterms weakened it. And yet our wonderful friends in the media continue to make it seem as though it's the Democratic Party that is on the side of people when it comes to health care. So let's end on this note. Let's get a little political here with the issue of how conservatives and how the Republican Party can change this narrative that somehow they care less and we care less about health care. Here we're right on the heels of these awful historic mandates that have destroyed so many lives, this raid on Medicare, and these price controls. What, gentlemen, do you think the GOP in the next year and the next 2 years can do to begin to shift that narrative that somehow the Democrats care more about health care?
One of the things that could be done so easily, and we're making a lot of strides on this in the state, it's something that my buddy Art Laffer has been talking to with a lot of the governors and talked to Donald Trump about. And Trump started to put this into effect. It's just transparency of the price of things. When you go to the hospital or you go to the doctor, you have no idea what these things cost. You know, they don't tell you what they cost, and then you get the bill and you pass it on to the insurance company. So why not have them require these doctors and hospitals to post the price so when we know what we're paying for, right? I mean, it's like going into a store and saying, oh, I love that dress and I'm going to buy it, and you don't know how it costs. And, you know, it's just so infuriating to me the way government screws everything up. I know this is a little bit off topic, but, you know, there was a headline today in the newspaper that global CO2 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, were the highest they've ever been in history. We've spent $100 billion for the last 20 years trying to reduce carbon emissions, and they're higher now than ever before. And why is that? Because, of course, China. And so all of these bills that the Democrats spend more and more money on, and now Biden wants another $500 billion for green energy programs. I say, hell no, not one more penny for that crap.
I think supposedly Milton Friedman once said if you put the government in charge of the Sahara, you'd have a shortage of sand.
Well,
something like that.
It's this. You know, Milton Friedman used to say this. So you notice this, folks? Every time we have a government program that's not working, what do the Democrats say? We have to spend more money. Right. Have you noticed that?
They always reward
failure. Why don't we shut down half these damn agencies? They are not working, and balance the budget and return the money to the taxpayers.
Here's my
Steve Moore on fire. We see him on Fox, but you're on fire today.
Let me just use this last minute we have to answer your question. I would urge Republicans to be much bolder than whatever they think the boldest thing they can get on health care is.
Yes.
We've got, for the last 2 years, we basically nuked the healthcare system in this country. We had record low emergency visits. We had record low inpatient utilization. People were scared to go to the hospital. They were scared to go to doctors. We had people dying of heart attacks and strokes because of lies from public health officials who made them think there was no room for them. And then we bailed out these hospitals over and over and over again with our healthcare money. And so I think we need to take on the hospitals. We need to take on the insurance companies. We need to take on the government bureaucrats. We need to say we're going to have a functioning system where you control your own health care dollars and there's real competition, not one health system that dominates everything in town, because we made the bureaucracy so bad that you can't run an independent physician's practice anymore because you can't deal with all of the government. So I think blow up as much of it as you can, put people in charge of their own health care, and get physicians back in charge of running their own practices, not just cogs in these huge bureaucracies.
And put people
Final word, Steve.
And put parents in charge of the education system so the money follows the parents, not the teachers' unions. No more money to these interest groups. It goes to the people, not the institutions.
On that note, thanks to both of you.
All right, guys.
Appreciate
Thank you all. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax.
Newsmax is doing a great job.
The new news network that's changing the way Americans get their news.
Live from the White House with the latest. James?
This is real problems, real health concerns.
What would you do about the border knowing that President Biden has veto power?
From fresh voices who viewers trust.
We can't allow agenda-driven reporting to decide what the truth is.
This is when things are going to start really getting interesting.
Newsmax. Real news for real people.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ruddy to the Rescue. Please welcome CEO of Newsmax, Christopher Ruddy, and your moderator, co-host of CPAC Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
Okay, well, you can't be getting tired yet. We still have, I don't know, like 2 more days to go, right? Okay, well, let's join in this conversation. I've got with me Chris Ruddy, who runs Newsmax. I'm sure a lot of you watch Newsmax, right? And I got to tell you, Chris, I mean, Newsmax is one of the fastest growing cable stations, and you have about 25 million viewers, according to Nielsen.
According to Nielsen, but people may remember, Newsmax started as a website in 1998.
Right.
I had been a journalist covering the Clintons nationally at the New York Post, the Pittsburgh Tribune Review, saw the power of the internet, saw the power of the Drudge Report. Remember that success in the 90s? So I started Newsmax, and we had tremendous growth over the years. And then about 2014 to 16, we decided to launch a cable and streaming news channel called Newsmax. And I'm glad to report we're the 4th highest rated cable news channel in the United States now. About 25 million people watch us regularly, and that's just in the cable world. People forget 45 million homes have disconnected from cable. They don't watch Fox or CNN anymore. They can't. They don't get it. And they're on these devices like Samsung and Pluto and Xumo. So we're, for the moment, on both. Eventually, we're going to have 2 channels, Newsmax 1 and Newsmax 2. But it's been a very exciting, and it's really not our brilliance. It's the fact the American people want more choices in news.
Right. Well, you're talking about more choices in news, but we've run it. Newsmax has really run into a challenge with AT&T and DirecTV, where they've pretty much removed Newsmax from their platform. Tell us what's the status of this? Is there going to be progress being made in this area?
Well, I hope so. You know, it was a little bit of shock to us because we've been around for over 5 years now. We're on every major cable system. Last year, we renewed with hundreds of cable systems, including Dish and Verizon. And then DirecTV, we could not come to agreement. They removed us on January 24th. We went dark on 13 million homes. They're a huge market share player. Now, as you know, AT&T owns a significant portion of DirecTV, and they had removed the One America channel last year. A popular conservative channel, didn't have the ratings we had, but very popular. And our view was that it was censorship. Now, they say very differently that it wasn't, that they want more conservative voices. They've added a conservative commentary channel. When we heard that, we said, great, that's good, have more voices. The nice thing is, about 2 weeks ago, they announced that they would consider bringing Newsmax back on, and they are working, I think, to that end. We're hopeful that we can come to some agreement. It's not for sure, but I think both parties would like to do it, and I think it would be a great testament to them and the diversity of voices that they're having.
That's right. Because there's a lot of left-leaning channels on DirecTV. Don't you think DirecTV should reinstate Newsmax? I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. CPAC got involved in this fight as well in sending a letter to AT&T and DirecTV and the board basically saying, look, don't silence conservatives. We need more diversity in terms of our content.
The liberals and the left basically own everything in the media world. And if you look at not just DirecTV, but most cable systems, they're by any number, at least a dozen, 2 dozen liberal news and information channels. Even the comedy channel is liberal news for millennials. Kids believe that it's news when they tune in. And now they're down to just Fox News as a news channel. And Fox, in my mind, has been good, but we can't rely. Why should the left have so many news choices, but conservatives only have one?
Yeah.
And Fox, let's admit it, is changing. And it's good to have more voices. And I think Newsmax plays a very critical role in offering those.
I think it's healthy, and people should have more options. This is what American consumers deserve. When we talk about censorship involving conservatives, how serious do you think it is, especially when you're looking at the big tech world and in essence where many conservatives feel like their voices are not being heard?
We are in a like 1 minute to midnight situation in this country where voices and conservative voices are being closed down. I saw it right after the 2020 election. Big tech, people don't realize how incredibly powerful big tech has become. It has become so powerful because of a law Congress passed in '96 when the internet was very small, the Communications Decency Act, and it had a rule called Section 230. And basically, it gives social media and these big companies like Google the ability to mint money because those companies are excluded from lawsuits. You're not excluded from lawsuits. I'm not. None of you are. But imagine you had a company where you could basically do anything and be immune from lawsuits. It gave them the ability to make tremendous profits. These companies are now among they're bigger than most countries in terms of GDP when they're compared to GDP. They're so powerful now, I feel they have a lock grip in Washington. It's very hard to have any controls against them. And we saw systematically how they closed down conservatives on issues relating to the 2020 election, COVID. Climate change, transgender issues. Now, Newsmax's view is we want to have both sides. They don't even want to have a discussion on these issues at big tech. I'll give you an example. In 2021, we had a story, an interview with Rand Paul, and Rand Paul said, I'm a medical doctor. I don't believe that masks are effective in combating COVID. The scientific evidence actually supports his view that there's limited effectiveness. YouTube banned us for 7 days, and they said they would permanently ban us if we ever did one more mistake like that. He's a medical doctor, he's a U.S. senator, and he had an opinion that had some scientific evidence.
Right.
Why? They're supposed to be a neutral platform, not a publisher. They act like a publisher. They should be treated like a publisher. 230 should be eliminated. I hope the Supreme Court...
Yes.
There's no reform to 230. It can't be reformed because they will always find an excuse to break the rules with it. They created a special class of speech that never existed. It's not constitutional. I hope the High Court in these recent cases throws it out.
Well, let me ask you this. There's something called the Global Disinformation Index and NewsGuard that I've learned about, that they're supposedly independent and neutral. Last time I checked, they seem incredibly liberal, and I really want Chris to explain what they are, because it's scary, and I really think conservatives should be concerned.
Well, a lot of this starts out of the fact-checking movement. All of these liberal groups started creating fact-checkers, and all the conservative facts are wrong, and all the liberal facts are right.
So that's kind of interesting.
So we've seen that. And so then they decided, you know what, why don't we create these independent monitoring agencies? We'll rate sites. All the liberal sites like CNN and New York Times get great scores no matter what they do. Think about what CNN did, all the problems and the scandals, the Cuomos, the Russian collusion, and they're among the most highest rated by NewsGuard. Well, who owns NewsGuard? He's a guy named Stephen Brill. He's been in the media business, longtime Democratic donor. We find out a number of the people work there, former Democratic operatives. They're rating conservative sites like Newsmax and Washington Times, PragerU. We all get low ratings. Okay, that's their opinion. But these big ad agencies, giant agencies, are now using them to block conservatives from getting advertising revenue. GDI did the same thing. And we're also finding out now that the State Department, the Defense Department, we're funding these groups. You are funding these liberal rating groups. And what they're trying to do is demonetize conservative media. And it's a threat to our constitutional freedoms. And in fact, we have a story on Newsmax today that Jimmy Petronas, the head of the CFO of Florida, is saying you can't use ESG in the state of Florida to close down conservative media.
Well, it looks like Congress should look into this as well. And quite frankly, Schlapp, we might think about a media monitoring rating system at CPAC. I'm kind of liking this idea. But let me ask you, Chris, you know, obviously the left-wing media, they are salivating over this Dominion voting system lawsuit against Fox and also against Newsmax. I mean, what's the deal here?
It's a sensitive subject, right? We're being sued for $1.6 billion. I don't know where they came up with that number. And Fox is being sued for that amount. And if you look at the facts of the case, even all of these salacious emails and texts that came out of the Fox suit, you may have heard about it. What it showed was that Fox was a news organization, a big news organization where on a controversial news subject, there were disagreements among the staff about how they should cover it, the ways they should cover it. Rupert Murdoch is the controlling shareholder. He apparently disagreed with some of the views. But you know what? He didn't tell, like he's supposed to in journalism. He allowed his host to have an opinion, even if it might have been different from his. So actually, I know a lot of people like to criticize Fox these days, but I think that what these texts showed to me was there was a dynamic in there. Fox can show you, just like Newsmax, that, so what we're being sued for is that we reported what President Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and the campaign officials were alleging about that election. We didn't say that they were doing this. We didn't say that anybody committed a crime or broke any law. We were reporting what officials and their surrogates were saying. And the position of Dominion and the liberal media is that Newsmax should never even have covered those people, or if we did, we should have immediately said what they were saying was a lie. And why, when they did the Russian collusion story, when they made countless allegations against President Trump, nobody, and they were all found to be false, nobody said CNN and MSNBC. In fact, there's been no accountability for what they did. I think our statement of facts in this case are very strong. I think Fox's statement of account, if we were not in a Delaware court, small state, liberal Democratic state, the Biden family's close with everybody there. If we were in federal court, this thing would be on the way to being thrown out. And I think people should just wake up to the implications of this case for the First Amendment for every media, including liberals.
Yep, no, that's right. And let me ask you this last question. You've known President Trump for a long time. Yes. We're going to go into this presidential election year next year. How do you expect Newsmax to cover the presidential election?
Well, we're really excited about covering the election. It's always we always call it the Super Bowl for us, and it's already started. And Donald Trump adds a tremendous amount of electricity. I think he's coming here on Saturday, so it's going to be very exciting. But you know what? I've known Donald Trump since 1999, and I see him all the time because I live down in Florida, not far from him. I've been a member of his club, and I'm a great friend of his, even though we don't agree on everything, and I certainly don't agree on every approach he takes to everything. But I do respect his tenacity and his belief and love of America. And Newsmax doesn't endorse candidates. So we have covered Ron DeSantis. He did a town hall with Sean Spicer and Lindsey Keith. We cover him very nicely. And Nikki Haley's going to be on with Eric Bolling tonight. Ron DeSantis is going to be on with Eric Bolling tomorrow night. So our view, where I differ than even from Fox, is I believe Newsmax is an open platform that we should allow you, the American people, to make the decisions about candidates. And if you look at the history of Fox, they like to pick the candidate. It was Romney in 12. They really weren't happy with Trump, so they backed Jeb Bush, Rubio, and Kasich to try to stop him. They now have other candidates they're looking at, apparently, and that's their prerogative. But I personally believe that the best for the country is for the voters to have both sides, and then you to make an informed decision rather than me sort of picking a candidate that I like. And I think the network, if you look at Newsmax, we get accused of all sorts of things. I think we're one of the most balanced networks out there because we're always trying to get like the other side. And Bill Buckley used to say this, and I'm a great fan. I grew up as admiring Bill Buckley. He said, conservatives don't need to own the media. All we need is a fair shake where you get both sides, because 80% of the time, the public's going to side with us.
I'll increase that to about 90%. Right. Chris Ruddy from Newsmax, heads Newsmax, Steve Fettle. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you, Matt.
Absolutely.
And I just want to give one shout out. Ted Cruz has been a tremendous supporter of Newsmax. We appreciate it. Jim Comer on the House side.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk 87,000 pink slips. Please welcome, from Missouri, Chairman of the House Committee on Ways and Means, Jason Smith, and Distinguished Visiting Fellow at the Hoover Institution, Kevin Hassett.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, this is the most exciting part of the day. We get to do taxes and economics at the same time. You know, I gotta set the record straight though, that, and by the way, I'm Kevin Hassett. This is Jason Smith, in case you didn't know. Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, really the most powerful Republican in town right now, I would say, as much as Kevin McCarthy, because you've got so many fights to fight. But I want to set the record straight to start with, that a lot of people say that Joe Biden's policies are not going to create any jobs. But it's not true. As an economist, I can tell you that he has an $80 billion bill that creates 87,000 jobs for the IRS. And if you look at the details of what they're doing, I find it absolutely chilling. Because one of the things they're funding is using artificial intelligence to take information about you from wherever, from your Facebook page, wherever, combining it with your tax data so that they can go around and audit, every American. It's Big Brother on steroids. Well, I've noticed, Jason, that you disagree with this policy and that you've been trying to stand up to it. I wonder if you could talk about that a little bit.
I would say I more than disagree with this policy. It's great to be with a bunch of conservatives, right? You have definitely raised the IQ level in Washington, D.C. by just being here. So we are grateful that you're here. 87,000 IRS employees, agents, whatever you want to call it. Joe Biden has been pushing this policy since his very first president's budget. His very first president's budget, he highlighted that he wanted $80 billion of new money to hire 87,000 IRS employees. But he also put in there that he wanted to do what I refer to as the bank snooping bill. And that is, if there's an amount of 10,000 or more inflow or outflow of your bank account, it's going to be reported to the IRS. It's all about government command and control over your lives is what this administration and what the Democrat Party is trying to do, to just be completely honest. And so the Ways and Means Committee has not been a committee known for oversight, but the very first bill that we did from our committee was to eliminate that $80 billion. That was the first bill we did in the entire House of Representatives. But we got to keep up the drumbeat, because the Ways and Means Committee has jurisdiction over the IRS. And my first week as chairman, I set up this whistleblower hotline that any employee of the IRS could contact us and let us know if there's something they think we should be looking into that may not just be right, that they don't feel comfortable to tell the folks at the top. We've been getting some good stuff, I will just tell you. And so stay tuned, because our committee, we're going to be very aggressive on oversight, and we're going to expose what this administration is trying to do in targeting real Americans. And that is not going to be stood for in this Congress. We are going to be pushing back tooth and nail, I can tell you that.
Thank you so much for that. And we were talking backstage that when Hillary Clinton first went into the White House as First Lady, one of the things she did is she asked the IRS to give her the tax returns of the Clintons' enemies. This is public. And she got them. And more recently, your colleagues decided to release the tax return for a former president. The IRS has been hacked over and over, so that probably most people in this room, the Russians and the Chinese have their tax data. And ProPublica has been writing articles about the tax returns of private citizens. What are you doing to stop that?
We have already started the investigation. Over 19 months ago, there was a leak of almost 1,000 taxpayers' information by ProPublica. It came from somewhere, and still we've heard crickets from the IRS of how did this leak happen? It just happened to be the same time, within the same week this administration was trying to push tax increases on those same 1,000 people, that their tax returns were released. But it's not just that. There was 113,000 taxpayers' retirement information that was posted on a website by the IRS. And then they figured out they did it wrong after 8 months and took it down and was supposed to rework it so there wasn't confidential information, and they posted the same thing again, twice. If you have that kind of disrespect for people's private tax information and retirement information, there's a problem at the IRS. And we got to figure that out.
That's right. And one of the problems that you could actually, if you go to the IRS website and look at it, one of the problems is that because they're trying to rake in as much cash as they can from everybody, they share information with foreign governments. And so in 2021, the IRS shared the tax information of Americans with foreign governments or other entities in the government 27 billion times. 27 billion times. And so this is a problem that, thank goodness that you're on the case. But another thing that you've done recently that I've noticed that really fills my heart with joy is that there was an article in Politico, if I remember correctly, that said that that when you came in and you announced that you're going to put the American people and blue-collar workers first, that it sent all the lobbyists in Washington into a tizzy. I'm quoting. And so I think that you should put that on your tombstone. I hope it's a long ways off. But I'm so proud of you for putting lobbyists in a tizzy.
Put K Street on a tizzy.
Yeah, but how did you put them on a tizzy? And what does it mean that they're in a tizzy?
It's crazy that it's news that if a member of Congress or a chairman of a committee is going to prioritize the working class, small businesses and farmers as their top priorities when they're developing policies when it comes to tax, trade, and healthcare, why does that make these lobbyists in a tizzy? That tells you exactly how broken Washington, D.C. is. I mean, that is how broken it is. And the place that I represent is God's country. I know we all live in God's country, but Southeast Missouri, Cape Girardeau, home of Rush Limbaugh, you might have all heard of him. So we're very glad to have him from our great area. And I was raised the same way he was. From a working class background, and that's who I represent. And we need to make sure our policies up here are reflected to deliver for working class families.
So the one thing I want to say, though, is that I live in D.C., and I consider D.C. God's country, too. We D.C. residents are not the problem.
I think we might disagree with
I'm just saying, we D.C. residents are not the problem. It's the people you guys keep sending to us, like Joe Biden. That's the problem. But you were chairman of the Budget Committee. And you were chairman of the Budget Committee while the Democrats were being as irresponsible about the budget as any government in U.S. history. And I think people don't understand the scale of what Joe Biden and the Democrats have done before you guys came in. And I wonder if you could talk about how they've increased spending, how they've increased the deficit, and so on. Just give us some of the numbers.
Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer did a very good job during the 2 years that they were one-party control of doing everything wrong. That's exactly what they were doing. Every policy that they made was the wrong policy for our country. In those 2 years, they added more than $10 trillion of new spending. That's not even counting the spending to fund government and keep the lights on. This was just on top of it. $10 trillion. And when you think about it from that perspective, and what did you get for it? You got the highest inflation in 41 years. Inflation's gone up 14.4% since Joe Biden's taken the oath of office. That means it's costing everyone in this room to pay more to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, or gasoline in their cars. And you know what they spent that money on? $780+ million was checks to federal prisoners and stimulus checks. $1,400 stimulus checks to Japanese citizens who live in Japan. They did luxury golf courses, beach bathrooms in South Carolina, moonshine walking trails. Those are the items that was spent in their projects. That is why you're paying more to put food on your table, clothes on your backs, and gasoline in the cars. I am so thankful that we fired Speaker Pelosi, because at least we got a dead stop here. I'll tell you, the last time Republicans were in the majority, we had this, I was the conference secretary, and I got this letter when we lost the majority from Speaker Pelosi, and she was kicking me out of my Capitol office as a member of leadership, because that's when the Democrats took control. You know what I did to that? I framed it, and I put that letter on my wall in my office. And I said, just as Nancy Pelosi kicked me out of my office, I'm going to kick her. She no longer has that office. So I am so thankful for this country and for the people that I represent that we can actually have a chance.
You know, one of the things that I love most about the Ways and Means Committee, and especially the group that you're leading, is that, you know, we're really good at carping about the awful things that they've been doing, but we're also really good at thinking about fixing things. And I look forward to a time not that far into the distant future where you're able to legislate and you're going to have a president who's going to sign what you're doing. And rather than just talk about all the depressing facts, which are, you know, probably going to still be depressing over the next year or two, I wonder if you could talk about your plan to fix all this. So what is it that would be a top priority for you, you know, when you're running the Ways and Means Committee with a friendly president and so on?
You know, the very first committee hearing that I did as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee was not in Washington, D.C. I did it in Petersburg, West Virginia. How about that, right?
Hello, Petersburg.
You know, we need to make sure that the policies that we developed aren't the policies developed by the lobbyists and the well-connected. It needs to be by real Americans. And so that's why I went to a lumber yard in Petersburg, West Virginia, and I heard from real small business owners, coal miners, and mothers who was telling us of the issues that they're facing in this economy and how we should create those solutions. My next committee meeting is in Oklahoma City Tuesday morning. It's called the State of America's Economy in the Heartland. The best solutions are not in Washington. The best solution amongst the entire American public. And so that is the policies we're developing to deliver for working class families, small businesses, and farmers. And that is exactly what will make our country even stronger. We are the backbone of the economy is the hardworking, everyday American. And so the policies that we're going to do in tax policy is going to be crafted from going to Petersburg, to Oklahoma City, and then other places. And they will be policies that I know that will help bring back our strategic supply chains. We should not be dependent on China for our pharmaceuticals, or for our food security, or for our energy security, critical minerals. And we need to use tax and trade policies to make sure that if we cannot produce those items in our country, it needs to be in countries that are our friends, and China's not our friend. And we should know that, seeing a balloon flying over my congressional district, that's not something that we need to be happy. And so making sure that we're using economic policies, tax policies, trade, and then address health care. Access to health care is extremely important. In my congressional district, you can go 2 hours before you find a physician or even a hospital. The lifespan of folks that live in rural areas is much less than those that live in urban areas. It's because they die of the basic necessities that a lot of folks just don't have. We want affordability of health care, but we want access as well. And you should not be punished because of the zip code you live in. We should all have the same opportunity, and that is what I'm going to be fighting for as a Ways and Means chairman.
You know, one last question. So there's so much to talk about in terms of the failure of the Biden administration on economics. They call inflation the cruelest tax, but their taxes are pretty cruel too. You know, I wonder what you think if you know, I as an economist can think of lots of different things to talk about, but most of them are totally uninteresting to voters. I wonder what you think the main theme, economic theme of the next election cycle is going to be, given the failures of the Biden administration.
Well, I think the theme of the next presidential election is going to be based on how the economy that they have presented, as you all know. And it doesn't look that great of where the economy's going. And so I think that is what's going to dictate the theme. But let me tell you, we have a pretty good record of what we need to do to turn this country and this economy around. And the policies that President Trump did from 2016 to 20 in reducing government regulations, like 22-1 at one point, and then passing the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act, that unleashed the economy to the lowest unemployment in a generation. It led to the highest increase in paychecks in a generation. Those are the policies that work. Those are the policies that win. That's what we need to do.
I agree. Well, you know, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your time and for coming to CPAC, and you've given us so much hope for the future. And now we've got a lot of work to do to make sure that we can give you the authority you need to fix all this stuff.
We'll do it.
So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Judicial Watch has been a key leader in investigating the COVID scandals, where the COVID disease came from, the lies and misdeeds by Fauci as it relates to China and COVID and all of that. We've investigated gain-of-function research, exposed pretty much everything what you know about gain-of-function research. We proved that Fauci was lying, it looks like, about gain-of-function research.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax.
Newsmax is doing a great job.
The new news network that's changing the way Americans get their news.
Live from the White House with the latest. James?
This is real problems, real health concerns.
What would you do about the border knowing that President Biden has veto power.
From fresh voices who viewers trust.
We can't allow agenda-driven reporting to decide what the truth is.
This is when things are going to start really getting interesting.
Newsmax, real news for real people.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Missouri, Senator Eric Schmitt.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be with you here today. It's incredible to be with so many freedom-loving patriots from all across the country to come together for a very, very important mission here at CPAC, to save America, to fight for our values that we hold dear, to dislodge the weaponized bureaucrats from our lives, to fight for the forgotten men and women of this country, those hardworking Americans who play by the rules and provide for their families. I see you, I hear you, and I understand your frustration and your desire to pass along an America that stands for freedom and opportunity. And I want you to know that I'm with you in this fight, and in the United States Senate, we'll fight for you every single day. Now, I'm not going to mince words with you here today. We are at a crossroads. Biden's spending spree has crushed hardworking Americans. Families are paying $10,000 more a year than they were just 2 years ago because of this reckless administration. Joe Biden has declared war on American energy. Truck drivers are struggling to make ends meet with the rising price of diesel. Farmers and ranchers are at risk of being denied loans because they have too many diesel vehicles. Massive corporations are pushing woke policies on us and in our kids. Some of those same companies are holding your retirement savings hostage by incorporating ESG into their investments to virtue signal and appease climate alarmists. The Biden administration has weaponized the FBI, DOJ, and other law enforcement agencies against conservatives. Every agency under the sun is now using taxpayer-funded dollars to push divisive DEI trainings. China is rattling their saber, preparing for war. And Biden looks weak on the world stage, even letting a Chinese spy balloon fly over critical military installations in my home state of Missouri and elsewhere for days before he finally took action. I was elected to fight for the people of Missouri and for Americans across this country, and I plan to continue to push back on these woke policies and reckless spending, and we can and should be energy dominant again. We can't let it stand. And in my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, we must recognize the biggest threat to our freedoms is found in the administrative state. That is a vague term, but it is a grave threat to your livelihood and to the very future of self-government. Unelected bureaucrats at all levels of government have unparalleled power over your life, and no one elected them to do anything. They're simply not accountable to you at all. They want to tell you that you can't use a gas stove to cook dinner for your family. They want to have the power to regulate a dry creek bed or a drainage ditch on a farm because of climate alarmism. They want to tell you you can't have firearms to defend yourself. They want to coordinate with social media companies to censor your speech because it doesn't fit the quote narrative or the quote unquote science. And that, ladies and gentlemen, should scare the hell out of everybody in this room. When I served as Missouri's Attorney General before I had this job, I never shied away from the fight. I filed a landmark lawsuit that I'm sure some of you have heard of, Missouri versus Biden. And we also had that student loan debt case before the Supreme Court that we're going to win too, by the way. We sued the Biden administration and the FBI and HHS and other alphabet agencies for colluding with social media giants to censor freedom of speech on their platforms. And what we found, folks, was unbelievable. It's still coming out. We found that there was direct, blatant, and brazen coordination between the federal government and social media companies. On one occasion, a senior Facebook official got dressed down from HHS and then pledged to censor speech on COVID-19 more stringently. Government agencies had special portals to quickly report posts they disagreed with. Prominent conservatives like Tucker Carlson and President Trump were in their crosshairs. We deposed Anthony Fauci and demanded answers for the lives and livelihoods that he ruined. And in the middle of that deposition, I kid you not, a court reporter sneezed. What did Anthony Fauci do? He demanded that she wear a mask. I'm not making this up. This was just a couple of months ago. And this is the temperament, by the way, of the guy who was in charge of all of this, who wanted power and control, the guy who proclaimed that he was the science. And when he was privately messaged in an email we confronted him with by a colleague in early 2020 about whether she should wear a mask on a plane or not, he said they were ineffective. But for the rest of us, we were required to wear them on planes. And our kids had to wear masks in schools all day long, all across this country. And the takeaway from that deposition was, when Fauci speaks, big tech censored. And this can never happen again, and not on my watch. We will never let them forget what they did to us and did to this great country. We also deposed FBI agent Elvis Chan. He told us that the FBI had monthly, then weekly meetings with social media companies in the run-up to the 2020 election to warn them about Russian hack and leak operations, and one of them could be the Hunter Biden laptop. They were priming the social media companies to be ready to censor when the story inevitably came out. The FBI had the laptop. They knew it was real and authentic, and yet they held these meetings anyways. And the social media companies were all too happy to carry out their orders. That is pure and utter insanity. Further, if they can ban, by the way, the President of the United States, President Trump, imagine what they can do to you. I have a quick question for the folks in this audience that took a quick poll. How many people in this room have been censored on social media? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And by the way, you are exactly why I fought so hard against censorship in that lawsuit. We, conservatives, the people in this room, we have to be the guardians of free speech. That is our mission. That is our call. If you control the flow of information and limit speech, you can control people. And that's exactly what their aim is: power and control. That's what mask mandates were all about. First Attorney General in the country to file a lawsuit against OSHA's unlawful vaccine mandate. We took it to the Supreme Court and we won. I was proud to be one of the leaders in pushing back against COVID tyranny as Attorney General, and my pledge to you is to be one of the leading senators in this country to fundamentally dismantle the administrative state. We're going to pry power and control away from elected bureaucrats and return it to we, the people. You and you alone should have the freedom to decide what's best for you and your family, not an unelected bureaucrat who works for an agency you've never heard of. And I'll be honest here, I'm the new guy in the Senate. I've been here for about 2 months, but I can tell you that I'll work hard every single day to claw power away from the government and give it back to you where it belongs. We can either roll over and let Biden weaponize federal agencies, woke corporations, and big tech companies dictate what we say and what we do, or we can stand up and we can fight back for the freedoms that so many have shed blood for. I don't know about you, but I'm here and I am ready to help lead that fight. I want you to know I won't back down. I won't be silenced. I won't be intimidated. This is the fight. Let's win it together. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of Candace Owens, Candace Owens.
First and foremost, I just want to thank you guys for having me back. It's always such an honor to speak on this stage, and I was thinking about it today, and unbelievably, I've spoken at CPAC 5 times. It seems to have gone by so fast. They've always welcomed me, Mercedes and Matt Schlapp, and I'm just so grateful for that opportunity. And I was thinking back to those first moments and how much my life has changed since 5 years ago, how much all of our lives have changed since 5 years ago, how much the global conversation has changed. Nobody could have fathomed 5 years ago. The COVID era, nobody could have fathomed so much global governance taking place. But I think the biggest changes in my life obviously have taken place on a personal level. I think about flying around the world, traveling with Charlie Kirk when I first started, and now I'm a married mother of 2 children, which is the best part of life beginning for me. And so much changes when you become a parent. You hear it all the time, and it's so correct. And I think what really changes is your understanding of what matters in the world. You know, you look at your children, you look at your family, and you understand that this is what really matters. But in the same vein, you could say that you also understand what doesn't matter, what's not important. And then you also understand what can't matter. And I want to talk about that for a little bit, because when I say what can't matter, I'm talking about matter as a word, as a substant existence of something, things that cannot materialize. I have this thought all the time. I'm so preoccupied with thinking about things that cannot materialize now that my children are in this world, because the fight now seems so much more important. The battles now, we are deciding upon the future for our children, for my children, and I've never been more committed. So I wanted to first share with you something that a colleague of mine posted, Matt Walsh. He posted this onto his Twitter yesterday, actually, and I was really struck by it because I've read things like it from the past, and I think it really serves a reminder for everyone in this room as to where we are today in America. This is the passage. It was written during the Civil War, and this is a letter to a loved one from a soldier, an infantryman in Pennsylvania. He writes, "Under the dark shade of a towering oak near the Dunker Church lay the lifeless form of a drummer boy, apparently not more than 17 years of age, flaxen hair and eyes of blue, and form of delicate mold. As I approached him, I stooped down, and as I did so, I perceived a bloody mark upon his forehead. It showed where the leaden messenger of death had produced the wound that caused his death. His lips were compressed, his eyes half open. A bright smile played upon his countenance. By his side lay his tenor drum, never to be tapped again." So again, to provide that context, this was written as just a letter to a loved one from an 18-year-old soldier. And why Matt was struck by this passage and why I have been similarly stricken by passages like it, reading these letters that just soldiers, 18-year-old, 17-year-old boys were writing back home, is how poetic and how beautiful it is. This is not written by somebody with a formal education. It's written by an 18-year-old just saying, this is what I'm seeing on the battlefield. And yet it reads like haunting poetry. And it begs the question, what on earth has happened where once upon a time in America, you had people with no formal education that were able to produce words and content like this. And now we are suddenly in a society where there's so much formal education, And do you think the average 18-year-old could describe what they're seeing in that way? This is not a stunning example. This is not a person that was exceptional. This was your average 18-year-old during the Civil War. So what's happened in American society today? We've given out so many degrees. We actually, as a fact, have never given out more degrees. And yet, from an IQ perspective, we have never produced students that are this dumb. That doesn't make sense. I'm serious. I'm talking about their standardized tests. Children are getting dumber and dumber and dumber, and you have to ask yourself why or how that is. Also, the emergence at the university level of what Thomas Sowell refers to as soft subjects, right? People that are receiving all of these degrees, but getting them in bizarre subjects like gender studies. What is that? What do you do for 4 years when you major in gender studies? What do you do when you graduate with a degree in gender studies? Here, I'll ask you guys a question. Have you ever, at any moment in your entire life, I want you to think of every single moment in your life, have you ever, in a time of trouble, or if you just had a basic question, have you ever said, man, I really need a gender studies major right now to sort through this? I'm going to guess the answer's no, because why would we need somebody with a degree in gender studies? There's nothing that that person can do to contribute to our society once they leave college and they have mounds and mounds of debt. And so you laugh at these bizarre subjects that you're seeing that are popping up, so many different bizarre ones just like that, and yet these kids leave with their degree and they are the most egotistical, conceited children that you've ever seen, certain that their degree means something until they're smacked in the face with the real world, until they realize that it's not just the people in this room that laugh at gender studies majors, it's everybody. Nobody needs you, right? And then that person that spent all of that money and has all this debt and now has met the real world and realizes that they're not needed becomes a very angry individual. And let me tell you something, there is no person that is more dangerous than an angry person that perceives their own intellect, that believes that the world owes them something. Because how could these high school kids that didn't go on to college and just learned how to fix ACs, how are they making more money than me, is what this person thinks, right? I have a degree in gender studies. How is Joe from my class back in middle school making more money and running a business? Oh, I don't know, because personally for me, I live in Tennessee. Let me tell you something about Joe from middle school class if he's running a business. When the AC goes out, I will pay any amount of money for that person to come and fix an AC. Because he has a real skill, and real skills are needed in a free market society. We will pay for people with real skills. I want to quote you something else that Thomas Sowell says about academics, because, again, I laugh at these people, but they do become dangerous. This is a quote. He wrote, "People who have acquired academic degrees without acquiring many economically meaningful skills not only face personal disappointment and disaffection with society, but also have often become negative factors in the economy and even sources of danger, especially when they lash out. In many places and times, soft subject students and quote-unquote intellectuals have inflamed hostility and sometimes violence against many other successful groups." Here's another Thomas Sowell quotation. He wrote, "There is usually only a limited amount of damage that can be done by dull or stupid people. For creating a truly monumental disaster, you need people with high IQs, right? You need people in the academia. These people tend to go on and then become professors because that's all they can really do with these meaningless degrees. And they become angry and they become dangerous. And if you look back at the last 100 years in American society, there's evidence for that everywhere. True evil that has taken place in American society is always being thought up on a university campus. It's the academics and their solutions to problems, right? They come up with horrible ideas like during the progressive era, they came up with eugenics. They thought up Jim Crow. These people that you should be respecting are the ones that are in classrooms right now teaching themes like transgenderism. Of course we shouldn't respect them. They know nothing. They've done nothing. And yet they're convinced of their own superiority. One of the biggest uphill battles when I launched my YouTube channel so many years ago was that the #1 critique that I was getting from journalists, aside from the fact that They thought I was a black white supremacist. These people are so smart. They're really smart, guys. They're really smart. But they kept remarking on the fact that I hadn't finished college. Like, that was what made them feel above me. Well, Candace didn't finish university. Yes, it's true. I had to drop out in my senior year because Sallie Mae had a big collapse and my family couldn't afford it. So these elitists in their mentality mocked me for years until I eventually finished. But they mocked me and they felt better and smarter than me because they have a meaningless degree, and that makes them feel that they are of some importance. And what they do when they are in these classrooms and when they get power, they understand what they can do, and why they become dangerous is that they are raising up the next generation of people that we are going to have to contend with society. They are brainwashing them with more bad and dangerous ideas. I'll give you just a few examples of some that we are dealing with today, some things that have materialized in our society today. There is the battle of climate change, right? It's every couple of years they change why we're all going to die. I don't know, when I was in school. Global warming, maybe when you were in school. It was global cooling. There was the ozone layer catastrophe. They told people acid rain if you're from the 70s. You know, they keep telling us we're all going to die every 10 years. We get it, right? And you wonder, why is this a focus? Why are they obsessed with making students feel this fear? Why did they make me, try to program me when I was in high school to watch Inconvenient Truth and listen to Al Gore lecture us the planet was going to be gone in 10 years unless we, of course, listened to more governance? Another one of their big ones, obviously, which I touched upon earlier, is transgenderism. Never thought we'd be here. Never thought. There's no way, I do not care if you had a crystal ball, there's no way that you could have fathomed that you would be considered a bigot if you said that men cannot be women and women cannot be men. That's crazy. You can't even... that you would be considered a bigot. I've been called a bigot for saying that only women can give birth. These things are obviously true, and yet they are teaching students. People are earning degrees in categories like transgenderism to learn that, no, actually that's not true, that there's something other than reality that you can achieve. Another category, of course, is feminism, my personal favorites. It's just rinsing women to believe that they should hate men, that they should reject men, that every problem and ill that we face in society can be described by fluffy terms like toxic masculinity, right? These women that are marching. And you look at all of these things, and I describe them as evils and things that we shouldn't laugh at. Because yes, the left is radical, but they are ever so intentional. They are Machiavellian, and they know exactly what they are doing. They know what all of these things have in common: climate change, transgenderism, feminism. We look up and we go, how? Why? What's wrong with the bathroom signs? Why? Why do they choose violence every day against random things that nobody cared about? Well, the truth is that their intentions are to go after the one thing that stands between them and absolute power, and that is the family unit. And so we revisit those topics, and I want you to remember this because it's so important. You will see it everywhere, an attack on the family unit. You revisit those categories and the things that they are raising up children to believe, and you see how it destroys families. Climate change, of course, what they tell children first and foremost is that it would be irresponsible to have big families. It would be irresponsible to have children. AOC once said that she wasn't going to have children because of planet and climate change. She thought it was irresponsible. Now listen, I am not going to fight her. Not going to fight her on that one. But think about that. Think about the fact that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were awarded with an award, a climate change award, for agreeing to only have 2 children because it's better for the planet. It's so evil, it's so sociopathic, but this is what they are awarding people for. You revisit transgenderism, and what better way to annihilate families than to annihilate bodies? You won't be able to produce families. You have men that are mutilating their bodies so that they can't reproduce. You are having women that are mutilating their bodies so that they cannot reproduce. You are having people that are confused, people that are taking so much medication after they realize, of course, that mutilating your own body does not change your sex. It does not do that. It's just you mutilating your own body. these people become enslaved by Big Pharma. They take pills to try to make themselves happy, to deal with their own depression, but of course that is an attack ultimately on the family. And then you look at feminism and you look at how radical it's become and the hatred towards men, and you see the way that women speak of men, absolutely no respect the modern feminist has for man. And you see them confusing gender roles again, telling women that they need to be just like men. We need to go out in society, we need to climb the corporate ladder, don't worry about your kids, the government will raise them. That's why we have the Department of Education, which, by the way, should be abolished. But you see, they understand that as they pressure women to go out and to pursue their careers, and they simultaneously tell women that they don't need a man, they are, of course, attacking the family units, because those children are no longer in two-parent households, because at the same time their fathers, ironically, are being told to act like women. Be more sensitive, cry more, get into your feelings, right? You can be just like a woman. You can literally be a woman, right? You're telling men that any demonstration of masculinity is wrong and backwards. You're producing a society where they want men to be like dogs with their tails in between their legs. And that is because they know that there is no society that can survive without strong men, and there is no family that can survive without both strong men and strong women committed to their children. Family is what it's all about, and I think that has been my biggest understanding over these last 5 years, that it is the most important topic. My husband gave a speech recently where he talked about cultivating a positive and healthy interior life, right? And I think about that often. I think about my household, and I think that the best way to effectuate change is to make sure that you are cultivating a healthy interior life. You can control what happens in your household. We need more people committed to that. A friend of mine, Jack Posobiec, says, if you want to be a rebel, start a family. I'm going to add to that and say, don't just start a family, keep a family. The interior life, your family, is of the utmost importance, but closely following that, of course, is the exterior life. And here's what I will say, and I say this from the bottom of my heart, and I mean this well. If you are somebody who believes that we need to meet and sit down and break bread with the left on these various topics to figure out how we can come together, we don't need you. We need fighters. There is no middle ground on transgenderism. There is no middle ground on child grooming. There is no middle ground on coming up with fluffy terms for pedophilia. There is no middle ground. And if you are offended because some of us have the courage to say what needs to be said, we simply don't need you. We don't need you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have made a career of fighting like hell. My promise to you always upon this stage and out in the world is that I will never stop fighting like hell, especially when it comes to family. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
And exit the Potomac Ballroom. We hope you enjoyed today. See you tomorrow.
really? Oh, okay.